Hey y'all. I was talking and my mic wasn't on. Hey y'all, happy Saturday. How are y'all? Coming in for a weekly wrap up or recap. Well, actually, I'll do a recap. I'll call it a recap for this for week 4 of the DEPP Heard trial. I wanted to come in and kind of share my thoughts of things and see how you guys are feeling about stuff. So, let me go ahead and get prepared, I guess. I'm trying to see how I can. I was trying to share this. I'm trying to share it. Like I let my family know that I was gonna, in case they want to hear about the trial, but I can't remember. I was trying to share it. How do I share this? Can I share it? Wait. How do I share this, y'all? I don't even know. I don't even know how to share my own videos. Can you believe that? Oh, here we go. How are y'all? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, y'all. Um, Let me go ahead and just send out this link. I forgot. Okay, so here we are back for another week of a live stream. I took a day off yesterday, y'all. I was tired. I commend anyone that is covering this trial, even the larger channels. I mean, this is a lot of work. I was able though to catch up with a couple of the I was actually able to catch up with LawTube, and that was kind of cool because they were talking about how yesterday went, or not yesterday, I'm sorry, Thursday, day 19 went, in terms of reading the jury. So I feel like that's really important for us to all to know. And they covered every witness that was on, whether it was a deposition or whether it was a live witness, which, as you know, if you guys have been keeping up with the Amber Heard trial, you know that a lot of her witnesses were deposition. So they were video, which was really hard to follow because it was actually it was very, very boring. Could put you to sleep for sure. But I definitely wanted to come in and talk about the week and stuff like that. What I was trying to do before this all started was I was trying to look and see. There's been so much in this trial. I was trying to look up all the witnesses that appeared for Amber Heard, and the best way that I could do that was to pull up her list. Now, I know a lot of people on her list. She had 42 witnesses, which obviously those all didn't appear. And they actually don't have very much time left. So they announced the rest of the hours that Amber Heard's team has, and they only have like 8 hours left. And then I know Johnny's team has a lot more. So we will hear rebuttal witnesses. I know LawTube talked about that last night, and that was just good to know. I've just been trying to grow my stream as much as I can, so I haven't had a lot of time to actually, keep up with LawTube and the live streams and all that stuff, just because when the trial starts here in California, it's very early for me anyway, because I'm a night owl and I don't normally wake up early. So I don't know about y'all, but I will be here tonight for about 4 hours. That is intentional because we have a lot to cover. I tried to put together a document to keep me kind of in line and kind of on track of what I wanted to talk about. So if you catch this stream in the middle, I think I was trying to pin a comment on the on the actual video. So let me do that now, just because y'all, I'm really horrible at all this stuff, especially trying to get ready for it. Let me make sure I mute myself. Let me just put this comment on here. I'm streaming live on Facebook. So hello Facebook. I'm streaming live on Twitter. Hello Twitter. I love y'all so much. I love Twitter. I'm new to Twitter. I mainly was, more active on Twitter for the just to learn how to do, for the justice for Johnny for sure, but also just to learn how to, you know, participate in Twitter. I never did like Twitter actually all that much. I really never did like Twitter because I felt like it was really hard to follow it for some reason, and it seems like it'd be really simple, right? But yeah. Anyway, Twitter's hard to. I thought I could pin this comment. I don't even know how to pin a comment. Can you believe that? As many times as I've made videos, y'all, I don't even know how to pin a comment. I don't know. It's not letting me. Maybe you can't. Oh, I know. Don't I have to pin the comment in the chat? That's so that's so silly. Anyway, I guess I could. Well, maybe it'll show on everything. It broke it up on YouTube. It breaks it up on Facebook. I don't know if it shows the whole thing. I was streaming on Twitch too, but I don't know. I'm not really too fond of Twitch, so there's that. But anyways, I let my family know I am streaming today, so that's good. So let's go ahead and start. Let's talk about what's going on. So Friday we ended with Amber Heard's agent. We ended with who else appeared on there was a some kind of social media expert or something like that that came on, which I thought was hilarious because he was talking about the way that he studied the hashtags and I think that was more or less pointing towards the defamation part of the case. And like I said, I'm not in terms of like sharing my thoughts on everything, I'm not an attorney, so obviously I can't break it down in terms the way that the attorneys would. But I do know that basically he came on to kind of prove that somehow he defamed her and he was testing these hashtags versus that time period to see who if her career was affected at all, I guess, or whatever. um what the funny part about that is to me is that she started this whole thing, so it's like even if the internet is coming for her hard, which you know they are, she did that to herself. I just think that's hilarious. Like she did all this shit to herself and then she's going to try to turn around and say Johnny Depp had something to do with it or his people, you know? I thought it was really cool when Adam, I forget his last name, Adam came on as a witness as well. And I'll show him in just a minute. I did create, like I said, this little folder with pictures and stuff of who we're going to talk about. And I'll share my screen in just a minute. And then I'm going to do a little bit of Twitter highlights also, just because I haven't really been on Twitter. So I don't know what's floating around in terms of the weekend while court rests. You know, they don't have court on Fridays. They take care of their objections and their motions on or sanction motions, I believe they called it, on LawTube. So that's kind of a day where they get together and they kind of regroup on all that's went on. Um, you know, over the week, I guess. So that's why we don't see court live televised on Fridays. So we have a bit of a break. We get a 3-day weekend. The jury gets a 3-day weekend. Everyone gets a 3-day weekend. So it's kind of interesting to go ahead and talk about it now because we're coming up to the very wrap of this. So if you're not familiar with the trial, I do know that closing arguments are on May 27th. 2022, which is, I believe, Friday. So if you guys have not tuned in to the trial, you definitely want to at least catch up through Twitter or somewhere like that, some kind of social media platform to, you know, kind of catch up on what people are saying. There's been lots of documents and lots of clips of of court and stuff, you know, being aired out on socials. Also, they are going to be doing, you know, closing arguments on May 27th. So that's going to be a really good day to tune into court if you haven't seen it. I know a lot of people want to stay on task with it. They don't kind of want to jump. They want to go in sequence, which is kind of hard because this trial has been so globally televised that it's like everyone's talking about it. And, you know, how can you not? But definitely you want to stay tuned into next week if you haven't had a chance. You want to try to catch up as fast as you can, um, to just kind of be sort of in the now when the verdict, you know, comes about. I am wearing my Pulp Fiction sweatshirt, you guys. I did want to share that with you guys. I got this at see, it has this really cool picture on the back too. I'm gonna show you real quick before I keep talking. It's a pretty cool sweatshirt. It's way too small for me now. When I bought it, it actually fit me. Now that I've gained 20 some odd pounds, it's struggling to fit me as it hugs my back so embarrassingly. But and I'm kind of shocked that I'm wearing a sweatshirt because here in California it's been really kind of warm. So um yeah. So anyways, so I want to go ahead and talk about we're going to do a few things. So let me go ahead and stay on task here. So one of the first things we're going to do is we will do Twitter highlights, but we're going to do that in a minute. And then we're going to listen to an audio from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This is the phone call referring to San Francisco. I think it's really important to cover it now because it may come up this week. I'm not sure. I think it's already come up, obviously. I think it came up earlier last week in week 4. But if you haven't heard it, I want to go ahead and play that. And then there is been a new, never before seen clip of the deposition from 2016 for Amber Heard. So I want to go ahead and share that also. I think that's really important to kind of, check and see what that is, because I haven't seen that either, and that's on Incredibly Average's channel. Any content I share from any other YouTuber is going to be in the description box. I always credit any content I review or react to when I do my live streams. I think that's super important to do that. So we're going to hear Amber Heard and Johnny Depp talking about San Francisco. That's first, because that is when they were talking about the divorce and court and everything else. And then we're going to watch this very small, actually we should do it reversed if that makes sense. So I know I'm kind of trying to stay on track, but since the Amber Heard clip of the deposition has come about, I definitely want to play that first because I think that's only 5 minutes, and I'm trying to get my mouse to cooperate with me here. That's a video, and then the other one is an audio. So the clip of Amber Heard's deposition is 2 minutes and wait, no, it's 1 minute and 35 seconds. So we're going to see that first. And then we're going to go into the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp audio of the telephone call. And then we're going to talk about all the witnesses that appeared this week. So we'll be here for about 3.5 hours, possibly 4. And then we are going to obviously, review the Twitters, the tweesters, so I call them, and see what's going on there, and see, if anybody said anything new or if there's anything floating around. I know LawTube has been making lots and lots of posts in terms of Twitter as far as them covering the trial and trying to share what their thoughts of reading the jury and how they feel about the witnesses going, that are appearing, and even the depositions, how the jurors are responding to the depositions. So if you guys haven't, if you're not aware of LawTube, or you haven't, you don't know what that is or whatever, I will list in the description box the channels that I personally watch that I feel like are really, really good. And it's really cool though to hear their end. It's really cool to hear their wrap up or their end of the day kind of recap, because they're in the courtroom, and that is just so awesome for them to tell you guys, to tell us as the viewers, how like the jurors are responding, like in their facial expressions and how they're reading them. So I think that's really cool to hear. And then also we're gonna be sharing like pictures of her friends and everyone that that was the depositions that were shared in terms of her friends. And that would be Io, Rocky, Christina. I think her name's Christina. And then of course her hairdresser or her makeup artist, which everybody was sitting on the edge of their seat, wondering if they were going to bring up Milani, which they did not, which is kind of interesting, but the trial's not over, so you never know. But yeah, that's everything that we're going to kind of cover. And so let's go ahead and start screen sharing now. So let me grab this. Let me go ahead and get myself together here. So let me share the audio on this one. Okay. All right. So here is the deposition I was talking about. This was released 3 days ago on May 18th, 2022. And this is from Incredibly Average's channel. That will be in the description box when this live stream's over. I was starting to do it and then I just ran out of time, so please forgive me. But we're going to go ahead and listen to this first. And this is Amber Heard physically reacts to admitting she contacted TMZ. So it came up in court that it was Johnny's people that leaked the information that came out, as far as I don't know if it was just the audios or the video or what have you, but I found that to be very interesting. So obviously incredibly average, that Umbrella guy and the real Laura B was, they were, all three of them were mentioned in court when Adam, oh, I can't remember his last name. I always do that. Anyway, I'll bring it up in a second. But anyway, when Johnny Depp's attorney was deposed. So we'll watch that. But this is the never before seen footage of Amber Heard apparently admitting to leaking stuff to TMZ. So let's go ahead and watch that first. And I'm going to mute myself while we watch that. So we're focused. I'm going to put myself on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen so that I don't really distract you. Let me go ahead and, sorry, you guys, I'm having, my mouse is not wanting to cooperate with me. I have several monitors, so for some reason, sometimes my mouse doesn't want to drag. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put myself, I'm going to turn my camera off for a second, and let's go ahead and listen to this piece from Amber Heard.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny, or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Ms. Heard, does that mean, does your most recent answer mean that yes, you did send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him," end quote?
Asked and answered.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, you guys, I couldn't get my mic. I couldn't get my mouse to move over to the right monitor. So did you hear with that? Did you hear her slip? And she said something about alerting Johnny. She didn't want him to hear. So I think it's like right.
Ms. Heard,
like
did
right,
you send
right here, maybe?
Party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically
Hold on, we're gonna
saying
hear it
I
one
would
more
like
time.
him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
See, she stopped herself right there. So she's already admitted on video that she leaked the information to TMZ. So in court, she was saying that it was Johnny's team, Johnny's attorney, that leaked the information to the press about the divorce or whatever it is that they're talking about. Because y'all, this is so much shit. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. But I do know that she just admitted on video. This is why this is so hilarious. And this is why people don't like her. This is why people, are calling her a liar and such, because every single thing that she says she didn't do, there is literal evidence that she did it. So that's why people take public, in the court of public opinion, people are coming for her so hard. And that's, that should be expected. If you say you didn't do something, and then there's several pieces of evidence, physical evidence that show that that's like I hate to say this, but that's like a dumb criminal, right? That's like someone that says that they didn't do something, but there they are on video, physical face, everything is identifying that it's them, and they're still saying that it's not them. So there's that. I mean, it's just absurd. Like, and she's so upset that people don't believe her. She wants to be this voice. She wants to be, someone that is speaking as a domestic violence survivor or whatever the hell, or DV, I guess I should say, because I need to be careful on YouTube. But the problem is there's so much evidence against her that it's, but we also have to remember that at the end of the day, I've said this several times, and I think a lot of LawTube is saying this, is that at the end of the day, you have to remember this is a defamation case. This is about, is he guilty of the things she alleges that he did, referring to the op-ed, and did his career suffer because on his side? Because remember, the thing I think people forget is that they're doing two cases or two trials in one. So that's why it was 6 weeks total. Johnny's case went first. So we had 3 weeks of consecutive, trial for him. They rested May 9th. I believe it was, I think it was May 9th. They rested, 2022. And then now we're in the third week. We're about to enter the third week of Amber Heard's, case. So Amber Heard she's had very few physical witnesses. Even Rocky Pennington. Let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit before we listen to the audio. So let me go ahead and bring up my folder that I put together for today, so we could talk about a little bit of these people that are floating around and these names that are floating around. So if you guys saw my live streams previously, then we went over Incredibly Average's channel, part 1 and part 2 of the actual episodes that have been defined in terms of the most, I don't want to say the most brutal, maybe, or, I don't exactly know what word to use, but the most physical. Let's just say that, because we got Australia, Toronto, and then we have the episode in the penthouse when the police were called. So if you're not caught up on the trial, then on Friday they brought in a DV expert, which she's not an expert. She's a coordinator, which everybody was like, what? She's not an expert. What is she talking about? So the reason why they brought her in is to counteract the 4 police officers that they interviewed that clearly state that there was no cause for concern when they showed up. There was no physical evidence, to cause them to have her seen by a medical professional, or, to remove her from the premises because she was physically in danger. There was nothing. There was absolutely nothing. And like Brian says in his part 1 and part 2 video, it didn't work the first time when they called the police. So they called him a second time. And then all of a sudden, when they came the second time, that's when you see the video footage, the body cam, and you see things. I don't even think you see things differently, but whatever, because everything that she's accused Johnny Depp of, she has no evidence. She has no medical records. All she has is her word of what she told somebody and what they told somebody, and and it goes on and on and on about this he said, she said thing. So there's no physical evidence. When she says, oh, he broke my nose, there's no literal medical evidence of saying that she broke her nose, except for they're trying to say now in week 2 of trial that she later, way after the divorce, went to some ENT and he told her that there was damage to her nose, which would therefore point to that at some point in the past, her nose has been broken. But here's the thing. If she had a nose job or anything prior, that would show damage to her nose. So there's no physical evidence of this thing that she keeps talking about, how Johnny Depp gave her black eyes, hit her in the face all the time with all these heavy ass rings. There was nothing. There's been nothing to show or support her story. right? So if a lot of you, I'm sure there's so many people on Twitter that have that have been following this so closely, detail by detail, that really can just, I mean, I learn new things every day, and I'm just trying to keep up because this trial has been it's just so much. There's so much to learn, there's so much to follow. So so let's go ahead and go into this folder that I've created in terms of her friends and who is who. So in case you don't know who these people are, I will show you now. So it started out where Amber Heard took the stand for a second day. That was May 16th, 2022, where her cross-examination, where we know Camille just aced that. She is the cross-examination queen. She did a great job. So with that said, right after that, the first witness I think they called was Raquel Pennington. So if you guys don't know who Raquel Pennington is, let me go ahead and bring up this little folder that I've made so far. I've got a bunch of pictures in here, so let me bring up Raquel. So Raquel's testimony was done by deposition, and it was very interesting because the very first part of her deposition, she was not emotional whatsoever. She was kind of in a daze. She had no idea. She was just so flippant, so nonchalant. She didn't really have much to say. And she was like, she just kept like, I don't remember, I don't recall. It was pretty funny. The way that she was responding to everything. And I thought I had a picture. Let me see. I thought I had a picture of Raquel. Let me go back into this other folder I have before I show this, because I thought I know I grabbed that picture. It might not be in a file in a file form that showed, but I definitely want to share this because you can definitely see her facial expression versus, oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay, let me show Raquel's. Oh, there's two of them. There's two of them I didn't. Hold on. There's two of them I didn't. Let me carry these over here real quick. Let me cut this and then go back to my other folder. Let me cut this real quick and then put this in here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right. So now I've kind of put this up. Okay. So let me share my screen now and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So the very first day that Raquel took the stand. Oh, crap. There we go. Okay. The very first day that Raquel took the stand, she was in a suit and she had this look on her face this was when they were asking her about the hair cut out, but her face looked like this almost the whole deposition. She was just like, huh? Just she was totally bewildered. Wasn't really tuning in. She was trying to make sense, but then didn't make sense. She couldn't remember. And so this was the hair thing. And a lot of people were talking about extensions. So if you guys know hair and you know extensions, a lot of people were saying she cut this piece out herself. I mean, not Raquel, but Amber Heard. So they were questioning her and asking her if she remembered about the hair, he pulled her hair out of her head or whatever. But this was Raquel's expression in the first part of her deposition. So you can see her face is just like, it's weird. She's not hardly interested. She's kind of lost. She's trying to act sad, but she's not really tuned in to her memories at that point. So the first half of the deposition is, I think it's like maybe 20 minutes or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And then she turns from this face to let me blow this one up so you guys can see it, to this face. And I know this is grainy, I apologize. But then she's like, her hair's up in a bun, she's crying, she's like, and she keeps sighing, she keeps she was whiny and crying, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, the first part, you don't remember anything, and now all of a sudden you're absolutely completely distraught. You don't remember. Anyway, so to me, she was just fake as hell. I mean, I don't know about how y'all feel about Rocky, but that's how I felt. Io too was another one of her friends. These are all of her friends that lived in the penthouses. And this is Io. So if you guys were wondering who Io is, his name is Io Tillett, I believe, right, if I'm not mistaken. I could be off, so someone's probably saying, "Girl, get your shit right." Sorry if I didn't say that correctly. I have it on a let me see. Let me look at my document just to see what his name is. Yeah, Io Tillett Wright, Wright, if you want to look him up on Google. And previously I showed Rocky Pennington, who is Raquel. It's Raquel. But anyway, this is Io, who tried to say that he got really close to Johnny, that Johnny opened up to him, that, you know, he didn't do drugs ever. So he was like pretty much the only one in the crowd that was sober and that was kind of, you know, witnessing all these things that went on and so on and so forth. But he was very well coached. He was kind of like reciting his story 6 years later as if he was just there. So I don't know. I mean, a lot of people were saying he was scripted, he was coached and stuff like that. So I don't really know. I know when you listen to Incredibly Averages Part 1 and Part 2 of the story itself, then you know, it's almost like you have to go back to those two videos because he worked so hard on those videos and they're so detailed that like that tells you step by step what happened in terms of the penthouse. So that's what these guys were for. And they were there, you know, they were there to defend her and say that he was abusive and this and that and the other. But at the same time, he never witnessed anything. So he was, to me, he was just useless. I don't think, according to LawTube, if I remember correctly, they didn't really buy his story that well. So after Io and after Rocky, then you have Christina, what's her name? Christina Saxton. I don't know what the fuck. But anyways, this girl right here who was like the whiny Kardashian wannabe who even talked like the Kardashians. I was like, who is this bitch and where does she come from? She was trying to say that, you know, that this was that Johnny Depp came in a jealous rage and she got scared. So she ran out of the penthouse and was hiding in the gym. And it was, I don't know. I mean, we can go over Rocky's testimony if you guys want. I can maybe do another live stream maybe tonight going over her friends' testimony or maybe in the morning. But for now, these are just the people that have testified this week. I know I said I was going to be here for quite some time, but I didn't prepare to have all of their testimony up. But we can, you know, revisit the testimony tomorrow morning before I do a live stream in the evening with my brother and my son possibly. So I'm not sure, but this is Christina Saxton, I believe is her name. So if you want to look her up or you want to look up her testimony, Christina Sexton, and it's Kristina Sexton. So she was the third friend this is her deposition from 2019. God, that was years ago anyways. So she was the other friend that came up and talked about, you know, what she saw and what she witnessed in this and that and the other. And that is, and then we have Josh. So Josh Drew was the guy that you saw in the physical video footage of letting the police in. So this is Josh Drew, who was there present for the police calls. And he was describing both incidents of when they visited the penthouse and so on. So that was interesting in itself. I do recommend that you guys go ahead and at least try to get caught up and visit this past week, week 3, which would have been May 16th, May 17th, May 18th, and May 19th is week 4 of the trial. So next week we have week 5 and then we wrap it up. So if you really want to know, you know, in terms of what their testifying as they saw and bore witness to, this is Josh Drew. So, and he was in a relationship with Rocky Pennington at the time, apparently. And then Io was just a friend of, you know, a friend of Amber Heard's that was present. And these were all the people that lived in the penthouses. That's why she had her whole entourage, you know. So for Johnny to put up her whole entourage was, I think, really nice. Another person that we saw this week was, of course, her sister, which is Whitney. I forget Whitney's last name. I keep forgetting. Let me see. Henriquez, is that her? Yeah, Henriquez is her last name. And she people were really, really anticipating what was she going to be like on the stand. So if you haven't seen her sister's testimony, I highly recommend that you do that, because this bitch right here was completely eager to tell her stories about how close she was with Johnny, how high she was with Johnny half the time. She just, I mean, these people, like, they literally just look like clowns. This was a circus and a shit show, I think, for Amber Heard. Like, a lot of them just, they just, I mean, I'm not saying that in the eyes of the jury that there may have not been some things that were shared that the jury went, you know, and that's why I think it's really important to watch Law 2, because there are YouTubers in the audience, in the, what's that called, in the crowd, you know, watching the trial physically, and they're taking notes and they're tweeting as the trials are going on and stuff like that, and they're actually you know, covering what juror is what. So in a minute, before the stream ends, we will visit what they did last night, and they'll show you, I can actually even recap some of that. We can actually do a reaction on that, and we can watch that at the end. I can't remember how long they were on, but I want to go ahead and do my stuff first, and then we'll revisit that at the end. But it was really cool to watch that, because when they're doing the recap for the end of the day, and they're all in the courtroom, and then they kind of go online and they have live streams, and they tell you what they're thinking and how each juror was responding, it kind of really gives you an idea of where the jury is, you know, where they're like, where are they at this point, you know, in terms um of how they're feeling. And that's all speculation, right? We don't know what the jury's really thinking. We don't know. They're just reading body language and facial expressions to see. But this girl right here was like, she wanted to answer a question before it was even asked. She was, you know, just kind of eager to volunteer information. It was odd. It was like it was like this bitch right here, the ringleader right here, the Black Widow, got in front and said, not, well, obviously, also another thing to keep in mind is that Rocky, Io, and Josh don't talk to her anymore. Christina doesn't talk to her anymore. So these are friends that don't even associate with her anymore. So I find it funny that in Josh's testimony, that he was like, oh yeah, she reached out to me 2 months prior and said, hey, how's it going? You know, and she kind of made amends, and she was like, yeah, by the way, are we good? And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, by the way, you're going to testify for me. So I thought that was very, very interesting, because she was basically just trying to get all these people together so that they could come in and you know, verify her story or whatever. And all of them, it's all just, they never really physically saw anything. Everything that they're saying that she told them is basically just that. She told them this and that and the other. So a lot of them are saying that they witnessed this or that, but there was a story that was very interesting with Rocky, about Amber hitting her. She was explaining on the stand about, she's questioned about being struck by Amber, and the story is different than what I think the story was on the medical notes. I think I'm not quite sure where the original story that was mentioned in court, but from Rocky's personal mouth, she was saying that it was Thanksgiving or something, and they were getting prepared for Thanksgiving, and Amber, being she, had asked Rocky to help her get the Thanksgiving table together or something. And she asked her to find this china or something, and she couldn't find it. And then because she couldn't find it, she got really upset. Because Rocky couldn't find the china, Amber got really upset and struck her in the face of some sort. So that was kind of the story that was floating around in terms of, you know, kind of verifying that Amber has a temper, and that, you know, she is known to physically strike out. But as far as Whitney goes, she was just there to say that she was there for the staircase incident, where I don't, everything just isn't matching up. I mean, even when they bring up the UK trial, apparently it's just not matching up. And that's why before tomorrow, when we go over their testimony, we will listen to Brian's part 1 and 2 again. It's really hard to follow this, because there is so much that went on, so much drama, so much information. It's just like you can get so lost so quickly. And it's like, oh my God, what the fuck are they talking about now? Like there was just so much drama. It was almost daily. It was weird. And it just went on just like listening to the audios, it's like you can tell just by listening to them, to Amber and Johnny, that Amber just, she goes in loops. She just she just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. And all you ever hear is like Johnny, like being defensive and, trying to say sorry, trying to make peace some way. So I think it's just this whole thing is just, it's just so much. It's like if they were to make a movie out of this, it would be like 10 episodes or 20 episodes or some shit, it'd be like I don't know. It'd just be a lot because there's so much going on. But this girl right here, the sister, she was like, when aren't we high? When wasn't I high with Johnny Depp? I was like, what the fuck is she talking? Did she just say that? Did she just really say that? She was so eager to volunteer information that it was almost funny. So if you guys haven't seen Whitney's testimony, please do. Testimony. Now, after the trial, because we're closing out next week is the last week of the trial, we can go ahead and revisit these testimonies just to laugh, have a good laugh, because recap can be revisiting these testimonies. They weren't really that long, to be honest, but they were all deposition except for Whitney. Whitney was the only personal witness. Rocky was a video, Io was a video, and Josh was a video. And so, it was hard to follow just because it was boring. But anyway, she was hilarious. I mean, she just was like, what are you talking about? So that's Whitney. We also heard from her makeup artist, who also lied. Now, her makeup artist this week tried to come in and say that she saw bruises before the James Corden show, that she touched them up and this and that and the other, and that she bore witness to, covering up the red spots and all this shit that she was saying, and something on her lip and all that kind of crap. Well, that I can say something to. So this was her from this past week, and she lying through her fucking teeth. And why is she lying? Well, here is the actual document that shows that she lied. And this was released by TMZ. And it says clearly right here, she says, oh, wait, is this the divorce? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have that document. Hold on one second. I gotta make sure. Did I pull the wrong one? Let me go back into my other folder. But I pulled that document that she says, where she says she didn't see anything. Is it this one? Oh, I think it might be this one. Let's see. Hold on one second. Let me just pull this up real quick. Is it this one? No, this is the divorce too. You'd think I'd be ready, huh? You think I'd be ready? Is it this one? Let me see. It might be that one down there. No, that's the children's hospital thing. Is it this one? Let me see. I should be ready, huh? Sorry. No. This is Amber's statements, her bullshit statements as usual. God, I can't remember. Is it this? Oh, it might be this one. Maybe this is it. No. Oh no, that's from, what's her name? I can't remember. That's what's her name? Lisa something. I can't find that document. I thought I saved it. There's so much shit going on, like on Twitter. It's like so easy to find. I can't remember where that document was, y'all. Is it this one? No, this is an email, right? No. Give me a second. I'm just trying to find. Is it this? No, this is a divorce demand, right? No, that's the children's hospital thing. Man, I can't remember. It's like a cutoff. No. Anyway, I'll find it. I won't do it here and torture you with me looking at shit that I keep revisiting the same over and over. I wonder if that's in my, I don't think that's in my, no. I thought I got all my documents ready. I cropped it so you guys could see, but obviously I missed it. So anyway, I'll find it. I'll find it for you. But anyway, it's a document that was actually floating around on Twitter that actually says she didn't see anything. So that was very interesting to hear the makeup artist lie. I mean, straight up lie about seeing bruises, and all of a sudden seeing bruises that were never there before. So I find that to be quite interesting. Was it this one? No. No, that's her demands for the stupid penthouses. This girl is too much. Amber's just too much. But anyway, so the makeup artist lied. Anyway, bottom line, makeup artist lied. Sorry, I'm trying. My mouse is not working with me again. I have to get over. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Anyway, I'll find it. I'll find it while we play. But what we're gonna do next? Oh, wait. Okay, so Adam Waldman. I think his name is Adam Waldman. So Oh, wait, that's Io. Sorry. This is Adam Waldman right here. Sorry about that. See how they look similar? So I didn't mean to pull the wrong up. This is Adam Waldman, and they were questioning him. And it was Rottenborn that was questioning him. And this was Johnny's attorney at the time. And this is where Amber Heard was, and how am I trying to say? Amber Heard was saying that Johnny's attorneys leaked to the press, leaked whatever to the press. Remember, we just saw the deposition part where she admitted that she leaked. I think it was the divorce or something, right? I think so. Anyway, they questioned him, and due to attorney-client privilege, he was not able to answer hardly any of their questions. So basically, all he did was do more damage for Amber's case. Why they brought him up, we don't know, but he did mention the umbrella guy, Brian McPherson, which is incredibly average, and the real Laura B, who they consider those three internet investigative reporters, I guess, or whatever. And so that's why their names came up as YouTubers. But anyway, they questioned Adam Waldman. So that was something that everybody on Twitter was talking about. And like I said, it's amazing. There's so many DEPP fans that know this case like the back of their hand, that you learn. Get on Twitter. I follow me on Twitter because I retweet a lot of this stuff. So if you guys are on Twitter, make sure you follow me on Twitter. It's the same as the channel name. But anyway, so the makeup artist lied, and then they questioned Adam Waldman. Another witness that came up was Ellen Barkin. That was hilarious. She looked straight into the camera. She looked straight into the camera. Are you guys? Are you dying right now? Because I was dying when I saw that. I was like, oh no, she didn't. And she did it specifically. She looked deliberately into the camera. And it was hilarious. I mean, oh my goodness. And then she was like, yes, me and Johnny had a romantic relationship. And then she turned around and says, no, scratch that. It was a sexual relationship. So Johnny was caught laughing. It was funny. I mean, there was no other way to do it. It was funny. She was funny as hell. So that was another person that they did by deposition. Another person that they spoke to this week also was her agent, who was up for the defamation part of it, which was to say that Amber Heard lost work and this and that and the other. She was trying to say that Aquaman was the biggest moneymaker movie of all time or some shit. And that's not true. They looked it up. LawTube looked it up last night, and they were the fifth most sold out movie or something. And they were in the 25th of all time. So this was not the biggest moneymaker, as she mentioned. So, and that was what prompted everybody to look up what she was saying. And then she was trying to say also that that Amber Heard was famous before all this happened. So of course I did a poll on Twitter because I was like, nobody knew who the fuck she was. We all know that. Nobody knew who this bitch was. No one. And on top of that, Johnny Depp got her that part in Aquaman. So that was kind of, I'm telling you, this thing, it's such a circus. They got so many ass clowns working. Oh my God. It's too much. It's almost like, it's so embarrassing. You're like, man, I do not want to be these people. And then they had this guy right here, which was hilarious. And LawTube did talk about this. So at the end of the stream, you guys, I found it very odd that she's always dressing like him. She wanted to wear the same colors as him. She wanted to wear, she wanted to match. I mean, I guess it's sort of endearing when you think about it. It's kind of cute, but then it's kind of creepy. I don't know. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with wanting to dress in the same colors as your partner. But Amber Heard, like through this court, like all these years later, wants to wear what he's wearing and wear the same kind of colors and wear the same kind of suits. And she just fucking freaks me out. She freaks me out altogether. This bitch she really is a psychopath. This guy right here, I don't know his name, but he was the one that was supposed to be the social media expert, and he was the one researching the hashtags. And Latu was making fun because he was literally saying in court the hashtag Amber Turd, and oh my God, it was that they had to like suppress the crowd because of the way. I mean, they kept saying it over and over and over, and they were looking at Amber Heard. They panned over to Amber Heard, and she was pretty upset. She was pretty mad. Even the body language people, I'm sure, are going to talk about that because she was clenching her jaw and just really not happy to be hearing that. So he was the one that was supposed to be doing some research about the hashtags and how they affected her career and whatever. So he was one of the witnesses that appeared yesterday. And then we have from yesterday, also, we have the lady from Disney who, Disney was pissed. Disney did not want to be involved in this whatsoever. And this was the lady that they brought up. Wait. Oh, it was a web file. Was it a web file? Didn't I do a, hold on one second. Didn't I do a, I thought I did, that's a web file. I thought I did her in JPEG. I'll just click on it. It's fine. So this was a lady from Disney, and she knew absolutely nothing. It was just hilarious. I mean, Disney did not want to be involved in this anyway at all, but she was the spokesperson for Disney, and she didn't know shit. And she was like, I have no idea. She's like, it was just hilarious. I mean, all these people that were supposed to be, they were bringing up, they were supposed to be so damning to Johnny Depp's case. None of these people knew shit, and they weren't going to say anything anyway. So it's like, it was hilarious just for the fact that they wanted to bring her up, but they did, and she did absolutely nothing. So a lot of the witnesses that appeared this past week didn't really have, they didn't really do much for Amber's case, honestly. So this is kind of a synopsis of what happened. This was really funny. This was circulating on Twitter. It's his untalented agent. He threw a bottle at the wall and hurt the wall because she was there to prove that Johnny Depp was aggressive or abusive in some way. And all she did was say Johnny Depp threw a bottle, but not at her. He threw it at the wall or some shit and assaulted the wall. Oh, hi, Language of Horses. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. She's so sweet. Anyway, so Ellen Barkin did absolutely nothing. I mean, she was there to prove that Johnny Depp was jealous. And, basically all they're trying to do is paint him out to be some jealous, some destructive, drunk and drug addict and the whole thing, which was just a bunch of malarkey anyway. I mean, not to say that we already know that Johnny Depp has problems. Y'all, he's been very, very transparent about that. So, I mean, tell us something we don't know, please. Bring some evidence in here. And then the untalented agent, this lady right here was her attorney. He called me a bitch one time. that was another thing that was hilarious because she was supposed to be there to damn his case in some way, and she didn't have shit to say either. And then here is this lady right here on the left, this Hispanic lady. She came in as the DV expert. She's like, why am I here again? So they interviewed her, and basically what they were trying to do is impeach the 4 officers that came in to verify that there was no physical evidence as to Amber Heard being in danger or or physically assaulted in any way. And she was just like, she was useless. Anyway, I mean, basically she didn't help the case at all. Then they brought this Rob guy. I don't know his last name, but this was supposedly the guy that stole all the money from him. I didn't rob enough money from JD. So I don't know this guy's name. A lot of people do that know this case very well. The guy that, that was accused of embezzling money from Johnny Depp. And this was in association to the physical video of him assaulting the cupboards, if you guys remember, which is really dangerous, right? And her laughing on the phone and doing all that shit intentionally. She's, oh my God. Anyway, so that was someone that appeared yesterday as well on Friday. And then again, clown expert of my butt. So this was some kind of, picture that was floating around Twitter to make fun of all her witnesses yesterday, because none of them did anything. Then you have the friend, Johnny Depp's ex-friend, that was supposed to also verify that he witnessed something, which he didn't. Basically all these people were just verifying that Johnny Depp drank and he did drugs. And let's go ahead and say that again, because Johnny Depp has said that even on the stand. That's nothing new, but again, they're trying to, make him an abuser in that sense, where he did something that he didn't remember or whatever. But also, in reference to Johnny Depp being inebriated or under the influence or, of drugs or whatever. They all said that even Ellen Barkin was saying even when he was young and he would like, that's one reason why Ellen Barkin didn't help at all, because when they asked her about Johnny Depp's use of drugs and alcohol, she was said, you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell, like, unless he had, enough to drink to where, he was his words or something, but otherwise his demeanor never changed. So that's the thing that Ellen Barkin, in my perception anyway, of what I learned yesterday, and the way I may be not articulating it in the way maybe LobTube is, but in my how I received this information was it's all useless. And then this, I deserve endless gratitude and his money again. I don't know who this redheaded lady is, this Bob redheaded lady. I honestly don't know who she is. And then you have the lady from Disney on this picture that says, I don't know shit. And of course, Disney wasn't going to let her say shit anyway. So that's why it was so hilarious about like Disney even being involved. So these were the 6 clowns. This is part of the circus that we saw yesterday that absolutely did absolutely nothing. But there were bits and pieces. I think when Johnny Depp's previous psychiatrist, they brought him in, which I think did raise a little bit of expression and a little bit of response from the jury about hearing, Johnny Depp and his struggles with, anxiety and all the things that he was struggling with mentally. So that was something I think that the jury was perked up to hear, LawTube said. So in terms of, observing the jury specifically in the courtroom and what kind of energy was in the courtroom. So, and I think that's, I think that's fair, but that doesn't make him an abuser. You know what I mean? That doesn't you have to prove, that these allegations are really took place. So for me, it was hard. I mean, I think it was hard for any of his fans to hear, how his personal challenges and his therapy sessions were coming out and being brought out to the public in such an intimate way. I think a lot of people were uncomfortable with that. Anytime you go to see a therapist, they do tell you that it is protected. And, but they did say, someone said in LawTube, and like I said, we will revisit that live stream they did last night. But someone did say that, he agreed as a waiver for them to call his psychiatrist or his psychologist, because otherwise he would have had to undergo an evaluation of one appointed to him. And so that is one of the reasons why he approved, why he waived his rights for his psychologist to be recalled at that time. So that makes sense, and I think he probably trusted and was a little bit more comfortable with someone that he had seen and and everything else rather than being evaluated by some stranger or some foreign person. So that's everything in terms of yesterday, and through the course of the week. Honestly, I don't remember. I mean, this kind of is a brief sort of kind of recap, if you will, like I said in the title, of all the people that appeared this week. It was really hard because a lot of these people that excuse me, that appeared for as witnesses for her were all mostly depositions. There were very few other than her sister and the social media expert that was in person. So everyone else was on video and through deposition. So it was very hard, just to kind of, a lot of people were just falling asleep and tired, and just like those depositions are just so boring. But I think they said there was one jury, and I'll show you guys at the end of the stream, because I will be on here for quite some time. But I will show you towards the end of the stream, what the jury box looks like. And that way, if you guys do follow LawTube, I will leave the channels. I highly recommend that you guys follow Rob Law and Lumber, and Ian, which is Runkle, I think his name is, and I'll show you their Twitter accounts also. But he's the one that's actually physically in the courtroom, as well as the DUI guy plus. He's in the courtroom, so all of them are kind of tweeting what they're seeing as things are being unraveled. So I highly recommend that you follow. If you have a Twitter account, if you don't, you should make one, because there is a lot of information that's being released on Twitter that really is something that you can see for your own eyes. And a lot of it is documentation and stuff like that. So, like I said, now we're going to go ahead and switch into Twitter highlights. And as you guys know, when I start my stream, I always forget to bring up my banners. What's today's title? I don't even know what today's title is. I have to look and see what my title is so I can put it in my, here, let me put this in my little banner so I can cut to that when I finish what I'm saying here. So let me, I need to do that anyway because I'm going to do a recap next week. So, all right. So there's my banner for that. So here's Twitter highlights anyway. Let's move on to that. So let's put that across the screen. So my Twitter was blowing up this morning. I mean, my phone was just because it was on vibrate, and I was like, "What in the hell is going on Twitter? What is going on?" And it's like, it was just blowing up. So, let's see. Let's take a look at a few tweets that I retweeted first, and then we will talk about a lot of the stuff that's going on when it comes to Johnny Depp and stuff. But like I said, Ian's. So there's so let's see, hold on one second. I'm going to show you guys just so you guys can, if you don't have a Twitter or you do have a Twitter and you're not aware of these LawTube accounts, I think it's really important to kind of know who these people are so you can follow them and you can at least keep up a little bit. If you can't watch the trial, I think the Twitter accounts would be very helpful to you guys. So Laura B did retweet this morning, or tweeted this morning that, or on the 20th, yeah, yesterday, that 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 Bethany Frankel said that Amber Heard's the craziest woman walking the face of the earth. I just think that's hilarious. And then also, like I said, there was a in the Daily Mail, there was a Johnny Depp receives statement of support from Women's Abuse Charity. So there is a abuse because they know she's lying now. I think a lot of people are coming to Johnny Depp's, side. There are people out there that still believe Amber Heard. I'm not saying that's not happening, but at the same time, I do believe that there are a lot of people that are seeing the evidence, listening to the audios. And trust me, you guys, those audios are really hard to get through. I posted a 4-hour audio and got dinged by YouTube. So I went ahead and resaved it, and I am going to repost it, but it's 4 hours and 22 minutes. And it was really hard to get through because I did it Thursday night. And so I need to repost it because obviously that's a really important audio to hear. So if you guys didn't get a chance to hear it, I will be posting it again, probably tonight, and you can listen to it on your own time. But it is 4 hours and 22 minutes. We also have another audio to get to probably later tonight. So I'll probably be doing 2 live streams just because I have to get these audios out before the trial ends. But the audios are basically just some of the raw audios where you can hear the conversations that are brought up in court. And that's the reason why I think they're very important to listen to. Anyway, these are all Johnny Depp's fans when he comes and, goes from the courtroom. So that's pretty cool. I think, and then this was him when he was laughing. Remember I told you that he was laughing when Ellen Barkin was on? That's hilarious. He was like trying to keep his cool. And I think Ben Chu had to say, hey. So is there audio to this one? Oh, there's audio. Let's see. Is there no audio to, let me see. Maybe I have the audio off. Let me remove this and then re-add it because maybe I didn't. Sometimes I do that. Wait. Sometimes I do that. Hold on one second. Sorry, you guys. Sometimes I'll share a screen and I'll forget to put the share to the audio. So let me see if I forgot to share the audio and see. But I don't see that there's, unless it's there's no audio to it. Yeah, there's no audio to it because it's playing. So I love so much Johnny, Ben, and Camille supremacy. Anyway, he was laughing when Ellen Barkin was on. So that's kind of cool. Anyway, and then, there's just an enormous, now there is, now this is the DUI guy plus I was just talking about that's part of LawTube that's in the actual courtroom. And he was saying that, I guess British Vogue came out with some article saying that why it's time to believe Amber Heard. The British courts believe Johnny Depp beat his ex-wife. Oh, come on. I mean, there is so much evidence to say the contrary. Why would anybody believe that at this point? So he said, Vogue lost me when they wrote, it's time to believe women, all women. It's time to believe Heard. Vogue, have you even been watching this trial, or are you basing your opinion on theatrical notions? So again, I don't know, but you have to, I don't know. I there's something fishy going on in the UK. That's for damn sure. So it seems that this is the DUI Guy Plus as well. Like I said, so now that LawTube has gone international thanks to British Vogue. We need merch. So I guess, like I said, if you guys aren't following LawTube, you need to get with it. Make a Twitter account. If you have a Twitter account, start following the DUI Guy and Runkle. We will get to Runkle in a second. But also, this is a really good account to follow as well, Geller Depp. The reason so many people are so angry about this case is because Amber Heard directly involved the public. And she did. She did. It's like a lot of the things she's doing, how's she going to say it was Johnny's people? I mean, she came to the public thinking that they were going to flock to her side, and they didn't. So not our problem, lady. Yesterday, trending was "We don't like you, Amber." Like today, trending is Amber Heard is a liar, of course. So, and then I stand with Amber Heard is trending. But let's go ahead and see what some of that is for. Are these actual supporters, or are these let's see. Oh God, I wouldn't wish this guy on my worst enemy. Please. Rachel Riley says, wouldn't wish Johnny Depp on my worst enemy. Countdown stars shared her thoughts on the actor amid on the ongoing defamation case. Nobody gives a shit, lady. All I'm doing is I'm just looking up this thing to see if anybody is using I Stand with Amber Heard as a like using it for justice for Johnny Depp. So, but I Stand with Amber Heard is trending right now. So the February 1995 quote from Johnny Depp in Premiere Magazine is so disturbing. Oh God. But it's trending. So I don't know. The only reason why, oh, here's one though. Oh yes, I forgot to qualify as a domestic abuse victim. You have to have the same injuries as Rihanna, otherwise it doesn't count. So like I said, a lot of people are using I Stand with Amber Heard as a message to get to other people that she's mocking, the domestic violence community. That's the only reason why I clicked on it. As this trial has proceeded, Depp's fans have normalized a level of hatred and mockery of her that echoes the repulsive manner in which the media and public bullied Britney Spears. I can't with this, you guys. I just can't. So, but apparently it's trending. That's the only reason why I clicked on it. So I think though the court of public opinion, I think, is more on Johnny Depp's side. I don't know. That's why I was hoping that someone would communicate in the chat. Where do you stand at this point? Have you been keeping up with the trial? What are your thoughts? Are you pro Johnny Depp? Are you pro Amber Heard? There's so much evidence out there that shows she's literally lying. She's lying. The audios show that she's lying. So let's go ahead and give an example now of her lying. So we're gonna change the banner real quick, and we're going to share with you the audio of the phone call in San Francisco where she literally talks shit. And I will come back when that is over. So the audio of the San Francisco phone call is important to hear. That's why we're listening to it. And this is Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, the phone call, full audio. So we're going to go ahead and listen to this, and then I'll come back and give you my reaction on what's said and why. So let me go ahead and mute myself. And I will put myself on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Make sure you have some earbuds in, or that your phone is loud enough, or your TV's loud enough. And let me go ahead and minimize this this comment here, and let's listen.
Are done like negotiating or talking, and like once both you and I say, okay, done, that's when the 6-month thing process starts. And so I text you this, and I guess you don't remember it, but I text you that at the very beginning, and I said, hey, by the way, it's like a miracle. It didn't get noticed, so we can even do this privately, and it will be quiet, and and I said, unless you file, and you don't have to file, and I was trying to explain to you my limited understanding of
my filing did nothing, and all it's required.
No, it's not.
It is required to acknowledge you've been filed
No, it's
against,
not.
and you file it as well.
No, you do not. You make you can make an acknowledgement of some kind. You don't have to file back. When you file back to
Amber,
the court, I'm not lying. I'm really just trying to. You know what? You're trying to. I feel like you're trying to defend yourself, and I'm. You don't have to defend your team. We know lawyers are up. But you hear me, right? You hear me? Please stop defending yourself. I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm just trying to tell you truth. This is truth. I don't know why you're so angry about hearing it. Why you're so defensive.
Baby, I'm not angry.
I'd want to know all the information.
I'm not angry. I want this to go away. I'm trying to talk you into making this go away.
Then you need to know the real truth behind this, and this is important. This was completely private and was under the radar, and you did not have to file back. And I warned you that day. I said you don't have to file back. If you file back, it officially has to be discovered. And I'm thinking naively that it would just be discovered by the way that like TMZ typically discovers these things. I didn't know it would be hand delivered to them within 5. So it was like 5 minutes. Not even. I did not know it would be given to them. I did not know. I couldn't have known at that time how much Laura was going to use TMZ to her favor. I did not know that. So I just thought naively that TMZ could likely discover it if it was filed on your part. I warned you. I said this to you thinking that you were going to be participating. I said, hey, just you don't have
She leaked it to TMZ. She leaked it.
Or whatever. And you don't have to file. If you file, it just opens us up to being discovered. Because for some reason, the way we filed, my lawyer, when she filed, she did explicit instructions to file within a stack of a bunch of other paperwork at the end of the day, so that it would be more likely to not be discovered. And I was told that would be the most effective method to being having a shot at it not being picked up for a day or two. I thought, hey, maybe we'll buy it a few hours, And I worked really hard, and so did my team, and it didn't get picked up by some miracle. So like literally 3 days, it didn't get known about. 8 minutes or 5 minutes after your team filed for you, which is a move they didn't have to make, then it was picked up by TMZ. It was given to TMZ within 5 minutes of it being filed. And Laura went and did it at the very opening of the business day. On top of that, paperwork.
She just said it was given to TMZ, but on the stand, she said his lawyer leaked it.
I want to know all the information.
Hence,
I do. I would like you to know all the information too. But do you have proof of that?
Yeah.
Well, good, excellent. Well, I didn't know anything about her filing to TMZ or anything like that. She knows what I wanted. I don't.
So then I think maybe she's trying to do what's best for you without maybe I don't know, but I'll put it to you this way, without being able to show you without being able to show you and expose my source, one of them in this regard. Without doing that, I can just tell you the basic facts. Is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was private in TMZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any
it seems to make sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the papers tomorrow, which means I got to file before we go to court on Friday. If they file, those papers. It's, first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically we'll know, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in their court. We literally.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have a mediate. We even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order, and that's the problem. Like, she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I'll tell you what, Amber. Let me get on that right now. I'll get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now. I just want you to know, I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move, because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this, and I am not after a dime of your money. And you know what? I was told by Laura after the first meeting, the thing, the reason that I stupid clicked I'm seeking spousal support, because I was told that was my only option, because no divorce attorney would ever say not and then lose all rights to everything. Laura Wasser had proposed that I leave, not proposed, I'm sorry, said I would have to leave. I'd be kicked out, be evicted. So Rock and Josh and everybody evicted within 21 days. No, but I told you. Last time we spoke, I told you that you were fine. You stay there 2, 3, 4 months, whatever. Just figure it out. We'll figure it out. You stay there. You be.
I thought that too.
That be in your home.
21 days.
Be in your home.
No, I thought that too. And no, they told me 21 days. That is part of why this is the disconnect. This is the thing. Like, that's why I clicked yes, seeking spousal.
Okay, let's talk about this. She just said she doesn't want a dime of his money, but yet she was awarded $7 million, said that she gave it to charity, never gave a goddamn dime to charity, first of all. She said that his lawyers leaked the information to the press, which is a lie in itself. And you will hear that in Johnny Depp's current attorneys, or his attorney at the time, I believe. I can't remember her name, but we will visit this. We will visit this. Okay. Because they filed on May 27th, and they gave him less than 24 hours to respond. And yes, it is a legality where you have to counter or something. I mean, I want to be very careful what I say, because this is an audio that I found from a channel that I don't know. And the way that I'm hearing this is, or the way that they're presenting this, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with the way that they're like presenting the call versus the story and the pictures that they have on this video. So I'm trying to figure out, and you can help me out if you want, if this person that made this video is pro Amber or pro Johnny, just based on, because you have to understand. I mean, when you're making when you're trying to figure out whose side you're going to lean on being fair, you're looking for evidence, right? Of defamation, right? So it's like, but everything she said has been a lie, literally a lie. So it's been and obviously he's sitting there saying he didn't know half of this. But if you hear his witnesses and their testimony and the legal documentation that went on for the filing, they gave him less than 24 hours to respond to anything. So she leaked the story. She leaked the story to TMZ. There's no doubt about that. And then also she said, I'm not in this for a dime of your money. But yet she wanted Penthouse. Let's just revisit that, shall we? Just for a second. So we all understand this bitch right here in the conversation of San Francisco. Let's go back to my little folder and visit her demands, okay, of the divorce, because it's very important that we do that. And I will read to you what she wanted, okay, since she says that she didn't want anything, that, she didn't want a dime of his money, okay? That's what she just said, right? She didn't want a dime of his money. And these are documents we have visited in the past. So a minute ago, remember I was looking for the lady that said that she didn't see any bruises or whatever. So this right here is this is what went out by Jacob Bloom from the law firm. Let's see. So this is Dear Mr. Bloom, okay? Please be advised that our firm has filed a petition for dissolution of marriage on behalf of Amber Depp, okay? Please, as you may be aware, your client and Amber Heard's husband, Johnny Depp, violently attacked and threatened Amber Heard on Saturday night, May 21st. That is the incident that took place in the penthouses, okay? Remember that, because we visited Brian's part 1 and part 2 several times, and we will do that again if we have to, because we're in the last week of court. So as many times as I have to repeat this stuff, I will, so that people don't get lost, okay? In their penthouse apartment located at 849 South Broadway, there are several witnesses. That would be Rocky, Josh, Christina, and Io, okay, that supposedly witnessed this attack, which 4 officers came out and said they saw nothing, okay? They saw nothing. There was no physical evidence to back up her claims, okay? Because this is the famous San Francisco call where she's saying she only did what her attorneys told her to do. That's what she's saying. I don't want any of your money. I want this to be hush hush. But she brought it to the press. She did. So there are several witnesses to this particular incident, which was, like I said, Io, Rocky, Christina, and Josh, right? Because Josh in the video footage is the one that lets the officers in, right? And there are photographers depicting the property damage Johnny caused, as well as the physical injuries he inflicted on Amber. Bullshit. We call bullshit on that also. Unfortunately, this is not the first incident of domestic violence perpetrated by Johnny against Amber. In fact, there have been 2 other incidents in the past 6 months, which is Toronto and Australia, if they want to be specific, okay? And then it says, in fact, so in the past 6 months, although Amber is afraid of Johnny, she didn't sound very fucking afraid of him on the phone right now at all, whatsoever. She did not sound afraid. He's being cooperative. He's like talking to her about, he's telling her where he is with everything, right? So let's see. She said, although Amber is afraid of Johnny, she strongly insists that we do everything possible to keep this personal matter out of the media spotlight. But yet they just talked about that there, I think what happened was there was press outside or something. I don't know. Something like that. There's so much shit in this story, you guys. It's really hard to line it up. But there are people out there that you can follow. The Real Laura B, Brian McPherson, that umbrella guy, those people that have been following this case. Brian has been following this case since day one, and so has the Real Laura B. Real Laura B is on Twitter, and Brian McPherson, Incredibly Average, is on YouTube. Please go visit his channel. All of the videos that are available on his channel are related to this case, originating from 3 years ago when this case started. Okay, so although Amber is afraid of Johnny, we already covered that. She strongly insists that we do everything possible to keep this personal matter out of the media spotlight, which is why she has not yet sought the CLETS, CLETS DVTRO, and why we did not arrange for Johnny to have been personally served at last night's movie premiere. Now, the movie premiere they're referring to apparently is Alice in Wonderland 2, I believe. It's either Alice in Wonderland or Alice in Wonderland 2. I can't remember, but I do know it's Alice, period. Amber wishes to work quickly towards a private and amicable resolution of all matters, but she will need Johnny's immediate cooperation to do so. He didn't say he wasn't cooperating. He never said that. To this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016. It was issued on May 27, 2016, which his attorney at the time did confirm that. They got it last minute after 5 o'clock, by the way, after 5 o'clock. The enclosed notice and acknowledgement of receipt at confirming service of the summons, petition, family law case cover sheet, and blank response. If the requested notice is not signed and the original executed form is not returned by May 27th. That's why the attorneys had her, just watch the testimony, please, of Johnny Depp's attorney, and we can revisit that. We will revisit that just so that we are all on the same page here. If the requested notice, is not signed and the original executed form is not returned to me by May 27th, we will have no alternative but to arrange for Johnny to be personally served. Okay, so there's that. Then on the bottom of this, it says, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following. Listen up, peeps, if you want to know what she wanted. She said, I'm not out for any money. I don't want anything you have. Appropriate pendente life support, which means apparently she wanted alimony for life. Life support. Am I reading that? It looks like L-I-F-E to me, but it might be L-I-T-E, but I have a feeling it's L-I-F-E. Pendente light support. I don't know what that means. Sounds to me like life, but I don't know. Exclusive use and possession of the Black Range Rover, the vehicle she is currently driving. Okay, so that's the first part of that. Where's the second part of that? Is it this one? I think it might be this one. Is it this one? No. Hold on. Where's the second portion of this document? Where it shows like everything she wants. I think I might have moved it. I think that was the one piece that I was telling you that I thought was from the hairdresser that I moved into this folder. Yeah, this one right here. All right. So I read the first part of that first page. This is the second page. Okay. So driving with Johnny to continue to make all payments for any encumbrances thereon. Okay. Exclusive use of and possession of 849. Because remember, she said that all of them were going to be evicted in 21 days. All of them, not just her, but all of her friends, everyone that was being put up in those penthouses. So she was demanding 1, 3, and 5. So penthouses number 1, number 3, and number 5, with Johnny to continue to pay mortgage, utilities, and anything in association of keeping those households run. Okay. And then a contribution towards her reasonably and necessary attorney's fees. So she wanted him to pay her attorney's fees also in the amount of $100,000 and $25,000 for forensic accounting costs to be paid to my firm by close business 5 o'clock on May 27th. So there's that. Further, I believe it would be beneficial for all if this case was assigned to a private retired judicial officer for all purposes. So they wanted to choose the judge. My proposed list of private retired judges are as follows. So we have Taylor, Schneider, and Johnson. The fees of the judicial officer can be paid with funds from the parties' community estate. Kindly let me know at your earliest convenience if you and your client are agreeable to doing so, as well as which judicial officers are acceptable. Upon hearing from you, I will have my assistant obtain rates and availabilities. So that is from Spector Law. Samantha Spector is who they were talking about. So that was interesting, right? Because she just said on the phone, I don't want anything from you. So I'm going to back up the part where she says they're going to be evicted. so you can hear exactly what she's talking about. And you know what? Actually, let me put up that document just so you can hear. Let me put up this document while you guys listen to it. All right. So she just said, I don't want anything from you. Remember that? She just said, I don't want anything from you. That's what she just said.
Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know that I'm not doing anything and have not been doing any moves. But look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this. And I am not.
She's not lying, right? She's not lying. Let's look at this paper once again. She's not lying.
The reason that I stupid clicked, I'm seeking spousal support because I was told that that was my only option because no divorce attorney would ever say not and then lose all rights to everything. Laura Walker had proposed that I leave, not proposed, I'm sorry, said I would have to leave. I'd be kicked out, be evicted. So Brock and Josh and everybody evicted within 21 days.
No, but I told you. Last time we spoke, I told you that you were fine. You stay there 2, 3, 4 months, whatever. Just figure it out. We'll figure it out. You stay there. You become.
I thought that too.
That be in your home.
Days.
Be in your home.
No, I thought that too. And no, be 21 days. That is part of why this is the thing. This is the thing. Like that's why I clicked. Yes, you thought before because that's the only way I didn't wait the right to stay at home. That's how up this, like, I'm having to do everything, every step I've had to make, but my head is forced in it by really up aggressive moves made on your team's behalf. And now I've got to prove myself every step of the way, and it only hurts you. I won't hurt you. I love you.
It's hurting you. It's hurting you. And it's hurting me. But the worst thing is, it's hurting.
It becomes court.
Do you want to go to court, Amber? Seriously? Do you want to go to court with this? I'm offering you right now an opportunity for us to make this finish in peace. Peaceful, man. We walk away. You go do what you gotta do. I'll go do what I gotta do. I've been through the hurt. You've been through the hurt. I love you more than anything in life. I do not want to go into a court with you. I do not want to tarnish your name. I don't want to tarnish. I don't want nothing. I want this to be done peacefully between us. And if you don't like the way that mediation is going, take me back to court, kid. Because I can't.
Oh yeah, this is
the last chance, Amber. This is it. Once they file those papers, we don't turn around, man. And I know you hate me, and I know you I'm telling you now, there's no call. It doesn't need to happen like this. Please, sake, trust me, man. I was not going to help you in this. Nobody's going to help you in this. I'm trying to help you in this. I love you. Regardless of whether we're together or not. I love you. And I have loved you. With everything in the world. Whether your love was real or not. I love you. And I want this.
That always reminds me of the dance crew. The Jabberwockies.
Of course, everything I said was not her, right? I know. What I was trying to say is this.
Oh, please. There's no swelling, nothing. That's makeup.
Continuing through court is gonna
This
end
person
up
seems
nothing
like
but bad
they're pro
for
Amber.
you and for me. It's just gonna be bad.
So I just realized that
In
right
any
now.
case, no matter whether we ruin each other or not.
That
it's
doesn't,
gonna
there's
be
no bruising.
heartbreaking.
There's no
It's
bruising there.
terrible.
That's makeup.
Let's write a mutual
Her face
letter that
her face
says,
isn't
look,
swollen.
we in lieu of
Do we need to look
what's
at
transpiring
Rihanna
out
again?
there in the world with all this crazy we've decided to take this private. We're not going to go to court right now over this. We're going to try to work something out together. And then at least, at the very least, I know you want to respond and I know you want to defend yourself. Listen to me. Defending yourself by throwing someone under the bus is not going to look good.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years.
Mm-hmm. Evidence. How? Her word?
Unbelievable.
She didn't go to the doctor not once. When she broke her nose, she went to sleep. That's what she said. I went to sleep.
I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it.
Mm-hmm. Nothing financial to gain, right?
Believe that. No one is going to believe that.
$7 million she said she gave to 2 different charities that she never paid. No financial gain though, right?
I have cooperating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamps, validated photos of either cooperation between people hearing us or cooperation of next day, when you can text message you had and him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross cooperated, and it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life fun.
Do we need to revisit the Gone Girl video yet again? Do we need to do that? Because we can do that. We can do that. We can do that, y'all. We can do that.
Say Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my 2 friends. Or there's a text message where I told Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I may have a busted lip. I may have a busted nose and
May have. She did not. She never went to the doctor, period. She took selfies with James. Oh, let me pull that up also. Let me just pull that up.
I don't know. It's a hit. It's just let you know, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case. It will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which is being used against me, by the way, every day. The only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor come and a criminal lawyer come, and they went the problem is during commute, your biggest struggle is that it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I would never want that for you. Because it's hard for me to even understand I don't call myself, like, so in my head, I start to even accept any sort of victimdom ever. And it's just.
Amber, listen, here's what I understand, and I don't want to hurt you either. I'm only going to say this. I love you. I love you. And I've always loved you. And I know that, look, you do whatever you feel you have to do. I'm telling you now, it's a mistake to go to court. But if you want to go to court, we'll go to court. I would rather take care of it a different way. I think it would be very good for you, and I think it would be very good for me. But you know what, baby,
I've been called a liar.
baby,
And I've been called a gold digger.
baby,
Everyone is.
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
It is all from your side, and you don't believe me, then why are we talking? It's so pointless to even talk like we trust or love or respect each other at all if you don't believe me what I'm saying. And you know it, and I know you respect you too much to pretend for a second that you don't know these facts. You know it.
Okay, and do you remember me 15 minutes ago saying, let me make a call, let me get on this, and I'll try and get back in touch with you. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's not jump. Let's not jump on me, okay?
I'm not trying to jump on you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna try and get through, see what the is going on, see what the has been happening, and I will get back to you. I'll call your mom. And I you know, I hope.
I don't want it to go. I don't want it to. I didn't want any of this. I don't want it to be.
It's been going on too long, Amber. We just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
Ha! That's funny.
We write a letter together. Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye. Saying that we're going to try and work this out on our own. Saying that the media has created such a hateful storm that it's sickening. That we love each other. And that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? They already know all that. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
No, it matters. It makes. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah. We got to deal with that, Amber.
Any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what?
And why did you put that out there?
There you go. There it is. Whoop, there it is.
Your team.
Mic drop.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't force you to.
I promise. Look up the timeline to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. You got every step of the way. It's been an authentic.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the team.
I did not call the cops. I think there's no statement.
IO called the cops. You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
When while it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought for the first time.
Amber, I lost a finger, man. Come on. I had a jar of mineral spirits thrown in my nose.
You can see Johnny, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. It seems how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's fair fight, but
Exactly, because you're bigger and you're stronger. So when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter me. You also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after you threw a phone at my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
oh my God.
And I never think
Yeah, really.
myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's your fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And when it came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side. Who said, look,
What do you mean? Where's the media?
Yeah.
It's all out in the media. Why is my...
TMZ is in your pocket and you don't even know it?
Come on now. She's manipulating him like.
Well, I was at the courthouse while TMZ was posting things. At the courthouse, while I'm at the courthouse, they're posting things about the cops never coming, right? So we provide proof.
She loves blaming everyone but herself. She can never take accountability for what she's done. There is absolutely zero evidence to verify what she's saying.
No, what do? They just come out with a new lie. They go, oh, well, it was just one pair of cops. And she said it was two. And I said, no, here's the proof. We just subpoenaed the building for the actual security records to prove that was wrong. Okay, then what did they do? They came out with a new lie, a different lie. Okay, well, it was this. It was this. I mean, every step of the way, I've had to take has been because that news source in Marty's pocket, in Laura, like that's what Laura's source.
Okay, listen.
Every step of the way.
All right, listen. Here's the... All right, fine. You believe what you believe. I'm gonna call these people. I'm gonna take care of this. See what is going on. I'll get back to you. Otherwise, listen. As far as I can tell right now, it sounds like you want to go to court. You want to this up real bad.
I just want to clear my name. I've been telling all the lawyers this from the beginning, and your lawyers do this.
You cannot clear up your name now.
Don't let them lie to you. Don't let them lie to you. I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
Dude, she doesn't give a shit about you. We've already like established that. Thank you. She doesn't give a shit about you.
Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this because every time that they call me a liar or they say this is not true or
Just listening to her babble right now is making me want to like listen to the cross-examination, which we may do. Because I'll stay on here as long as I need to. Because she just pisses. The more she opens her mouth, the more she just pisses me off.
I was gonna get killed. And once, on accident, I had the phone recording out on the table from one of our old sites where we're, doing the thing where we record it. And we finished, walked away, whatever. And I texted Jerry Judge on making calls. After that, which I didn't even know I had done, I had left my phone out on the table in the same room we were having the fight, and then left the room. And then Jerry's on the phone. It's him saying that he did not acknowledge any physical violence. You have no idea how bad this is going to be for every single person that has come on the record. Now, Jerry's record is now Jerry and Sean saying that. Both of which I can prove heard. Acknowledged.
There's also Travis. There's Travis coming to get me. There's Travis having to come up and pull me away from you.
Yeah, but that's you saying that to Travis. That's different from Jerry Judge saying to go on the record saying you never get any violence, and then me having a phone call conversation recorded of him saying exactly that. Not to mention multiple times where they'll have to do something. Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're going to have to do this under oath too,
I will, because it's an unfortunate part. I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
May is
Do you believe you're an abuser?
No, of course not. Of course she
Do you
doesn't.
believe you abused me physically?
Do I physically believe? I mean, do I believe I physically?
See how she changed
Yeah.
from like crying and now she's like just straight face.
Do you know I'm 115? Well, not anymore, but I was 115 pounds. I'm a 115-pound woman, and you're. It says I have the capacity to abuse.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
She never can answer a direct question ever.
Knock you off of your feet.
You started.
Off your balance.
You started these
You're
things.
going to get up on the stand, Johnny, and say she started it? Really? I have never been able to overpower you. That's the difference between me and you.
Why did you try?
And that's the difference that the whole world and the jury and the judge see is that there is a very big difference between me and you. And all of the people that have come out and lied on your behalf that I can prove as lies, whether it be a text message that can be authenticated by third-party forensic electronic forensic experts, or if it's audio, if it's photos, there's so much evidence. It blows. There is no reason. There is no reason that all this has come out. But every step of the way, I mean, here, I didn't say anything about security not doing their job or doing their job, and they came out with it. That was a proactive. You not understand that. There's a proactive step. I had to respond.
You cannot automatically. You cannot think that it's just my side. You're killing me. Your people are trying to kill me. You've turned me into a. My boy has to go to school. My boy goes to school and has kids go. So your dad's a wife beater? You don't think about that, Amber.
You don't think that's also my family and all the death threats?
She doesn't give a shit. She doesn't care.
Person in my immediate circle of friends and family is getting also matters. And you don't think
Death threats?
You people put this out. You didn't want this out. Why is security on the record and lie? Because why that's a proactive measure. So why did you're the one to try to get the plot for the work period at all? Why did she have to go into TMZ? Why, if you wanted it private, is TMZ being fed information literally by Laura Walker and Ronnie Fever every step of the way? It's really, my arrest record was never in the media. The rumors that in the strip, of course I can expect that now. I know every step of the way, every single step of the way everybody's doing.
I'd give them. That's it. I'd give them. I'll see you in court. No, I'll see you in court. I will see you in court. I never said that. I never told anyone that. You trusted me with that, and I have never told anyone that. And you know what? Amber, this is me. This is me saying, I tried. And thank you, and I will see you in court. You don't want to make nice? I'm trying. But you know what? I loved you for so many years, but you know what? You didn't exist. You don't exist. You're not there. You were a made-up thing in my head. And I can't believe you're doing this to me.
Stop.
I can't believe it.
There's no need to be cruel on top of it.
You've been nothing but cruel, and I'm going to court with you.
I'm just sitting here defending myself, and it makes you so angry.
You have not let up. You keep blaming. No, what you just said. What you just said to me. You're defending yourself against me about something I didn't do, and I'm not going to fight with you because I know this lasts forever.
I love the way she accuses and she pushes until he's had enough, and then he's like, "Get off my goddamn phone."
Excuse me, I'll be right back. But can you give me 1 minute, please? May I have 1 minute, please? I'll be right back.
Oh my God. I can't with this bitch. I can't. She wants to bury herself, and then she wants to cry wolf. She wants to bury herself, then she wants to cry wolf. It's unbelievable. She creates the commotion. She creates the, is that everything? Or does he come back? Is that the end of it? That's the end of it. That's the end of it, I think. There's a 2-hour audio. There's a 2-hour. Oops. There's a 2-hour audio. This one right here. And I don't know what this is. I have to see. Oh, 2 hours? This one's the phone call. What? Unedited, uncut, uninterrupted.
The idea of more physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because had we continued,
I don't know. I think we'll visit that on another day. Let me see. Let me put the camera back on me. Hold on 1 second. Every time I try to move my mouse, it's not working. Oh my, it's not working. Hold on. That one's 2 hours and 5 minutes. Hold on. Let me just put this on me till I find out what I want to find. Yeah, she's full of shit. I can't with her. You know what? Let's visit a little bit of the cross-examination. Let's visit a little bit of that since we're only 2 hours into this. And then we will talk more about Amber's bullshit. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get someone on Twitter to send me that document where the makeup artist said one thing and then changed her story. I also have here, actually, you know what? I wanted to show you something else. I wanted to show you something else. Hold on 1 second. Let me find this. Because we're going to read this. Someone posted that she's changed her story completely since the UK. And I didn't follow the UK case. So I need to see. I'm trying to see what's trending. Amber Heard is a liar is 4,000, and I don't know. It's really unpredictable. You know what's trending right now. I'm trying to see. The original story because I want to read that. I didn't. You know what? Actually, while I find it, let's revisit. Let's revisit something.
I may have missed something. Try that again with a bit more detail.
That's Alexa. That's Alexa. Thanks, Alexa.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
I didn't even ask her anything. Wait. Hold on. Where is his channel at? He was here. Hold on. Here he is, right here. All right. I love the way they disabled the comments. Whenever they do something that's pro Amber, they disable the comments. Of course they did. Killing me. One second. I'm trying to look for this. There's so much. Hi, language of horses. I'm still here. I have to. Oh, she commented. I didn't even see. Okay. So I don't know who's here, who's been clicking on what, but we are going to do one thing because it's like every time I hear this, I just want to pull up everything and stay on here for like 8 hours. But like, we have to listen to this because it's just because it's unbelievable. Hold on. That's the Australian thing. We already know she's guilty of cutting off his finger. That's not anything new. We already know. She already admitted. She's fallen apart saying, "What did I do? What did I do?" We already heard that. But the reason why she did all this is because she was going to get evicted and she wanted all her friends to be able to stay, which he already said. And you know what I missed when he said, "You just said I said that. That's enough. I've had it. Get off my phone." That's something I missed. I missed that part. So I don't know what he said that she accused him or whatever. But here's another thing. Actually, while I'm looking up Brian's channel, I know I'm going all over the place because I'm trying to figure out something. So what I really want to do is I really want to just tell you about the thing is I don't know her original story. That's the problem. I don't know her original story. I know that, God, it's hot in here. I have a sweatshirt on and I knew it was going to get hot because whenever I turn the lights on, it gets really hot. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, you guys. What's this? This is the absolutely heartbreaking. Jennifer does not deserve any of this pain. Hold on 1 second. Her original story. Well, here's Josh's testimony too. Oh, it's only 46 seconds. Let's see. Give me 1 second while I find this, you guys. What I'm trying to find, if you're wondering, I'm not trying to go all over the place. This really upsets me. Whenever I hear the audios, you guys, I just want to show you everything. And it just like kind of just comes in a wave like, oh my God, I just want to show them everything. Because it's like, if you haven't seen and you haven't investigated this whole entire case, there's so much shit in this case that it's like, it's hard to keep things on track because this girl pulled so much bullshit. So it's like, oh my God, I just want to show them and, this and that. But someone posted something about the original, like, because I didn't know, I haven't been following this since 2016. So it's been kind of difficult to understand like her original story and stuff. But I know, one of the people I follow on Twitter said she changed her whole story from the UK. Like she changed it, and you have to keep in mind the UK situation was the judge did not allow Johnny to submit anything to defend himself. That's why he lost. So that's why the cross-examination was so important in this thing, so that Johnny could, get all his witnesses and come forth, because he was not guilty of what she was saying he was guilty of. So it's like, and you can decide what you want, in keeping a level head and being fair. There's nothing wrong with that. But you just have to know the story of, she was quoting movies and everything from the time she was up there on the stand. It was like everybody was waiting for her to take the stand, and then everybody was waiting for the cross because she was such a fucking liar. And it was just like, but the thing I wanted to show you the most was I wanted to show you, I'm there. I'm almost there. 1 second. It was just days ago. I've been, streaming the trial. So I did this poll. Let's vote on the next trending hashtag. Amber Heard is a joke. Camille Vasquez is a boss. 60%, 40% said Amber Heard is a joke. But anyways, I wanted to show you, someone just posted this, her original story. And I wanted to read that because I don't know it. I don't know her. I mean, obviously she's lying back and forth, and she can't keep up with her own lies. And that was even happening on the stand. And I think the original, the behavioral panel, I think it's called the behavioral panel. They did a review on her second day of testimony or something. And they were saying she was deceptive the whole time. So that's why I don't believe a word this woman says. In my opinion, I don't believe her. I just don't. I don't believe her at all. So, but it's right here. I think it's right. Someone said she changed her original story, and that's what I wanted to share with you guys. That someone said she changed her original story. I'll show you what I'm looking at right now in just a second. I'm just trying to pull it up so I can get to where I want to be. God, there was so much going on every day of the trial. It's like, it's hard to go back unless you save the documents yourself. So just as a reminder, you guys, let me just play this one more time, because I've been playing this every single time I've live streamed, just so that you guys can keep it in your minds and it's fresh. So I'm going to play it one more time. Okay. I'm just going to play it. And I think you can hear it. So let's do this again. One more time.
Psychopaths, narcissists, borderlines, and histrionics all play this game. The appearance of being a victim, the appearance of being frail and fragile, how would you recognize this? Okay, here's a way of recognizing it. Remember at all times that what you are dealing with is a performance to elicit a response from you. Take one person, take what I just said, put them together. Think of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 examples where they behaved in a certain way that elicited a response from you that caused you to serve them.
Listen to this one more
that
time
caused
because you guys
to
got to
give
remember.
your stuff, your time, your attention, your money, your things, your emotion, your sex to them in a way that you wouldn't have done if they hadn't asked you. They implied it. They made faces. They sighed, or they did weird stuff with their meta communication, their body language to get you to do what they wanted you to do, which is to serve them in some way.
Okay. We're going to do that. We're going to play that one more time.
Psychopaths, narcissists, borderlines, and histrionics all play this game. The appearance of being a victim, the appearance of being frail and fragile. How would you recognize this? Okay, here's a way of recognizing it. Remember at all times that what you are dealing with is a performance to elicit a response from you. Take one person, take what I just said, put them together. Think of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 examples where they behaved in a certain way that elicited a response from you that caused you to serve them, that caused you to give your stuff, your time, your attention, your money, your things, your emotion, your sex to them in a way that you wouldn't have done if they hadn't asked you. They implied it.
That's why
They
I
made
keep
faces.
playing
They
this.
sighed,
That's exactly why I keep playing
They
this.
did weird stuff with their meta
She
communication,
was
their
on
body
that
language
stand.
to get you to do what they wanted you to do, which is to serve them in some way.
Okay, sorry, but I have to keep playing that because it is so very important to understand what she is doing. She is manipulating the jury. She's manipulating the people. She has zero evidence. That's why. Like, see, this is the behavioral panel, and they did her her testimony, and she was deceptive the whole time. So there are, like I said, I feel like there in every story there is some truth. There is some truth, but it's if she had evidence, physical evidence, not these pictures of these, you don't say someone hit me in the face in my cheekbones with a fucking, 5 rings on his fist and show me a picture of your arm. Or you don't say someone broke my nose. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ah, that's sweet. I've gained like 30 pounds. I had to do something to make myself feel better. I think it's the way I put my makeup on today. I did a little bit of black underneath my eyes, and I don't normally do that. That's why. And I'm wearing black, I guess. I'm wearing my Pulp Fiction. It seemed to suit today. But anyways, she's been playing everybody from the beginning. Like I said, that's why I think it's so important to watch The Cross, and that's why when I do my live streams, I'm like, should I just go on for 2 hours? Should I go on for 5? I mean, it's just because there's so much, and we're in the last week of the trial. We're in the last week. Closing arguments are Friday, y'all. If you have not caught up with this trial, you will be lost because there is so much going on. And yes, people want to defend her, but how? How can you defend someone that has zero evidence? Like zero. Like if you say, like that's why the pictures of Rihanna were starting to float around, because if you see Rihanna when she went through that thing with Chris Brown, she was black and blue, purple everywhere. This girl comes on thing and it looks like literally she patted on some blush or something, honestly. Just like you don't say in court that he's busted my cheekbone, like I said a minute ago, with all his fat, chunky rings, and then turn around and show a picture of your arm. You don't do that. It's absurd. It's absurd to do that. So that's why I just keep playing this one clip from Richard Grannon, because it's like, come on now, people. You have to understand what she's doing and how she operates, first of all, before you can even remotely think this lady's serious. On top of the fact that I wanted to show you this guy right here, Newsweek. I don't know how reliable Newsweek is, honestly, but this guy right here, he says, TikTok doctor on Amber Heard lawyer claims arnica does not cover bruises, and he's a dermatologist. So that was another thing that I retweeted on Twitter. Like I said, if you don't have a Twitter, you need to have one. You need to have one because it's important. A lot of stuff goes on Twitter that you really should be seeing. She isn't being investigated now. Also, everybody needs to know. So those people that are saying I stand by Amber, she is also being investigated now for perjury in the UK. She's also being investigated for the dog situation in Australia. So basically, she buried herself. That's why he did not want to go public with this. He did not want to do it. But she absolutely thought that this, in the height of the Me Too movement, she thought this would complement her in some way. And I don't know how she would see that, but she had no evidence. She just had nothing. She had no evidence. She's an exaggerative person anyway. So what she thinks is evidence is not evidence. It's not. If you want, people, the public want to see because now she's claiming that she was literally beaten physically every single day from the time she knew him. What? You know what I'm saying? Like she would have like her bones just from being distorted the way she claims they were would not even look like they wouldn't have any. Oh, here's this too. I wanted to show you guys. So when she talked about her busted lip, she has a very, very bad habit of, and it's nerves, it's anxiety. If you have anxiety yourself and you have like sort of a little twitch or a little quirk that happens to you all the time, this is why the lip thing went out the window, because she's known. She was even doing it physically in court, biting on that one side. And if you look at the picture that she said she had a bloody lip, it's on that side. That this cut, this open gash, whatever it is that she's talking about, this happens all the time, all day in court, every day. The camera catches her doing some fucking weird shit every day. So, let's see. I've seen someone says that TMZ has seen the metadata for this picture. Now, we all know that the metadata was altered for the pictures. We know that. But there was, okay, so here it is. So this is what I was looking for, and I apologize for taking your time. But this says she wrote a 40-page novel detailing her entire lives together for the UK Sun case, and now Amber Heard has completely changed her story. The first time he hit me was a year earlier. Perjury here. So this, if you guys have not seen this, if you are not following Christina Pickles, that's who I've been referencing a lot, just because I recently found her on YouTube. I really like it. She's a small creator like myself. She's got obviously a lot more. She's got like, I think 3,000 followers or something, but her videos are a lot about the case. She started it. She is an actress in Hollywood. She's an actress. So, but she has been following the case also and knows a lot of details about it. And so with her finding this was the actual, this was written, I'm going to blow it up for you right now. This was written in December 2015, December 15, 2019. And this was the original story that she said she was hit and, all that stuff, that she was abused and this and that. So it's just, it's a constant. It's just something she keeps adding things onto her story, thinking that no one will notice. And the internet, think about like, the thing I like to talk about is to think about the Gabby Petito case, right? So many people on the internet now are investigative reporters, if you will, that you can't really get away with much, because somebody is always out there behind the scenes investigating, looking for shit, just constantly rampaging and stuff, and just ravage, what's that called? Just constantly dissecting and trying to pull paperwork and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, this is a document that she was talking about where she changed her story. So, this was when she was on the stand and she was telling the story about when he first hit her. So, I will retweet this. If you don't have a Twitter, like I said, please make one. Follow me. It's the same as the channel, the Cannon Girl Theories. I think if you're looking to follow me, I think you can do the Cannon Girl Theories. And then I think because the Cannon Girl Theories would not fit on my handle on the @ sign, I put the Cannon Girl because it wouldn't fit all those characters. Twitter's really weird that way. They have very minimal characters. Anyway, this is her story from the UK. Like I said, I encourage you to read it. I have not read it. So basically what she was doing was she was changing the story. It's like, first she said the episode started in 2013, and then she backed up, I think, and said or maybe she said in 2012, but here it's 2011. So she just keeps changing her story. There's never anything that you can count on that is actually organic, because she keeps adding shit and just making up lies. And so that's the reason why all this question came about, as well as, you cannot accuse someone of such heinous things. And I mean, especially when you're talking about the bottle situation, you cannot, accuse someone of something of that nature and not have any medical records at all. No, like nothing. So since we're on that note, we're gonna visit. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna visit. We'll keep Incredibly Average's channel up here. The reason why we also reflect back to his channel. It is advised actually to reference his channel. These videos started in 3 years ago. Like I said, they did mention that umbrella guy, Brian McPherson, who is Incredibly Average, and the real Laura B. If you want details of the case where it goes back to that far from the time that from the time of the UK case and also their divorce. Brian has been making videos about this in detail with audios and him breaking down the story. And that is the reason why we started with his channel, because he was the one that had the most intimate details about putting this story together, putting together a visual of how all this started. And as you can see on the bottom of each video, if you can't, I think you can see that, it says 3 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 weeks ago. So all of this started coming out, as details in the U.S. case started happening. So, but right now we're going to visit the internet real quick, and we're going to look at Camille's cross-examination. If you guys haven't seen it, because it is phenomenal. One thing, it's not that. I mean, it is kind of long, but we'll see I wish I could break it up into clips for y'all, but it's kind of hard to do that. So I understand if you can't stay, or I just encourage you guys when I come online just to listen to me in your ears. You don't necessarily have to see everything. It's just, of course, I'm here online to grow my channel and to kind of demonstrate, a lot of the things that I'm picking up on when it comes to this case, because there's just so much. I mean, if it was easy and it wasn't as detailed, it'd be really easy just to kind of refer to something. But there's a lot of digging when you want to put together this story and share the details of it. But I mean, every week it's just so much. Every week it's like, I don't understand how he lived this life for 6 years or 8 years or whatever the hell it is, because I know they were only technically married for 15 months. So I think that's interesting. I think it's hilarious how I have one person watching. I think that's hilarious. Anyway, we're going to also break this down here. We're going to keep this one up. We won't play it, but I will also refer to this a little bit. And this was talking about what the jury was thinking yesterday. And the only reason why I'm bringing this video up also to share with you guys is because they show a blueprint of the actual jury box. So that's why I thought this was good. But also, let's see if we can do Camille's. Let's see. Camille's interrogation. Actually, I don't know. I think let's do one of these instead of watching Camille's direct examination. Let's do the behavioral panels. This was 2 days ago, because I didn't see the whole thing anyway. So let's go ahead and play this one. I'm not subscribed to his channel. I feel bad. I need to be supporting him. He's in the courthouse, like he needs to be. All right, so let's go ahead and take a peek at this just a little bit. We'll look at a little bit of this in terms of if she's lying and how she's expressing herself when she was telling him on the phone. So this will make a little bit of sense if you watch.
We're going to talk about Amber Heard. This is part 4. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, guys, this is as close as we're going to get to live on anything. This is the first 2 hours of Cross, and this is DEPP's attorneys taking.
And they're breaking it up, of course. So.
And if I have to tell you what this story is, you've probably been in a coma.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Mr. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record,
I love Camille.
21, 22,
she aces, man.
40.
She aces. She's a boss.
And see what the jury judge thinks. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp. Man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and it's a fair fight. It seems how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes.
She's so full of shit.
Preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he's a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me, and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So I'm going to be a little long-winded on this one because there's so much here. And then I promise I'll try to keep it.
This is a great video.
First of all, her head is like some kind of a switch. When she looks at the jury, this should tell you how involuntary a request for approval is. Doesn't mean you're lying, but when you raise your brow and you're trying to get approval, it simply means you want approval, whether you're lying or whether you're just trying to get somebody to agree with you. Every time she turns her head, it's like she's got a little switch right here. And when her jaw passes a certain break point, her forehead goes up as she looks at the jury. Doesn't happen as much when she's looking at the attorney. Kind of interesting. Then when she gets to this place where
reptilian brain.
Oh, good.
In the background, so you don't get triggered.
I'll make sure and subscribe. I'm sorry, I haven't took a break, and then now I've been doing this, and I haven't had a chance to do much. Trying to stay up on this stuff.
And get emotional Just
Let me do
write
that
down
right
what
now,
people
actually.
are saying, sketch out what people are saying. Now, in the recording that we hear, I think it's interesting.
I grabbed a snack,
that
sorry.
Heard says, "I, Johnny Depp, a man."
So when truthful people are on the stand, they
Okay, I
will show the
subbed.
same emotion, whether being examined.
You're gorgeous,
and
by the way.
during
Wow.
cross-examination, you'll still see the emotion there. And right at the moment where
Sorry, y'all. It's
we're
getting a little
hearing,
bit
you
late
think
here and I'm
he
hungry.
would tell the world
Sorry.
he was a victim. There's a huge inhale followed by a
Chase is my
postural retreat.
favorite.
Greg talked about the eye flutter. These are stress
Everybody on
behaviors.
Twitter
This
was
is what we're
waiting for
looking
this
at.
video.
And there's a missing perpetrator here. She's not talking about the severity of what happened to her or how bad this other
She never
person
refers.
is.
Yeah.
And this
Weird.
is
And when she
more
cries, she
predictive
never
of
has
a
tears.
story
Ever.
because it's focused on the
It's
suffering
weird.
of the victim. And her shame about doing that, if this is deceptive, the shame of doing that softens the manufactured malice of the aggressor. So I'm ashamed of this. I'm just going to focus on my suffering and not make that person out to be the worst human being ever. The large exhale is probably due to this question being a little bad. This last question here. There's no anger. There's no confusion present here. Only the story. Just the story. And what you're seeing
How
here
long is this
not
video? I'm
testimony
trying to
of a
see.
victim. In my opinion,
Oh, it's an
seeing
hour
a
and 36
delivery of a
minutes.
narrative,
Whoa.
this constant looking.
Can we watch it on
to
2x
answer
speed?
All of these questions is very strange, and you don't typically see that unless the person's more focused on a narrative than they are with their own suffering.
How about 1.25?
So with her tendency to insert all this data that we just talked about, this is the
It's
part
kinda
where
funny.
we can see it right at the end. This is the part where the real, truthful data would come in. And one of the diagnoses, I'm sorry for going long. I promise this is the only one I'm going to
She's
do this on.
histrionic.
One
That's
of the
why I
diagnoses
wanted
that
to
she
share it.
potentially received is revolving around histrionic personality disorder. And to help you unpack this as we go along, we're going to unpack 8 or 9 videos here. There's 8 diagnostic criteria for histrionic personality disorder. In each one of these clips, I'll give you one.
Wait.
So verbatim from the diagnostic manual, has a style of speech that is
Really?
excessively
I don't know,
impressionistic
Candy, but
and
that's
lacking in
interesting.
detail. Strong opinions are expressed with dramatic flair.
Thanks for being
but
here.
Underlying reasons are usually
I'm excited
vague
you're here.
and diffuse without
I don't
supporting
know.
facts and
I
details.
honestly don't
Straight
know.
out of the diagnostic manual.
Wait,
And
I'll
we'll get on
pause
those
this
one
for a
next time.
second.
Scott,
Hold
please.
on.
All right. When it starts out, she looks right down.
Hold
the
on.
camera.
I'm
Now,
gonna
I've never
pause
seen
this just
Tiny
for a
move
second,
this
you guys.
hard before in court. I mean, her eyes were.
The reason why this is so important is because these guys are supposed to be, they have a channel. If you guys aren't familiar with the behavioral panel, they are like the top behavioral assessment analysts in the world. And I think it's in the world. I think so. I believe. So I'm almost positive because I think if you go on Twitter and you look at the behavioral panel, it tells you all the information about their channel. But the reason why I want to play it here while we're here hanging out, is because if anybody can tell that this bitch is lying, it's going to be these guys, no matter what. And like they said, every story has a bit of truth to it. So I'm not saying that the things that Amber Heard has said that have happened to her, maybe, but it's just, there's no evidence. There's no evidence at all. And so Candy, when you talk about syrup, I also thought, I don't know if you agree, because Chase is going to go on through this video about BPD and histrionic. And we know, we already know. I did the interview with Sam Vaknin in another stream last week. I've talked about Richard Grannon, and I'm going to play a video about Richard Grannon in the future that talks about why people in narcissistic abuse relationships can't really tell anybody, and why it's so easy for people on the outside of that bubble to tell them to leave. So that's one reason why I want to bring Richard Grannon's material in here. You can look him up on Instagram. He just goes by Richard Grannon, Grannon. He's on YouTube. He's on Facebook. He's on he's on IG. He's everywhere. He's on TikTok, everywhere. But by you saying where an AH is the lead star and the man she toys with seems to be purpose. Oh, wow. I just think that's why I believe the Gone Girl video is so important, because I do believe that she premeditated, she planned this whole thing. I honestly believe that. I hope you guys do too, because I think it's real. I think it's true. She could be studying and taking in information as she works. Who knows about that? But again, circling back to what I was originally going to say is, so there's been a few movies that have been brought up. Also, people have been saying that she was quoting movies, which was kind of interesting as well. And that's all going around on Twitter. But The Burning Bed has been brought up as one movie. I know a lot of people have been talking about the Phil Hartman situation, even though it didn't go as detrimental as Phil Hartman. But he was another well-respected, really kind, nice person. And his wife was an aspiring actress when they met. And she just ended up, becoming the wife somewhere, and ended up just festering in this hatred, and, did away with him while he was asleep. So I do believe that if Johnny Depp would have stayed in this thing, I think it wouldn't have ended well. I think that Johnny Depp has been completely transparent about his dependencies. I think he's been completely transparent about his substance abuse. I think that's why he agreed that if you guys have been keeping up with court, or you didn't see day 19, you need to see day 19. That was just this last Thursday. And where his actual therapist, the Amber Heard side called his actual therapist up. And he waived his, he HIPAA waived his rights on that one, so that he wouldn't. The reason why he did that, we learned, was that if he didn't, and actually I learned this from LawTube. I learned it from Emily D. Baker. She was talking about it because a lot of people asked, wow, that was painful to see, his original psychologist, why would he agree to do that? Well, basically Emily D., who is part of LawTube, said that the reason why he did that is because if he wouldn't have waived his rights on that particular doctor, that they would have appointed a doctor that would have had to evaluate him, and he didn't feel comfortable with that. So he wanted to be able to just, have his own personal doctor be called. He already knew it was going to be, painful. He knew his, psychological history would be revealed, which is hard, man. I mean, all of this is so hard. And she took it to this place. That's the thing, that's why I don't understand anybody that says I stand by Amber Heard. I don't even get it. There's no sound. Oh. Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. I hit the mute on the screen share. Can you hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me now. Can y'all hear me okay? Let me see. Let me test myself on my live stream. My apologies, you guys. Sometimes my hand I've got my hand on the mouse sometimes, and it'll hit. Okay, thank you, Candy. Could you hear me that whole time also? I hope you can, because I was talking about I apologize. Anyway, so about the Phil Hartman thing, and then the Gone Girl thing, I lost my thought when she said there was no sound. But anyways, I just think catching up with LawTube, like I said, and understanding why Johnny Depp agreed to waive his rights on his psychologist notes and stuff. I mean, that was really painful to see. Imagine you going to a therapist and then ending up in court and having to like air your thoughts and all of your anxieties and your insecurities and all these things that you discuss in therapy just completely be at, okay, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Candy. Yeah, thank you. I didn't think so, because sometimes I'll mute the actual screen share part of it, which is the computer that's talking, and then I have my mic as a different sound. So thank you for letting me know. I'm a new streamer, Candy, so I hope you subscribe and stick around. But anyway, the thing is I just feel like I think it was safer for him to do that. And as Emily D. Baker said, they would have appointed him someone that would have just, I mean, who knows when it comes to, to a random psych evaluation, when he's got this rapport with this past, therapist. And as you could see, the therapist seemed to be very uncomfortable. I mean, obviously he was being truthful, but there was just this, there's this thing about these psychologists having, working so long in the field, you know what I mean? Of just like feeling, you could just tell, you can tell the therapists that really care about their patients, and you can tell the therapists that really support the well-being, of this experience. And I think it just seemed like Dr. Hughes didn't give a shit. She didn't care. And I feel like Dr. Curry, that's why I did the comparison in a previous live stream when I decided to start commenting on this, and I decided to transition this channel, and I decided to, because I mean, I cared for someone with Alzheimer's, and a lot of times I would go through the challenges of the mental health industry, as well as neurological, if I'm saying that correctly, anyway, because you deal with a lot of social workers, and Alzheimer's itself and dementia is a neurology kind of illness, and a lot of the ways that they treat that is with antipsychotics. And the thing about antipsychotics is they change the chemistry of the brain, and a lot of times, unfortunately, especially in that kind of area, they treat those patients, even though they're elderly, with mood stabilizers to try to maintain just being able to care for them. And so that's why I just feel like when you hear a psychologist that is very protective over their patient but trying to be honest and things like that, I just feel like, I don't think that he was there because he wanted to be there. At least I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember when he was introduced, if he was there by subpoena, because a lot of times when they introduced those witnesses, from Thursday, they would announce who was there by subpoena and who was there voluntarily. So it was very interesting, right, to see, especially the people that knew Johnny, like how they got there. But you could tell he was uncomfortable anyway, bottom line, and I don't think that's why watching this video that we're watching from the behavioral panel is so important, because, if you learn about narcissists and psychopaths, and if you learn about people that have histrionic and BPD, which Dr. Curry put it all out there before we even saw all this play out, I don't see that. Honestly, I don't know how you guys feel, but I don't see a lot of PTSD in her. In Amber, I don't see it. Oh, I believe it too, Candy. I think also. And is Camille not an ace? You're very, very welcome. Language of Horses. Let me know your first name, because I don't want to just call you Language of Horses. Let me know your name. But yeah, I think JD's team has been great. The only thing is I'm not too much. I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm not too much on the guy that does the cross, the older guy. He's like the guy that owns the firm. Not Ben Chu, because he's great. But the other guy that does the cross-examination, he did a cross-examination also on Thursday, if you guys didn't see that. But, he's just a little slow for me. He's a little old school, in terms of, that's why I think Camille was such a boss, because she's a younger attorney. She's very like, her energy is just what I loved about her. And I said it too, even before anybody was talking about it, like at least I saw anybody talking about it, and it may be my age also, but I noticed that she was very assertive, not aggressive. She just knew how to control Amber. And I just thought that was amazing. I thought that the way that she handled the cross was excellent, and it was effective because she knew exactly how to keep her reeled in. and I think they chose someone like that anyway, because they knew that that would test Amber Heard anyway. Right. But, at the same time, it's like, I don't know. She's just so full of shit. I mean, Amber Heard is just so full of shit anyway. And we knew Camille was going to ace that anyway. But, yeah, I think JD's team has been stellar, especially by being upfront at all the topics that could make them look bad. Yeah, I'm so glad. Jay Howell is being called to testify. I keep hearing this name. Who is that? Jennifer Howell, right? Is that the documents that keep coming up on Twitter? Dr. Curry's diagnostic method. Yeah, no, I agree. I used to be on Provigol until I experienced an episode of psychosis one Friday night. Among experiencing aggressive behavior, I immediately called my doctor that next Monday to get it off. Yeah, no, I think that's a thing. I think also with the way that psychiatrists, guinea pig. You know what I mean? I kind of said something about that also when I did my first live stream, because there was a time when I had my own, personal physical and mental challenges of something that happened to me back in 2008. And I was required by my job to go and have a psychology assessment, which I was used to, but I had never really seen a psychiatrist. I think in my whole life, even experiencing severe postpartum after my second son in my 20s, I never really had a psychiatrist. I always had a psychologist. And I always thought that was kind of strange, because I thought, the way that I always believed was when you had some kind of mental illness that you had to take some kind of medication. And medication was never, I was really fortunate in that aspect. I feel like medication was never really pushed on me. I think it was just because I was very, very attentive and very in tune with my body and what was happening. And I knew how to articulate how I was feeling. So I felt like I never really was in uncontrollable, I didn't really have a lot of what they had suggested, that maybe I might have. So yes, after the UK trial, Howell filed a declaration disputing Whitney's testimony. Oh, it states that Whitney disclosed the whole plan to fabricate what happened. I agree. And what's funny is, I know you're saying that, and I was going through Twitter, and I think that's up. I think those documents are circulating and floating on Twitter. Just want to say that. So we will revisit that after we see this video. But I just thought I wanted to share just a little bit of this video, because I felt like it was very important to understand some of the body language and some of the ways the mouth moves and the eyes move. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like some of these antipsychotics, I just feel like it's dangerous. I feel like going to like I was saying, to get back to my point, I had one appointment with a psychiatrist the very first time, 15 minutes. And she diagnosed me something. And I said, how do you know? I mean, and I was only 30 years old at the time. And I was like, how do you know I have that? You've only talked to me 15 minutes. And you know what she said to me? Her direct answer was, I have to establish something and diagnose you with something in order to give you medication. So I was like, okay, wait, let me get this straight. You have to diagnose me with something that's going to follow me wherever I go, and is going to be incredibly hard to reverse unless I get another therapist to challenge you. And now that has to follow me everywhere I go, because you've had one 15-minute session with me and you're saying that I need this particular medication. And the medication was called Geodon. I took it once, and it actually had a horrible effect on my sister just recently. And this was years ago. This was like 2009, 2010, when I was going through all these problems with my health. And I took one pill, and I was like, I was completely incoherent. I didn't even know. It made me feel weird. It made me feel out of my mind, like out of my body, kind of like where time and motion was going by, but I wasn't really there. It was weird. And so that's the reason why I was so protective over my father when his Alzheimer's and his dementia really kicked into the stage where he was kind of hard to control. And I was against it. I was like, no, you guys are not giving my dad, on top of the fact that most of those mood stabilizers, which are called SSRIs, have a black box. They have a black box message on them that you could have a heart attack. You could go into cardiac arrest. So I was like, you're not giving that to my dad. Like, you're not. He already takes medications for his ailments, for his mental, his medical situation. And now just because you don't want him to, be a pain in your ass when you're getting paid, like, I ended up having to surrender his care, and he ended up in one of the homes, but like they were getting paid like $10,000 a day. You know what I mean? To have him there. were private, and they had a couple of beds, for state coverage. And I was just like, you guys get paid either way. So all you're doing is like, you're amping these people up with these antipsychotics because you guys don't want to deal with them. I mean, it's bad enough that you already mistreat these people. You know what I mean? They work their whole lives, and their children end up, what do you call it? What's that called? Their children end up, kind of guiding their life once they get sick, and then they put them in these homes, and they just end up like medicating them. It's crazy. It's nuts. Anyway, my ex-military intelligence, and I'm so happy. Oh, really? Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm so happy. Me too. And I'm glad, honestly. I feel like this whole LawTube thing going on, this tsunami of LawTube channels coming up everywhere. I think this is going to be really good for the future. I feel like giving us, the ins and outs of how court in general works, and how the process of court works, and juries, and both sides of the plaintiff and the defense. You know what I mean? I feel like it's really giving us a clear understanding of how the court works, and defamation is actually a really good example, I feel like, for them to start covering anyway, because they say it's absolutely almost impossible, right, to win. So I feel like we're getting a bonus. You know what I mean? We're getting not only points for seeing all these LawTube channels, perk up, but also just getting a bonus that, they're giving us all this information that I feel like is useful for us in the future. So anyway, so let's go ahead and continue, because you guys know I'm a gift of gab. So let me go ahead, and I love Chase, you guys. Let me know if you guys watch the behavioral panel. It looks like both of you do. Who is your favorite? Do you like Greg? Do you like Scott? Do you like Mark? Do you like Chase? Chase is my favorite. That's who I vote for. I just like him so much. I feel like the way he articulates the way his analysis is, I really like him. Second would be Greg. Third would be Scott. And fourth would be Mark for me. So let's go ahead and continue. And they're just kind of talking about her behavior, the way she answers.
Big, and she's just bang, looks right down the barrel of the camera with her mouth open. And we see those eye flutters, or the eyelash flutters, or the eyelid flutters. And that's, I think, deals with personal pain, because that caught her off guard when she said, he said you'd never see his eyes again. So I never heard anything that cool before, and I don't think she has either. I mean, who's heard that? I mean, Greg said it's probably from a movie or something. But yeah, but that's pretty hardcore when somebody says something like that and you're not ready for it. So when she brings that up, I think it's a little bit embarrassing for her, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit painful for her. And when she says, as far as I know, he cannot look at me, she looks at him twice. I mean, she looks at him 2 times.
Yeah, isn't that weird, the way she stares him down all the time? Isn't that weird?
And it's got her upset now, and they're going back and forth. And it's sort of a contest to see who can be the snarkiest and the smartest as it goes along. We're seeing all those expressions that let us know she's
Camille's an ace.
Trying to look like she's sad and trying to look like she's hopeless. All those things, and those are just attempts at those expressions. She's trying that really hard. So after the recording, when the attorney says, "And the man you beat up, right, Miss Heard?" that her chin goes up, her head goes back, and that chin comes forward, and then she does that thing where she turns her head to the side and then blows out air. I've never seen somebody who wasn't lying when that chin went over there to the right or to the left, where it is, when it goes toward the shoulder. Usually it's that one shoulder shrug and the chin goes toward it. There are no absolutes, but every time I see that, I think that person,
I'm sorry to hear that,
I go right
Candy.
to that, and I've been right every time when I've seen the head go to the side.
I believe it. Yes, I agree.
The chin almost touches the
She's
shoulder.
a narcissist.
I don't know why that is. Greg and I were talking about somebody else one day. You got home and said, "What do you think about this guy?" I said, "I think this guy's being dishonest," and that was the cue that we talked about there for a second, Greg. And just before she says, "I know that he's suing me," we see her mouth wide open with a chin jumped. And that indicates she's trying to control what's coming, control the situation or control herself. And it happened it was so odd, but it happened so naturally. I think her
Candy, if you enjoyed the content, please give me a like. I'd really appreciate it,
blow up, but I think she's controlling it. But
Helps my channel grow. I'm a new live streamer.
Her chin comes down and out, and her mouth opens wide.
Don't forget to subscribe, because I'd love to give you to talk to you.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
Whatever.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Oh, thank you, Candy. Thank you so much. I'll be here streaming the trial.
See what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. It sees how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes.
Right.
I thought it was
We just heard the
preposterous.
San Francisco call, bitch. You did not
And the man
sound
you
like
beat
that
up
at all.
numerous times.
Stop.
Right, Ms. Hurd?
I could never hurt
Just
Johnny.
literally heard the San Francisco call.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me.
Did you catch that eye roll? Y'all,
and
did you
has
catch that?
sued
She's
other
annoying.
people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mm-hmm. That's
Mr.
why
Depp
you're
is your
trying to
victim,
do the same thing
isn't
to
he?
Elon Musk, right?
No, ma'am.
She's doing the same damn shit to
He
Elon.
said he hit you and he was wearing rings.
And I love the way her pattern
you with
is like,
rings on every finger.
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
she went from Johnny Depp
Ms. Hurd, you testified to an
Elon Musk.
incident in
That
March of
should tell you
2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The testimony that you gave
I love
day 15
Camille.
of this trial.
Love her.
March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
There were I'm sorry, just
Do
so
I
I
need to
understand
say it
better. There were
again?
several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March of
always
2013.
right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Let's see several times in the face. Let's
You
see your
testified
evidence.
this is the picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek.
Okay, let's just stop for a second. He hit me several times in the face with all these chunky ass rings on both hands. And I'm going to take a picture of my arm. So let me say that again. So he hit me several times in the face with all these rings. And I'm going to take a picture of my arm. Okay. I just wanted y'all to. Nice to meet you, Odessa. Beautiful name.
Medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several
I love
times.
the way she.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
I love the way she cut off
Despite
her
hitting
eyes.
you several
too.
times,
See
that you
that?
lost
Cut
count
off her eyes.
with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
So let
Where'd
me.
we
Okay. So let's get this straight. Hold on.
click.
Hold on, just a minute. So he hit her several times in the face with his big ass, chunky ass Super Bowl, whatever the fuck rings, right? And she called her therapist. Wait a minute. Let me say that again. He hit her so many times in the face, she couldn't catch her breath or whatever the fuck. She takes a picture of her arm, by the way. And then she calls her therapist. She doesn't escape. She doesn't call 911. She doesn't call an ambulance or whatever the fuck. She doesn't call her friends to take her to the ER or whatever. She doesn't do anything. She calls her therapist. Okay, I rest.
Clicks, which are the things that go like this before
I didn't
somebody
hear the clicking.
talks,
I didn't hear
and we're
that.
going to hear a lot of those from Amber Heard, and we hear a lot during this. Now, what does that mean? In my view, when I hear those, I'm always looking out that there may be some stress around what's about to come. Does it mean somebody's being deceptive? No, not at all. But with other clusters of information that we're going to get, it starts to become a larger probability, and that's what we're dealing with here, is the probability that somebody is being deceptive, not the actual fact that it's happening. Another one that I would put in that cluster, she does not state that he hit her with rings on. That's never stated. What she says is, I've almost never known him not to wear rings. Well, look, I'm not saying she hasn't been hit, and I'm not saying she has been hit. But if you had been hit,
don't even believe her.
Probability would be on saying he hit me with rings on. That's where my mind would go. That's where I'd expect other people's minds to go. Now, we all know with violence going on, all kinds of things can happen in somebody's psychology.
Exactly.
But all of that said, we've got almost never and a double negative. There's nothing wrong with a double negative, but there's easier ways
The man who beat
to
me up
say
for 5 years.
yes
That I stayed.
not no. Okay,
And wore many
if
backless
somebody's
dresses
taking
in front of
the
press.
difficult way around to something, that suggests to me they're making a journey that they don't
And
really need to make.
is on
and
tape.
why are they making that journey? Why are they having to
Admitting to
circumnavigate
cutting off
such
his
an
finger.
easy route to a yes to that? So
killing
alarm
me.
bells go off for me on that one. Scott, what do you think?
I think this is a situation where the witness prep got a little bit out of hand. I think she went too far into it. She's trying to do exactly what they said. She's repeating the answer, so it sounds odd. The whole thing just sounds weird. And nobody said, "Hey, listen, man, you need to dial it down a notch from when they took a break
Gone,
or
girl.
something," because that's just too much. I mean, her answers
Gone,
sound
girl.
odd as she's going through that. She still answers all the questions. They're still short, tight, to the point. And I think she's beginning to realize her snarkiness isn't working on this attorney, and that's starting to bug her a little bit. And she's not sure how to go forward since it's not working.
Well, we
so
knew
she can
that.
guard her
Camille's too
ego
smart for
properly,
that.
or the way it should be guarded, so she doesn't end up freaking out and blowing up on her. So that's what I got. Chase, what do you got?
Chase is my favorite.
So with this witness prep, Scott, I think the reason that so much coaching is involved in this is because there's one thing they can't tell her. Just tell the truth, which is what a lawyer should be telling their client. But let's break this one down in reverse Quentin Tarantino order, which means in regular order. She smiles, corrects the expression to artificial sadness, then looks at the jury
No
to
tears,
display it
no
to
tears
them.
ever.
Then she looks back at the counsel with a cold, emotionless face. This is in like 2 seconds, this rapid shift of emotion. And right at this moment, Mr. Depp hits you in the face multiple times. This look to the jury here is horrifying to me, personally horrifying, watching it this morning. It was before the sun came up. It was dark in my office. I was a little scared. There's a weird, awkward smile while putting her head down.
Yeah,
Then she looks back at the counsel with no emotion, then back to the jury with a sad face. In my opinion, body language and behavior profiling is a lot like meteorology. It's based in science and gives you likelihood, where we deal in terms of likelihood. But this is a rare occasion where I'm going to say there's a 99 and maybe 100% chance of precipitation here, which I mean deception. There's no emotion, no willingness to insert details on top of her answers, which is her baseline. And the jury, I think, are all unconsciously processing this nonverbal behavior. So in reality, there in the courtroom, the jury is processing her behavior through this mammalian part of our brain. We've been communicating nonverbally for a million years. And they see these little rapid shifts in emotion, and it sends a signal, which gives us what we call a gut feeling. Since that part of the brain doesn't speak English, we're like, something is off. But it's likely nobody can really put their finger on it because the mammalian part of our brain doesn't really speak English. So when we see something off, we get that gut feeling. So part 2 of histrionic personality disorder, this obviously has nothing to do with this case, and I'm not diagnosing anybody. I'm just randomly inserting this in here. Diagnostic criteria 2 displays rapidly shifting and shallow expressions of emotions. Criteria 2. And that's all I got. Greg, what do you got?
I didn't hear him say the first.
On top of your clusters as I go through this, but I got a handful of things to talk about. Number 1, there's that swivel switch. Turns her head or brow rises every time she looks at the jury. If you don't think she's working the jury, then pay attention to the fact she looks at the jury when she's asking a clarifying question. That would not happen if she was not working the jury. Now, is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. And she's probably been prepped by her counsel that she needs to make a contact with that jury. I'll also tell you, I think, Mark, you hit a couple of things dead on right there with these vocal picks and the lip compression come out around an emotional issue.
She does that thing with her mouth. Have you guys seen that?
What we're seeing here is well prepared to prevent her from doing what she did on the stand in 2016 or on the deposition in 2016, where she was snarky and talking down and aggressive. You don't want that coming out here. So if I'm If I'm the person who's prepping her, I'd say, that's correct is a fine answer. Don't be snarky. That's correct. That's incorrect. You can see that she has there are a handful of things that we know that we can read. She has contempt. And this is not her usual drawn back left side of her mouth. It's full bore contempt when she looks at that attorney. She does a light sway. We're talking about clusters now, so we start to see things. She does a light sway as they're asking her questions about punching. Mark, again, you had it dead on. She avoided anything about, did he hit you with rings on? Well, he had rings on. Okay. She also used a provocative statement saying there were many or several incidents. And a provocative statement is a way to get your part of the story out by having the person ask you the next question. John Nolan, confidential. He's a master. He was my instructor to teach me all of that. So you look at those pieces, you start to say, okay, we got clusters here now. She's avoiding a question. She says, that's correct. We see she's locked down. She does that provocative statement, trying to give you more information, trying to take you off path. She does some discomfort in her movement, meaning it's rigid. It isn't fluid. We associate that with fight or flight. So all that together, now we start to say, can we tell she's lying? No, but we would certainly want to go after her, and this attorney wants to go after her. That's it.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, sir? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah. Ms. Hurd, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? We
already saw
the testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I can see that 100 times.
Better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much is.
2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Yeah, I saw their live stream on Thursday night. I didn't
You
see one
testified.
last
This
night.
is the picture you took after that
I
incident,
caught up
right,
though,
Ms. Hurd?
from the jury.
Yes, that was one
I
where he
love
grabbed
Lawn
me.
Lumber.
And hit you in the face so many times that
She
you don't
is.
remember.
You're right.
Isn't that correct?
So is.
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times,
Yeah,
and you lost
exactly.
count with rings on
With
on
broken
his fingers.
cheekbones and
That's correct.
broken noses.
I did not seek medical attention
Oh,
other than
God.
my therapist.
But I took a picture of my arm.
Ms. Hurd, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
But wouldn't you check?
Your testimony was that you
before?
were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that
Now
there were
you're
no
changing your
marks
story.
on your back.
Because you're a lying
Perhaps I
liar
misspoke
that
or
lies.
misunderstood. It was on the way back from. It was after I was concerned. After concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
Yes.
I haven't had the opportunity.
Yes.
To. Okay. I assume you have it.
Yes. So much.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
I think so too. Why would he do that? Maybe she was sleeping with him too. Who knows?
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct? Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
It's kind of silly to put a backless dress picture in evidence, don't you think? It's kind of funny.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
With all the bruises. Wait a
That is
minute.
correct.
I see so
You
many
would agree
bruises
that there
on
are
her
no
back right there.
bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture.
No, not that I could see.
All right, I'll go first on this one.
Oh my God, please.
All right, but this is one of the largest micro expressions of anger I've ever seen. And when she says the word after, her entire face shows anger. You can slow it down, take a look at it. It's huge, and you saw it. You may not realize it, but you did see it. And she shows her lower teeth, that chin juts outward, and her brows furrow. everything, she squints, everything shows anger on that. It's very brief, really, really brief. It's micro expression. And it actually happens twice, right there where she says after, and then right there, right after. And then on the word concern, we're seeing anger as well. And all the hallmarks of anger in that spot. I think this is a fantastic study of full facial micro expressions, because these are, every now and then you'll see them, like in the O.J. Simpson case. What's that little fellow's name that had the long hair?
Cato. What's his name? Cato.
Yeah, Cato Kalin.
Yeah, there we go.
We saw him with some anger as well in there.
I remember that case, but I don't
he
remember
put a couple of things out. I remember it was Joe.
I don't remember watching it. I know it was all over the TV though.
Pictures where he just captured that anger face. I remember that like it was yesterday. But that's what this reminds me of. And I'm going to pull those actually and use them for training. They're so good.
How many? Do you guys think they're going to make a movie of this?
Yeah.
I
So
do.
if you think this is a good one, wait till next video. In the next video, there was one of the most profound anger faces I've seen in forever. And it's, to your point, Chase, it is rapid. It moves so quickly. If you're not paying attention, or if you don't stop the video, you'll miss it. But in this one, here we are with a swivel switch again. Turn her head, brow goes up. Turn her head, brow goes up. She says that's correct and qualifies in the closet. Well, I don't know why in the closet matters,
Exactly.
but that's to her baseline.
Exactly,
Because she gives us
Candy.
more information
Exactly.
when something is actually going on. She said, I
Isn't
did,
that
and
the
that's
one
in
where she
baseline.
said
She
she
does that
went
kind
to
of
sleep?
scrunched face. That eyelid flutter that starts is
come on now.
recognition that she's about to have to answer a
must think
question about
everybody
wearing a
in the
backless
entire world
dress
is an
after
idiot.
she had been beaten up. So I think she knows that. She sees it. And then when she tries to get away from the question, she narrows her eyes and does a feigned misunderstanding so she can say, I don't know what you mean. She purses her lips, makes eye contact with the jury, and then goes back to the attorney with I have not had the opportunity. And she raises her shoulders in helplessness. That's all congruent messaging. So we think, well, that's at least looks truthful. A lot of this other stuff doesn't. But then we see another uncertainty as her brow knits, and she says, I assume you have the photo. Well, yeah, that's not what you want to see, but of course she does.
Of course she
And
has
then
the photo.
That's it for this one.
You're a liar.
There's so much
You're a
going
lying
on in
liar that
this
lies
story.
all the time.
But she is working
Over
the
and
jury
over.
the way she's been told. She's doing correct. I did. Very short answers to prevent doing the wrong thing. And Mark, I think this goes back to your cognitive control thing about doodling or doing something else. If you can remember, I always say curl your toes in your shoes. The mere fact that you're remembering what you've been told brings your thinking brain back online and keeps you from switching over into limbic thought.
I didn't
Chase, what do
get
you
any. I didn't get any.
If these
I think
sketches
they
ever
did
appear on
Johnny's
eBay, I'm
too, and I
probably
don't
going
think
to
they really
splurge
said
and get one.
Johnny really.
But again,
appeared to
here we're
be
seeing this
like he
weird
was hiding anything.
face making for the jury display, and I do think, in my opinion, and this is all my opinion, it's a display. There's when this picture comes on the screen of this backless dress, this ability that you're witnessing here is either the only human on earth who can go through several emotions in mere seconds, or the most talented emotional manipulator that you might ever see. That's my opinion. It's jury, sad victim, attorney, cold, calculating. Jury, smile, back to the attorney, cold.
Yeah.
Just during that one piece.
She does that all the
And that's all
time.
I'm going to focus on is this rapid shift of emotion. And what we're seeing here is not really testimony. We're seeing a performance that's directed at an audience at very specific times, looking at them, scanning the jury, which you can see in this video. See if you can spot it. There's a moment where the jury is being scanned during the question to see how they're responding to that question by Ms. Hurd. And let me give you number 3, diagnostic criteria 3 for histrionic personality disorder. This shows self-dramatization theatrically and exaggerated expression of emotion. Number 3, verbatim.
Verbatim.
Is that the last one?
Nope.
There's one more.
Mark, go ahead.
Lovely, thank you. So let me tie a few of those things together, because we've talked a lot about the anger, the contempt, the disgust that we're seeing popping up, but we have to recognize that that's part of her baseline. And one of the first videos we did of Amber Heard, we saw that popping up when she wasn't under stress. And so you might think, well, that's probably a good thing for her, that it's part of her baseline, and we might be able to discount some of those elements a little bit. Well, unfortunately, probably not, because there's a study out of Switzerland. It's just one study, so you can.
I hope you guys don't mind we're reviewing this and reacting to it, because I didn't see the whole thing. I only saw like 20 minutes of
the
it.
emotions shown in the face of anger, contempt, and disgust, and something called borderline personality disorder. Now, borderline is different for different people, and so you won't see this in everybody. But in this particular paper, they saw a good correlation. Now, I'm not conflating borderline with histrionic. They're two different things, but you can have both of them at the same
she said
time as well.
Dr. Curry
And so
said she had both.
All of this is pointing towards potentially quite a difficult person to be around. Not impossible, but difficult to be around. And so I think we should keep that in mind, that there may well be. The thing is with emotions popping up in people's faces, when they pop up now and again, most emotions don't last really much more than, I would say, 10 minutes, because it's quite hard work for the body to deal with, okay? When they pop up for longer than 10 minutes, we tend to call that a mood. Somebody's got into a bit of a mood. It won't be high intensity, but it lasts a long time. And moods can last for hours or parts of days. But usually when somebody wakes up the next morning, that's why it's sometimes good to sleep on it. When somebody wakes up the next morning, a whole bunch of calcium has moved to another side of a neuron, and things are kind of forgotten about. And you can't kind of be like, well, what was that problem that I had yesterday? You can't quite remember it. Now, if the mood goes on for a long time, days and maybe weeks and even months, we tend to say that might be an affective disorder, and we'll start to see the same behaviors in people day after day after day. And then we might start to move it towards, well, maybe it's a personality disorder. So I just wanted to bring that up. You will see all of these things in her baseline, but that might point towards an affective disorder or a personality disorder, in my little opinion there.
Where are you, Mark? Where are you?
I am in Banff. I'm in Banff, in Canada, in Calgary. If you could see out the windows there, you would see magnificent mountains, snow-capped, with incredible trees. But what you're seeing...
Okay, so I'm gonna steal the cam for a second. So, you know, what I find to be very interesting, because if you guys remember, I did the comparison between Dr. Curry and Dr. Hughes, and how Dr. Hughes was pushing the PTSD thing, you know, and Dr. Curry kind of laid us out the blueprint of what to expect from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. And I do believe I did, like I said, I've only been streaming. I think I'm on my 3rd week of streaming. But when I came in during the break of starting my streaming, I definitely wanted to talk about like narcissistic abuse, because I feel like there is just so much there and psychopaths, you know, because I did this interview. We reacted to this interview by Sam Vaknin, and he was going into what narcissists are and versus psychopaths versus all these different, you know, types of identifications for these people that have these types of disorder, you know, and PTSD. I mean, she could have PTSD, you know what I mean? Or she could have CPTSD, you know, the complex post-traumatic stress disorder. But at the same time, she is a histrionic for sure. Like if you're familiar with BPD and histrionic, I think it was an ace in the hole for like Dr. Curry to actually really kind of lay that out so that people could see as it unfolded when she took the stand, how her behavior was. Because as they're breaking down her behavior, as we can see, like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but even when she was wiping her nose, you know, there was this thing going all around on the internet about, you know, her tissue. And remember, they said she was putting something in her tissue or something. But one of the things I noticed in addition to that, because I definitely saw that she inhaled something. I don't know what it was, or she snorted, you know what I mean? I think she honestly did. Was it a narcotic? I don't know. Was it a menthol, something to make her cry? I don't know, because she didn't shed a goddamn tear. And also what I found to be strange was she would wipe her nose. She would wipe her nose with the tissue, and then she would wipe her nose with her hand. So, and I don't know if you guys saw, but if you've been keeping up with the trial and you have been able to do that, she did it again last week, just a couple of days ago. She did it again. And but this time she did it, she did it with her sleeve, and she slipped something in her mouth. Did you see that? Have you guys seen the video of that yet? She literally took something from her sleeve, and she's almost doing it to where she can, like, she looks like she's being sly, and she just rolls something in her mouth. And it's just really I mean, does she really not think that people are like, there's a microscope on this lady no matter what she does, and she's going to try to pull some bullshit that she thinks no one can notice, when there's eyes on her in every aspect of anything. So it just kind of made me laugh that, like, if she really thinks, and then she's crying and moaning about how the internet doesn't like her. I mean, then stop your bullshit. You know what I mean? Stop doing all this crazy ass shit that you're doing. You're psychotic as it is. I mean, you know, all you're doing is like just kind of making. Yeah, I did too. Yeah, the mouth thing. I did too. And it was all over Twitter. And I was like, oh crap, you know? So, and the fact that she's just constantly like, another thing I wanted to say to you guys too, is if you were here, I don't know if you were here, Candy, but I played the San Francisco call in its entirety. I think Odessa was here with me for that. But, she's crying, right? She's crying. It's getting to the point in the conversation where she's crying, and she's like saying, nobody will believe me, and this and that and the other. And then all of a sudden he asks her something and she just completely goes stone and then just is like nothing. And on top of that, it's in the Australia recording also. If you guys hear that, it's in the Australia, like she's back in the back wailing, saying, what did I do? What did I do? I can't believe what I did. And then the next thing you hear is she's walking into the kitchen completely okay. So my question to you guys is, do you think she has multi-personalities? Now, I think multiple personalities is also referred to as BPD, right? I mean, I don't think she's schizo. I think she has multiple personalities, in my opinion. That's what I think. I mean, and I think that has to do, I think BPD is similar to that, right? Yeah. I saw a vid that actors who struggle to cry put something below their eyes to help. I think that's what it was. I mean, a lot of people were saying that there was some kind of menthol tablet or something or pill or something that she was trying to, because honestly, I mean, when you learn about psychopaths and you learn about narcissists, they have no capacity to have empathy or to feel what another person is feeling. They don't respond because they don't have boundaries, and they don't, I guess I should say, they don't generate human emotion like a person that is automatically affected by something, if that makes sense. So I feel like narcissistic people have to force themselves to pretend. And so that's why I feel like a lot of times they mirror and they target very passive personalities, or personalities that are what in their minds would perceive as weak. So that because it's almost like they have kind of like a hatred actually for people that are empathetic as well. They target those kind of people because they want to mirror what they have. It's like they hate people that are very sensitive and that are very caring and that put one's needs above their own. They really don't like that. They tend to have some kind of a loathing for that, like that's the thing about narcissists. That's why you would never, this lady right here does not have the capacity to feel the way she's appearing like she feels or acting like she's feeling, because she doesn't have, I mean, she loves herself too much. You think that she would really do something to herself? No, not at all. That's why it says a lot. It says a lot that, and people were saying that Johnny Depp was surrounded by yes people. Well, no, he's not, because he's a good person and he takes care of his employees. And it speaks volumes that he has employees that have been with him for so long, versus Amber Heard that can't keep a fucking anything. She can't keep a personal assistant. She can't keep the people in her life. She's manipulated her sister. Her sister's terrified of her. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. And I said this before when I was doing Sam's interview. I talked about we could only imagine what her upbringing was like. So what I said was, I think if we're kind of psychologically evaluating or trying to, I mean, at least I am trying to understand the psyche of Amber Heard. Like I said, I think her dad was probably a narcissist and psychopathic. And I feel like, because if he ran a dog fighting service or whatever the hell they said he was, and he was a drunk and he was mean and he was aggressive, then she was around that all the time. And then if the mother was empathetic, and the weaker of the two, if that makes sense. And I'm not trying to say her mom was weak. I'm just saying that if her mom was the more passive personality in the marriage or in the relationship, then you have one sibling that's going to carry that very domineering. She's going to learn everything from her father, if that makes sense, and she's going to naturally develop to not be affected by things that would normally affect someone. Like, and children are taught that very early in their lives. So, and then you have the mom that is probably fearful of the father in some way, especially when he's drinking and when he's, belligerent and mean or whatever the hell. And then, and then you have the sister, right, that carries that gene. And so there is Amber Heard, constantly being overbearing and controlling with the younger sister. And that's where you get the dynamic, where now the mom has passed away and Whitney doesn't have anybody. So of course, her sister is going to, kind of take over the whole thing and continue to be, overbearing and manipulating her. And, and it's almost like a never ending cycle. And that's the thing about narcissists, is they just don't give up. They're relentless, and they never let go. It's really weird. You know, that's why she's so affected by him not looking at her, because she can't control that. You know what I mean? She wants to control him. She used to have the power to control him. And now that she can't have that, she's developed, you know, some kind of hatred towards him. And she, you know, it's so weird, dude. It's so weird. She, like, that's all she ever does is glare at him from the side. When the cameras pan to her, you can see every chance she gets, she's trying to look at him. It's so freaking weird. It's the weirdest of all. It's just, I'm telling you, she's a psychopath. She's just crazy. She's fucking crazy. To me, she gives me, even though she hasn't done what Jodi Arias did to the boyfriend, she has that kind of vibe to me. She has a Jodi Arias vibe to me. I mean, seriously. I mean, I think she's got so much pinned up rage in her that she's gonna, but that's the thing though about her is that if you know about Amber Heard and her previous relationships, she's bisexual. That's why they make fun of her now as saying bi. She's bisexual. You know what I mean? Because the men that she's had in her life, she's after money, but the long-term partners that she chooses are female. So it's like, it's kind of strange that, you know, that the way that's working out, and it speaks volumes of how she feels about men. So that's just my own, you know, kind of take on it all. That's my 2 cents. The Australia audio is missing any mention of blood dripping. Yeah, down her legs. Yeah, as she said, yeah, right. As would be the case if she had been violated. Yep, of course. She'd have to wear. Of course, girl. Of course. I mean, come on. Would she even be able to walk upstairs and go to sleep? If she's saying that she was, it's so exaggerated and so blown out of proportion. I don't believe any of it. I honestly don't. I don't believe any of it at all. I think, like I said, I think she came for him and that was it. She came for him and she was going to destroy him and that was it. And he was just he was the weaker of the two in the relationship. It had nothing to do with gender. He was just the weaker, and she knew from the time she met him her plan. That's why Kevin Costner called her out for walking in his trailer naked. And that was a fact. So, you know, she's tried to use her beauty as a weapon and a tool for a very long time. And that's nothing new, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And of course. Yeah. That's why she still has Tasha Van Ray is still defending her, because she's scared of her. You know, I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same kind of control, right? Yeah. Colonel Hertz posted an interview with Marilyn Manson's good friend. Yeah. Oh yeah. Are you talking about the girl? Are you talking about his previous assistant? Are you talking about his personal assistant that came? Because I did see that. I like Colonel Hertz. I like all these people that kind of are, you know, kind of all linked in terms of like YouTubes, you know, I really like it. I'm watching the exact same people that you're watching. So it's kind of fun that now I have a subscriber because I've been talking about all these LawTube people, and, you know, I like Emily D. I kind of said that out loud before. So a lot of times during the trial, when I'm streaming it, I'll pan to Emily D, just to find out what her take is on the breaks and the lunch. I won't watch her whole stream. I just kind of get a synopsis of what's going on, where her mind is at that time. And then of course, you know, because I'm trying to grow my stream as well. But like, I love to tune into LawTube. Like you were talking about, what's his name? I always think Runkle. I did watch their live stream where they were talking about all the jury and where they were sitting, and they had a whole format of it. So, but anyway, I didn't mean to stop the video. I just wanted to talk about that because I found it very interesting that she was wiping her nose, and she was wiping her nose with the tissue, no tears, nothing, putting the tissue back in her hand sort of, and then wiping her nose with her hand. And I was like, what? She just wiped her nose with the tissue, moved the tissue, and then wiped her nose with her hand. And I was like, that's such a weird move. Anyway, so let's go ahead and try to get through this. We're almost halfway through it. A lot. I'm telling you, anything that has to do with this trial, you guys, it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. It is a lot to get through. No matter who's covering this story, it's just a lot to review and react to. So, I'll try not to interrupt the video very much. I'm going to try to see if I can move it up, you guys, to 1.5. So don't get upset. Try to follow the voices because they are going to speed up just a little bit. But a lot of these videos are very, very long.
Here is basically any Fairmont hotel that you've ever been in your life. You'll recognize these lamps from any Fairmont that you've ever been in.
Almost home.
Almost like my hotel a few weeks ago.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that it couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since
it's the fastest way to get through.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it.
I do. Let's
I
please
do.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
I
1256.
I do.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Art 1256 in evidence.
Oh God. Just every time they show
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
But I was bruised
You
and he hit
testified
me
that
all
after
night.
this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
You testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, that's right.
And you
Her feet
testified
were
that you
cut
had a
up by the
bruise across
glass.
your jaw
Remember
from when
that?
Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yep. Elaine's
Yes.
a joke, girl.
You testified you bled from your...
Elaine's too much.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no. No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
Chase, what do you got?
What?
Yeah, we see this thing happening with the liquor bottle. There, right at the beginning, there's emotional accessing and there's hesitancy there, which is a little unusual. Not a giant mountain of behavioral clusters. And then there's this discussion of bleeding. And
I know.
this
I
is a
saw that.
different
I saw that
yes
video too.
than any of the others. It's shortened
She was
with
dancing.
some more emotional accessing there. And the cross is talking about medical treatment, the attorney. And Heard scans and calculates the emotional reactions of the jury to the information that's presenting itself during this question about medical treatment, which I find very, very strange behavior. So the third mention of this R word thing, there's a backwards head retreat. And I think the questions could have been a little bit better here. Something like, can you explain why you didn't need any medical attention? So more open-ended we're helping the jury to see the personality of the person that we're talking to. I'm going to leave some of the other nonverbals alone here. I'll give you a histrionic personality disorder, point number 4 here.
He sure is
Completely
stuck on
random.
this histrionic, huh?
Uncomfortable in situations where he or she is not the center of attention. May do something very dramatic, such as make up stories or create a scene where they aren't the center of people's focus. And that's all I got. Scott, what do you think?
She's a histrionic.
Okay, each time she says that's true, we see contempt. And there's a little muscle right here called the buccinator muscle. And that's what pulls that part of her mouth back. And on the third time when she says that's true, both sides are pulled back. Now, some people are going to think they're seeing Duper's Delight. It looks a little bit like it, but it's not. If you're slowing it down and going frame by frame and all that, you'll see what looks like that. It's not. I promise you it's not what it is. Because what's happening is when we see her emotions, they're flipping from one to the other like a card. Bang, 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 just pulling that really quickly. We're not seeing
Bang,
it from one to the other. Usually when you go, or not usually, every time you see a true emotion, you'll see the emotion, you'll see a blend with the next emotion as it changes into that emotion. We saw this on the last, in part 3, where it was just boom, boom, boom. She was just clicking through these emotions, like flipping through cards, and they would just change automatically. She's changing them. She has a face she's showing.
She doesn't feel anything. Like she's just not. I don't know.
Watch that thing change when she's looking that way. Bang! It changes as she gets where Greg's talking about halfway through. Those eyebrows go up, and she looks over that way. It's fascinating how she's trying to pull that off, but she doesn't know not to. If she watches this, she will. But so when the attorney says you didn't take any pictures of those injuries when you're in Australia, did you? Again, we see micro expressions of anger, 2 of them at the same time, with her mouth open, really, really wide as she breathes out, or she breathes in at that point, and that chin comes down, and we see some teeth there. Times really, really fast, but you'll see if you pay attention. And again, I'm going to say what I think her brain is doing is reacting the way it normally would when she's being attacked by somebody verbally, be it a boyfriend, be it a husband, be it a friend, whatever. When somebody attacks her, she automatically just snaps into that reply of an attack. And I think that's just like a flinch for her at this point. We'll see that in this volatile type of personality. But she's controlling it. But that's what when you see her mouth wide open like that, and those teeth come out and that chin come forward, that's what we're taking a look at, or that's what we're seeing at that point. I'll stop there. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so that one of the best anger micro expressions, full blown expressions I've seen in a long time is at 25 seconds. When she says, I don't think, there's real anger there. Let's talk about what anger looks like. Her brows are drawn together and down, her lower teeth are exposed, and her eyes are narrow. So she's focusing on you. There's anger there when she's responding to that question. Then she does something really interesting. Chase, to your point about all this emotional change, she does confusion in the brow, then back to anger, and then back to confusion. There's 3 times like that. It's rapid. And I say all that movement in her face, I think, is real based on what she's feeling. Scott, I think you're dead on. She would usually be very aggressive, I think, and she's been coached to contain all that. And when all that happens, it's got to go somewhere. Well, hopefully you do it in your hands or your feet or somewhere else. But in her case, I don't think this will piss her off, I'm sure. I don't think she's sophisticated enough for that. I think that emotion is coming to the surface and it's going where it goes. When she answers, when she starts off by saying, yes, that's true, to the question you testified that, she does a vocal tick or vocal click to your point, Mark, in this one, which is an odd place, the only one. And then after she answers the question, she does smug face, that little thing where she is looking down her nose at the woman.
Candy, did you see when Camille called her a victim and she snaps at her and she goes, I am not a victim. Did you see that when I'm waiting for them to get to that. I was watching this one night. I had already streamed and stuff and I was watching it and I fell asleep before they could address that. So I'm curious, did you see that part of her testimony when Camille calls her a victim and she just completely snaps at Camille and says, I am not a victim. Don't you don't you ever call me a victim. So I was really, I was hoping I want them to get to it, but I'm just, these videos, girl, they're just so long. Cause I mean, I'm live streaming and I'm like, I want to have a reaction to their video, but it's just like so long. So I wish I could a timestamp prior to starting, but I'm waiting for them to get to that. Cause I want to hear what they have to say about her snapping at Camille like that. So anyway, I just wanted to ask you if you saw it. Cause I know I saw it.
Then she goes back to contempt. Well, after the confusion and the brow change, she does the head wobble. That's not a yes and not a no. That's a head wobble. She doesn't know how to respond, and she's moving her head around. That means something in some cultures, but it doesn't in ours, so it has no assigned meaning as her confusion. Then she directs contempt again at that questioner, and some anger as her chin's up. Yeah, chin's up, you pointed out, Scott, and a narrow mouth. You can't miss that. And she finally answers after saying, yes, that's true. She went from yes, that's true in the last yes to just yes. So something is going on. Do I know that she's telling the truth or lying? No, but what I do see is a pattern. There's a vocal
You're
tick,
right.
There's anger,
I forgot about
there's
that.
telegraphing
You're
of
right.
emotions. Stuff travels through her face rapidly, and then she shows anger, and she closes it out with a shorter answer. All those are indicators. What do they mean? Not sure. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, we'll see that head wobble, the yes and the no together in a video coming up at another important point, I think, Greg. Yeah, we get that vocal click. Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true on the second one. Now, no vocal click before that's true, but a big chin raise there. So with everything that everybody else has put into that, I'm really not sure that anything there is particularly true. Now, when we get on to, did you seek medical attention? And, we all understand that there are all kinds of reasons why somebody who may have been through a real trauma will not seek medical attention, okay? We get that completely. She says, and it's very rational for this situation, I didn't want to tell anyone. Okay, I think that's a very fair thing to say. But she says later on, I didn't need to. So I didn't want to tell anyone. That's why I don't seek medical attention. And then later on, I didn't need to. Well, this seems a deviation from the first story. And I'm not saying you can't have both at the same time, but I'm saying it's a little bit overly complex. And we know these situations can be complex. But personally, I want to go, well, which one? Which of the ones was it? Was it I didn't want to tell anyone or I didn't need to? Because both of them at the same time feels a little overly complex to me. Now, I know you'll be able to think of all kinds of reasons why that complexity could happen, but it's fitting into a pattern for me of complexity where it doesn't really need to be. And so I worry that if there's complexity where it doesn't need to be in other places, that here's a place where complexity doesn't need to be as well. And here might be a place where there's deceit or a story or it's not quite accurate. Yeah. So it looks not good to me. I don't quite buy it. That's what I got on that one.
Okay, so before they start with Chase, or I think Chase is next, right? But also I wanted to ask you if you saw, there was another part of that I wanted to say something on. I didn't want to interrupt him before I said something, but I know I will. I will definitely. You should also chime in on the chat, like with one of the LawTube people, and ask them if they've seen it, because that would be pretty cool. Also, though, that's okay. I was going to ask you. So you've heard the audio. I think it's the 1 hour and 9 minute audio where she says, where she's mocking him. Remember where she's mocking him like a baby, and she's talking shit to him, calling him a has-been, and telling him he's a terrible father and all that. Well, you heard in that conversation, right? It's the audio of it's 1 hour and 9 minutes. And she talks about, she says, they're literally talking about how he got her Aquaman, and she wants him to do something else. And she's like, but if you just help me, it's something to do with the movie and the part, but I don't know what part it is. So let me know if you heard that audio. If you haven't, I've already played it, but it's the audio of the hunt of an hour and 9 minutes, and it's the one where she's kind of talking. She just where he falls asleep, remember? And she's just really going at it. It's just it's almost disgusting. The way she treated him was terrible, and how he stayed for so long, I just don't understand it. I mean, I know he was trying to get through it, but I just can't wrap my head around that. I don't know. I mean, I kind of get it, but then I kind of don't, because I understand narcissistic abuse, so I understand why he stayed. But it's just he just had such patience with her. I don't know. He just had such patience. Oh yeah, no. Go on Christina Peikel's channel. Here, I'll show it to you real quick. I'll just show it to you real quick before we move on to the rest of the video. Since it's kind of just you and me hanging out right now. I'll show it to you real quick. So if you go to the YouTubes, let me just open up another link here just real quick. It's not, we won't watch court or anything, but I'll show it to you where it's on Christina's channel. Is this it right here? This might even be it right here. Is this it? It's this one. So if you go on Christina Peikel's channel, it's right here. I don't know if you're on your phone, but if you look up Christina Peikel's, it's this one. It's the one that is an hour. It's an hour and 9 minutes. I went over it on my previous live stream. We listened to it because I'm doing the audios on my channel. But the next audio we have to do is the 2 hour and 5 minute one. So if you want to tune in for that, I'll always have a thumbnail that announces what I'm doing next. But I'm dropping. Also, I want you to know as well, since you're a new subscriber, I did the 4 hour and 22 minute audio last night, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Thursday night, and I got dinged from YouTube for it. So I do have it saved, and I'm going to it's already done. I thought I was going to have to redo it, but now I don't have to, because StreamYard saved it for me. So I'm going to repost that tonight. I'll be reposting tonight the 4 hour and 22 minute one. God, that one's so hard to get. That's why when I did it, I thought it would be fine, and then YouTube dinged me for it, and they locked it so you couldn't see it. And so now I have it saved on StreamYard, and they were telling me that it was just the title. So I think I put abuser in the title, and I shouldn't have did that, because I knew better than that YouTube would pick some, copyright me for that. So I'm going to try to repost that one. But tomorrow we're going to be doing the 2 hour and 5 minute one. So if you want to just stay tuned for that, I always, like I said, pre-announce what I'm doing on my channel before I do it. So stay tuned for that one too. Girl, there is 11 hours of audio out there, and it's just a lot. The 4 hour and 22 minute audio was so hard to get through. It was just so hard. Cause I mean, she rings, what's that called? She digs into him, I guess, just for hours and hours and hours and hours. How he could not be how he could stay attracted to her, for one thing. And then also there's no possible way he could have stayed sober. The way that she was reaming into him all the time, there's just no freaking way. There's no freaking way that he could put up with that. And I'm not saying he was perfect, because obviously if he had, dependencies or whatever, he was having trouble. But at the same time, I mean, I could see why now. I could see why they said he never had any issues until he met her. From the Rum Diaries on, he had trouble with alcohol and drugs. And then, all up until now. I mean, up until they divorced. So hopefully, he's got Robert Downey Jr. in his corner. And I think he's got a lot of good support around him. I really am pro justice for Johnny Depp. I really hope he can find some serenity in his life when this is all over. I really hope he can find a good relationship where he feels comfortable, and where he can really, live out the rest of his days in a pleasant relationship with someone that really cares about him. I think he deserves that, and I hope that he has enough positive influence around him to keep him sober. so I hope that he can stay, in one of the step. I know my brother had trouble and was in the step, the AA really helped my brother stay clean and sober for a long, long time, so I really hope Johnny Depp can do some kind of steps and have a lot of positive people around him. All right, girl, let me go ahead and press play and let's try to get through the rest of this. We're halfway through it.
While we're going into this next one really quick, and people can take just a second while we're doing this to hit that subscribe button. What do you guys think of this
Everybody
video?
throws that in there.
100, what do you think
you can just hit the subscribe button.
Just this one clip that we just
Please
looked
share my
at.
video too if you enjoy it, or you know anyone that might want to see my live stream.
I think 80.
I'd appreciate it. I'm brand new around the block around
I don't
here,
know.
so I'm trying
On
to
a 1
grow
to
my
100,
channel.
two-thirds of the way there. There's just so much shit in her face normally that some of this is part of her baseline. All that negativity in her face, to Mark's point, makes it difficult to say when she's doing contempt for her. And I think it's normal for a person to have contempt for the attorney who's questioning them. I just don't think she's sophisticated enough to block it and to hide it. So I would go 2/3 of the way there. I wouldn't go as high as 88, in my opinion.
I'm going to go back. That's a tough one, man. I think I'm going to go high, man. I think I'm 75%. I think she's, too much going on there. And I agree with you, Greg. She's getting ready. She wants to attack so bad she can't hardly stand it, and that's driving her nuts, man. But I'm going to go with 75.
Okay, so I'm going to hedge down from 75, somewhere in between Greg and Scott there, just because I can probably fit in there. There's nowhere left for me now. Here's what I think. I'm not going to say deceit, but there's a struggle going on. It feels too much of a struggle going on, and that's what I don't like. Do I know it's deceit? Do I think there's a struggle? Yeah, struggle.
And that struggle could be her overriding her desire to say, start doing that. Yeah, like we saw in the other. So this is where body language alone is so paralyzed compared to controlling the conversation, asking the next question.
Well, she doesn't have control of it anyway. She's used to controlling everything.
Psychologically prod them. We have no control over that part. So yeah, I think it's a good question, Chase.
Yeah, what'd you say, Chase? What was your percentage?
I just wanted to know what y'all.
Oh, hell no, we're going to put it in.
What'd you put in?
Yeah. What was your percentage, Chase? What was it?
88.
Okay.
88.
Okay, well, I'm up there close to you. You're a little bit higher than me.
Well, I like you more than everybody else now.
I like Chase.
Jesus.
We'll leave that in too.
The last one to see him.
You testify that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
No, because she cut off his finger.
No, I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your as a result of that.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Oh my God.
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
There is no way that you could have that kind of injury
not for the injuries to your face.
I didn't need
and
to.
be able to even walk.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
Oh, this is where she says the doctor's notes are wrong.
That's
remember?
correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day.
And but you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please.
Miss Heard, that's not my question. Miss Heard, it's a yes or no question.
The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. Right, Miss Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Let's do that, shall we?
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, what comes up for me is Greg in my head on this one. When I've heard you in various interviews with subjects and interrogations, going, here we go, negotiating, and this is what's happening here for me is there's negotiation of the parameters. Okay, I don't think so. No, I don't think I spoke to Dr. Kipper.
I don't remember.
Dr. Kipper, the idea of
I don't
partially
recall.
in there. I mean, there's lots more in there. It's just full of negotiation. Now, does this mean deceit? I think in some cases it does. Certainly there's a struggle going on, but maybe in a court, we should expect some of this negotiation and semantic, well, we get a lot of semantic negotiation come on later on. We should expect some of this negotiation. However, I want you to look over the whole of these videos and think, does she negotiate some of the parameters when she doesn't really need to? I think in some of these cases she does, and in some she doesn't. I think I've got a case further on where I think it's very fair that she negotiates
saw that too.
the parameter. But by the way, and I just want to call out, I'm sure as we all do, I think it's Camila Valquez who's the questioner, who's the examiner here.
She's awesome.
I mean, if anybody comes out
I'm
of
telling
this,
you, I don't believe a word she says.
Never
Ever.
a star and never
I just
wanted for it.
she's
That's a lawyer.
She's a liar. She's a lying liar that lies. There's no
always going to be
truth
on
to her
demand.
story.
What
That's
an
why all these people
incredible
on Twitter that are I
what a
stand by
brilliant
Amber
example
Heard
of calm, assertive, a little bit snarky when she needs to, just to kind of twist the screwdriver a little bit, but just incredible. Greg, what do you got on this one?
So I can...
Yeah, I agree with you. She's negotiating a question at every turn. She does a single shoulder, and I'm going to hit just very few. If you're always going to say that is correct, that is incorrect, that is true, that is not true, you suddenly don't start stammering around things where you need to negotiate. That tells me what's going on inside your little head. And that's why source leads, when you're talking to a person in the interrogation room, and they always give me short one-word answers, and they suddenly give me a long answer, guess what? There's the bear trap. And that's what she steps into here. And she thinks that she's going to dance around a little bit, and this attorney does a great job of locking her down. So she starts with, that's correct. She does a single shoulder rise at one time out of baseline when she says, I didn't talk about my injuries. Well, why would be my question. Why?
Exactly.
And she gives just rambling information to try to cover that why, so that she doesn't have to answer anything. A little bit of chaff there, a little bit of spitting out information, so you'll let her move on. She edits as she speaks. When she says, I don't think, I didn't, I'd stop right there and say, which is it? You don't think or you didn't? Which is it? Which is it? Which is it? And you lock her down. Of course, she's got an attorney who will stop that from happening. One other thing, if you're her and you're drinking a glass of water, this is free advice to you. If you're on the stand and you're drinking water and somebody asks you a hard question, don't gargle the water and damn near choke to try to help them out by answering their question. Take your time, finish your water, set your bottle down.
Sorry, I didn't know that I was supposed to be able to be having
set your
that
bottle down and answer the question. Give yourself time to
there
think.
we go.
Interesting, she didn't do that. She tries to avoid the question by saying, I would need to read in full. She does kind of what I would call a prim face, like a little school
remember that
face. And she goes, well, okay, then. And you see the uh-oh occur in Amber's face. It's a beautiful moment. Scott, what do you got?
Right. I think we're seeing all the cues of someone thinking while they're trying to appear at ease. And I think it's because she's in cognitive overload. She realizes when the attorney brings up this the health document, there's going to be trouble there. It's going to be against her. So what she's doing, she's trying to think and run these scenarios of what she's going to answer or what she thinks the question is going to be. Mark's Hotel Room, may I help you? So she's running these scenarios of how the answer might end up and what her answers are going to be before it even finishes. That's what's putting her in cognitive overload. That's why she starts stuttering. And when she says she went to the doctor for a concussion check, she shows a stress mouth or disappearing lips or lip compressions. Some people I call it stress mouth because that's what you see, for example, in congressional hearings especially when their integrity is questioned. You'll see those lips disappear. They'll compress them and they'll completely disappear. And that's what we're seeing in this case. I call it stress mouth because they're under a lot of stress at this point. Also, her eyes are wider than they've been up to this point in this series of videos we've been watching. And that's because she's keeping her eye on the attacker. Also, watch how many times she doesn't look at the jury during this. Well, you check that out. And that gets worse as we go along, but when she nails her with something. But I think when she goes to the doctor and she's supposed to have been being beaten, she doesn't show me the injuries. I understand that, like Mark was saying earlier, not talking about that. That makes sense. Some people don't want to talk about that, but I think we're seeing her in panic mode, and she's trying not to derail herself as she gives these answers.
I agree so much. She said so many lies. She didn't know how to.
When I get on here and I get to talking too fast and words start running into each other.
I feel like the lies were coming out so fast
she couldn't
control
herself. What do you got?
I agree with you guys. I've been crossing stuff off of my list here nonstop. And that's one of the things, like, if you don't know this, we don't review this before together. We don't compare notes. We don't do any of that stuff. So when you see a lot of us kind of looking down and doing that kind of stuff, we're crossing off what somebody else is covering. But right at this moment where there's the words concussion check, right at that moment, the lips tighten around the teeth. They start stiffening while still leaving the lips parted. And I was struggling with this morning, going through these videos, and I had to call in the big guns. So I spent 20 minutes on the phone with Joe Navarro this morning, sent him this clip, had him analyze it, go to this exact thing, because I needed some feedback from the Godfather here. So this is from Joe Navarro here. Communicating severity is what this means. It's hard to fake. and it typically indicates negative emotions, that a person's going through or thinking about negative emotions. And I told Joe I would say this just to basically brag that I had his number. Joe's response was, the biggest brag you can do on YouTube is that I picked up the phone. But that's from Joe, not from me.
That's funny.
But let's quickly talk about what I mean with this small movement of the muscles on the face. When somebody wants to fake something, it's going to be big. It's not often going to be small because they want it to be seen by other people, especially if the jury's 30 feet away. And right at this moment when we're hearing, I didn't talk about what happened, she literally told the doctor that she bumped her head while standing up. You know how I know that? Because it's written on the medical paper right there on the screen. Very strange behavior here. So let's move into
she's a liar.
Personality segment number 5.
She's just a liar.
Quality number 5 considers relationships.
I don't understand any of this, to be honest. I don't get
Direct
this.
quote from the DSM: will refer to physicians early on in care by their first names. Interesting that we saw that here, and it's literally written inside the DSM. So that's all I got.
Wow.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
but you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Partially?
Hold down, please, if we could.
Partially?
The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. Right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Let's do that, shall we?
Directing your attention.
I know. That's what I said.
To
That's what I said.
Photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
This is the one
That is
was
correct.
posted on,
And this was taken at your apartment
Instagram.
in Orange.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
That was
And it's your
staged.
testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
I know. Let's get into
There are
that,
4
shall
lines
we?
of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Hurd?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Ouch.
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And
It
there's
doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in
She
order
got her to say it. She got her
put
to
the
say it
cocaine-
about drug use.
in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent
Sure
it,
did.
you said, quote, look at my morning, or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine.
You see that? She jumped. Did you see that?
Sitting next to
Her
cocaine?
head?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures
Like, what do
that
you
to the
mean?
jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either. Were you? I never tried. But you were able to catch him sleeping, right? I have seen him pass out.
Amen, sister.
All sorts of
Amen.
places, yes.
Chase, what
She's
do you
a
got?
boss, man.
These are some rapid and quick answers. And then we're seeing after these in the beginning here, we see some backpedaling, some not answering questions at all. So one thing I will continuously tell, since you're subscribing as we speak, you're going to hear this quite often. What's being concealed in the story? Is there emotion? Is there detail? Is there sensory detail? What's being concealed or removed from a person's story? So instead of just looking at the verbal stuff, the nonverbal stuff, what's being hidden in the story? Right when she says, not that I can tell, no. This is the most strongest indicator of anger.
I feel like such a nerd that I didn't put it on 1080p
before. This is the dominant shoulder
so we could actually see it. It
the
was all
dominant shoulder
rough,
starts moving away
before
from the person that's asking questions. Because I think as this next question is loading, she knows where it's going. Then there's a lot of lower teeth exposure here. And right when she's saying, I have a habit of communicating to my best friend, there's some closed eye talking going on there, which typically indicates in some people pretentious feelings of or self-pride. And you haven't shown any pictures to that jury. We hear that elicitation statement in there again, John Nolan. This is another bizarre expression, kind of flash to the jury. You can watch it right on her face. You can see it. The video is going to come up as soon as we're done. Flashes to the jury. And I want to talk really quickly about true and false facial expressions. True facial expressions will fade off of the screen or fade off of a person's face over time. A false facial expression is more likely to drop or fall off the face quickly. But throughout this whole thing, she's failing to answer questions. A lot of these questions are kind of like designed to sound snarky on purpose. I'm not sure. I think they could have been worded a little bit better, but I think she's doing a great job either way. Staging photos question is like, I think a way it could have been asked is like, is your testimony here today that you didn't adjust a single aspect or detail of a single object on this table before taking this photograph? And that might elicit a different response. So let's get to histrionic behavior profile indicator or diagnostic criteria. Number 6, this person is suggestible, easily influenced by other people or circumstances. And keep in mind, there's 8 of these. You only need to have 5 to have a diagnosis by a licensed psychologist, which is not me.
Which is not me.
Yeah, I think there's some great examples of elicitation here. And I think that the examiner here is doing a tremendous job of playing Heard here. Heard comes in with a bit of a snarky comment, which is basically around, you wouldn't know how to snort coke at all. You're so prim and proper. You know, you lawyers don't do any of that stuff. And so what happens is the lawyer plays into that. And so I think the lawyer well knows the residue that's being talked about here, which is the residue that happens once the line is gone. There will be something left there. But she plays into the idea if she doesn't know what's going on here and goes, no, it's like because your nose gets really close, which then that innocence, that naivety, which is a great elicitation technique, then elicits from her a whole diatribe about, no, my sister came round and, facilitated Johnny enabled him taking drugs. Like the whole family are involved in Johnny taking drugs. And you notice that this may sound like she's going off on a tangent, but the examiner is letting her run with this. The examiner has got exactly what the examiner wanted from her by playing the innocent here. I think that's really quite interesting. I saw that eye block of superiority there, Jason, and thought of you. I think it's a great example. Here's what I'm most interested on this. No pictures of Johnny with cocaine, but pictures of Johnny passed out, or as he calls it, napping. Now, we've already heard from Amber this idea of taking cocaine is pretty cool, because she sends pictures to her friend going, yay, it's the morning. This is me on my morning. Okay, this is a cool morning to be had. But she doesn't take pictures of Johnny doing cool stuff like that. She takes pictures of Johnny passed out or asleep.
So weird, man.
I believe
all the pictures she took of him sleeping
and cool. When you get to a certain age and you can't handle your drugs like you used to be able to do as a young rock and roller, gets a bit embarrassing.
Weird.
And so these are, I think, opportunities for Amber to get evidence of the old man, of the disheveled, past it rock and roller, which will obviously raise her status as his goes down. And think about a personality that might like to raise their own status. And if they can't have their status high, well, they just need to lower other people's and have evidence of that to bring theirs up. Interesting stuff. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, one thing that you'll notice in this case that is missing, she has been very engaging with the jury up to now. And you'll notice she starts off engaging the jury with that switch. She looks over, her brow rises again. And then she forgets that and she starts to get in the bind. She shows some absolute contempt and some disgust as she engages the attorney after she first looks over to these guys and goes, well, clearly you don't understand, or whatever her words were there. And she's trying to bring the jury along with her, but suddenly she steps into that trap. And I think, Mark, you're dead on. The attorney uses naivete, which means I'm feigning not to understand a complex thing, so you explain it to me. It preys on our natural instinct to teach. So what you're doing is that she then starts to spill information, and she has a rational response for why there is no residue left and that kind of thing. And then as she's moving through that, you can't miss that she forgets to engage the jury for a long period of time in there. That means she's fallen into this and her brain is working on whatever the problem is. And I think she starts to realize then that she's fallen into this. You watch her stretch her neck in some awkward kind of craned around, let me see, as she's trying to answer, that's correct. She moves her neck around to say, let me see. And her whole body moves in an awkward fashion and she's stiff. It means her brain is starting to register there's a threat. You see her shrink. She does a shrinking target, what you guys have always called turtling. I just call shrinking target. And she actually asks a question that I think she's asking for real clarification when she says, what do you mean by that? Because I think she's doing a little bit of squirrel in the road. I think her brain is going, what do I do now? When she's asked, do you have pictures of Johnny?
Yeah.
She does. It looks
I
like
agree
she's
with
looking at
that. I
the
don't
jury,
know if
she
you
has-
do, but I do.
What she does,
I
she
agree with
first goes
that.
to her visual accessing side and starts looking for, hey, do I remember pictures? Are there possibly pictures?
Oh no. Yeah.
And you can see that's when she's scrambling
That's what
in the
happens,
road.
man, when you
And then she
lie
presses
and
her
lie
lips
and
into
lie.
squirrel. This is a place where it looks like to me she's fallen into it and she's kind of in a bind. And it's maybe the first place we're seeing her actually starting to come to realize that this woman is actually a threat. The rest of it, I think she's been pretty prim, pretty, direct with her and kind of short and snarky. And I think here she fell for something she shouldn't have. I agree with you, Mark. Scott, what do you got?
You guys got almost everything, so it's about to be fairly quick. So we're seeing all the classics of facial expressions here, everything from happiness, sadness, fear, worry, anger, contempt, disgust. We see the chin juts and plenty of micro expressions. And I think she's so focused on the attacker at this point, which I think she's seeing the attorney as. She at this point, she's not even, after that first section, she doesn't even look at the jury. She's just answering right to the attorney. So she's seeing her as the attacker. So that's, at that point, I think that's what we're seeing there. I think what's happened is this is almost turned into a ping pong game.
Well,
she's trying to see who's the most snarky and smartest as they go through this. So I think Amber's in the corner. She's got her head down. She's swinging.
To piggyback on that thought, Candy. So do you remember when he was testifying, and he was saying that at some times, especially when it was on the Roxy's, that there was no way that he was in no condition to even do the things that she was saying he was physically able to do. Because if she's like said that he's, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of all these heavy drugs, if you've ever had or known or been around anyone that's had substance problems, there is no way that he could do physically. There's no physical possible way that he could do the things that she's saying he could do if he could barely stand up. Yeah, exactly. Or there's just no way, like him attacking her and aggressive. And even the Australia thing with the cast on and the whole thing. And you know what else I wanted to tell you, Candy? Also, I hope you're having a good time. I'm so excited you're here. Most of the time when I stream, since I'm new, there's no one here. So it's so exciting to have someone here. Language of Horses comes in and says hello sometimes. But since I started, I'm only 2 weeks in and I barely have anyone coming into the chat. So I'm very grateful you're here. So thank you so much. But also, I watched That Umbrella Guy. I don't know if you followed That Umbrella Guy. But if you followed him, he did a live stream last night where he put the pictures side by side. The pictures of the mirror, and he showed the difference in the red lipstick, like how it was. He said actually he was comparing two different pictures, and I think he said they were altered somehow, but he said that there was the one picture where JD had drew something on the mirror with the black, remember that, with the paint, and then she wrote something in lipstick. Well, there's another one, what's that called, there's another version of that picture where he said, I don't know, Tug, I guess, is it Tug from That Umbrella Guy? Anyway, he said there was another version of that picture, and he shows it up on his live stream where it actually looks like someone had showered, and it looks like the message on the mirrors had been altered. And so he compared them side by side, and that was very interesting because the red lipstick writing had been touched up I mean, if you look at some of the and also he also pointed something out that I never saw, which it doesn't say Carly Simon, it says Carly Simom. MOM. So I thought that was very interesting. I love watching Tug's live streams because he's always got like some good, evidence or something, documentation that's completely verifiable, and you're like, wow, I didn't know that. So it's always good to watch, some of these streamers that are like heavy into this case with like lots and lots of evidence, because then actually it gives you something to talk about and something to really ponder in your mind, about like, because the one thing I always wanted to do when I started this, because I had watched the trial since day one, and I didn't decide to actually comment on it, but I was talking so much to my TV when I was watching the trial. I was like, oh my God, I have a channel. I could totally, become a commentary channel and just start talking about this stuff. So when I decided to stream about it, I just always had so much to say, about it. And so it's just so interesting. Like, it's just nothing adds up, so and there was just so much, when it comes to the friends, like I said, and my theory on the friends and the money, how she said she had no financial gain or whatever. She had $7 million. She didn't pay the charity. She kept the money. And then all of a sudden, all these people weren't friends with her anymore. Well, I honestly think that it was all planned together, especially when it came to the knives and the bed. I don't know if you've seen Law and Lumber's video on the bed theory, but also, just that all of a sudden, I feel like she paid these people off. I feel like she had a plan. She promised everybody money. They were already in the penthouses, and she paid these people off, to destroy this man. And I honestly believe that. But I've tried to stay fair. I don't know about you, but I've tried to stay fair, and it's just nothing looks good for her. It's like every time something may pop up where you're like, okay, maybe, it's like it just continuous evidence that she's been lying, that there's no ounce of truth to anything that she's accused him of. Now, do we know that they fought? Yes. Do we know that they, verbally shouted at each other? Yes. Do we know they both did, narcotics in front of each other? Yes. Do we know they drank? Yes. But I don't believe that he assaulted her in the way that I believe that it was that op-ed that defamed his name. I know he's had trouble, but like they said, he never had trouble in the press. He was never really, pointed out in the press until he got to know her. And then all of a sudden, after Rum Diaries, his whole life just plummeted, He lost movies, he lost work. He wasn't, he was trying to get through even being with her. And I just think, and his poor children had to see probably the worst time of his life. And then on top of that, he's in his 50s. He's in his early 50s at this point, and I just turned 50 this summer. So it's like, I understand what it's like to age like that. But also on the flip side of just staying even keel in terms of, kind of evaluating this as a whole is, there is some part of me though, being my age and, being 50, that there's just part of me that just, I don't think he's an abuser at all. I'm pro Johnny. I'm pro Johnny completely, 1000%. I believe justice for Johnny all the way to the bank. But at the same time, there's a part of you that you have to ask, especially if you're over 40. You have to ask yourself, he knew better. I mean, no 51-year-old can get together with a 24-year-old, which I've said so many times, and have something in common. I mean, he can't be that naive that she didn't have a a motive with this whole thing. And that's where I think the Gone Girl theory actually came up, because I think the more Brian McPherson, which is incredibly average, we looked at his channel, like I said, watch his videos. If I could recommend for you to do anything, watch Incredibly Averages Part 1 and Part 2. It's actually, I'm just going to show you real quick before we finish out this video. I'm going to actually demo for you. So Incredibly Averages, if you go on Incredibly Averages or you subscribe to his channel, it's these two videos on the very bottom. You see how he has just these videos are all relevant to the case. The two I'm recommending that you watch, if you haven't seen them on my live stream, is this one here where it says questions here, this one. So you have the very first one, which I haven't watched the very first one. I probably should, but which starts from the very beginning. Okay. So if you're gonna research this and really have an open mind to come to the end of court, start here. Well, this is what I would recommend that you do. Watch this one where my cursor is down here on the right. This one, which is part 1, and part 2. So watch these 3 together. That's an hour and a half of your time on your own time this weekend if you have the weekends off. And then go and watch the Gone Girl video. So watch the entire story of how this all transpired, and then go and watch the Gone Girl video, which I've already shown on my channel a couple times now. But then watch the Gone Girl video. Just watch it seriously before the trial resumes on Monday. Watch the Gone Girl video, but watch this first. And the reason why this is so imperative for you to watch is because it shows the roles of everyone that's taken place in this case from beginning to now. That's, Io and Josh and Rocky and Christina and all these people that have taken a part in this particular story. It's very important that you do that, because that really gives you, if, like, pretend you're a juror in deliberation, right? And you have all this research to do with all this evidence that's been presented before you. And you need to now kind of really start, kind of gathering your evidence and being very fair, on both sides. You know what I mean? I think this is how you do it. So you watch this video first, this one here where the people is, this one's next, and then this one. So the first video is 35 minutes, the second one is 28 minutes, and the third one is 28 minutes as well. Now, I did all these already on my channel, but like, you do these 3 first, and then go watch the Gone Girl video, which is Gone Girl: The Similarities. I don't know if you know the Gone Girl. Do you know what the Gone Girl video is? Let me let you screenshot. Do you know the Gone Girl video? I did play it on my channel as well, but my live streams have been so long, girl, I could doubt that you'll even get through them. But when I started commenting on this, I definitely wanted to start with the Gone Girl video because I knew how important it was. But I'm sorry, let me reverse that. I did start with Brian's channel. I went and watched the part 1 and part 2 and then showed the Gone Girl video, because the Gone Girl video, actually, the way he put that footage together, it actually shows their story underneath the actual movie premise. So it's like, it's very interesting to see the way it all panned out in their lives, because you actually see what her plan was from the beginning. And no one can tell me, honestly, just me as a person, I believe this was all premeditated. There's no way that I could think that this young girl collided into this older man with power. He was an A-list, top of the world actor at the time, that she didn't have some kind of motive. There's no way I think that she didn't have some kind of plan. So the Gone Girl video, oh, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, the Gone Girl video is in here, isn't it? Brian made the Gone Girl video, didn't he? Did Brian make the Gone Girl video? I thought he made the Gone Girl video. Brian did make the Gone Girl video, didn't he? Hold on. I have to see. 1 second. I just have to see. Did he not? I could have swore Brian made the Gone Girl video, but maybe not. I don't know. I thought for sure he did. Let me, hold on 1 second. Let me get this for you so you can screenshot it. You should be able to find it. I don't know why, but I thought Brian made that video. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll put the link in the description box also in case you can't find it. I'll put the link in the description box also of Brian's videos that I was telling you about in case you don't want to look for them. But let's see. It's Amber Heard. Hold on 1 second. We're going to finish that video and then we'll wrap up the stream. Because I didn't get to everything I was planning on, but I'll come back tomorrow. I think it's Amber Heard, Gone Girl. Hold on. Or is it? No, it's Gone Girl. Gone Girl. Is it Gone Girl Amber Heard? There it is. Gone Girl Amber Heard. Oh, okay. No, it was Jador DEPP. So here it is right here. And if you want to write down her channel, she's only got 1 video on her channel, and that is the video she made. It's Jadore DEPP. J as in jump. Jadore DEPP. So actually, since we're here, we'll just watch it. If you want to, we'll watch it. It's 26 minutes. But since we since we're almost done with the other video, we can watch. We only have 20 minutes. So since this is more important, if you want to hang out, and I don't know where are you at? What state are you in? It's 7:12 my time. It's 7:12 my time. What time is it where you are? What state are you in? No, it's not the one with JLo's ex. No. JLo's ex. No, I don't think so. I can't remember I don't remember who plays the. Oh yeah. No, Ben Affleck is in that movie. You're right. Texas. You're 2 hours ahead. All right. So well, let's try to finish this. I'll play it and I'll play the have you already seen the behavioral panel video already? Have you already seen this video? Have you already seen the behavioral panel? Okay. Yeah, no, I'm totally cool. I'm used to doing long live streams. It's not a big deal. All right. So okay. So okay, let's do this. Let's end out this one and then I'll come back. How about that? So let's finish out this one. Unless you're okay with just straight streaming, because I am. I mean, I don't have anything to do. So let's go ahead and if you can hang, so can I. That way I don't have to make a new stream. So let's go ahead and finish this one up, and then we'll end with the Gone Girl movie, and we'll talk about the witnesses, I guess, and then you can if you want. Actually, let's do this. Let's finish out with this one. I'll make a new live stream. Just subscribe. I'll make a new live stream, and we'll revisit Brian's videos, and we'll watch the Gone Girl movie first, and then we'll watch the 2 parts of Brian, and then that should be good for you tonight, and you'll be all caught up. How about that? All right. So let's finish this, and then we'll wrap this one up, and we'll come right back.
As hard as she can. It's not helping her at all. And she's still trying to control that anger. Since we're talking about micro expressions, there's this a woman named Melinda Ozell, and I found her on LinkedIn. She does these great, and I know we're all friends with her, I think, on LinkedIn. Has these wonderful little videos, short videos that tells you exactly what these little muscles are around your face, the orbicularis, oculi. She goes through everything, and really short. Some of them are under a minute, and explains what all these little micro expressions are. That's her specialty. So if you get a chance to check her out, Melinda Ozell, as a Googler, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, we good?
Yeah.
All right.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes.
And this is your breakfast table?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it?
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table,
Well,
does
good.
it?
I'm happy to have you. Good. Me either.
I'm not sure you know how that works.
It's nice to just
I'm asking if you
have someone to talk
you
to in the
testified to
chat.
doing cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right? And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
There's no other
I
cigarettes
just
in that
wondered,
ashtray,
will
are
a
there?
tampon
I
applicator
see one
even
cigarette.
fit in your nose? That's
The
what I
one
was
that's
thinking
not
the whole
smoked.
time.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I
replay
can
this again. I
tell
don't
in this
know
picture.
why.
It's pretty clean. In this picture, it looks like it, yes. It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree? Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose. And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you? I sure did. And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right? Yay for mornings. So you have a habit of sending stage photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you? I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life. You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you? I don't think I have a picture of him mid.
I thought we already went through this.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine. What do you mean by that? Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine. I don't know.
That's hilarious.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you? I don't know. No, I haven't. And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on
Twitter is
film either.
blowing up for some
Were you?
reason.
I never tried. But you were able to catch him sleeping, right? I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes. You testified under oath that, quote, "the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote, didn't you? That's correct.
Uh-oh, here we go with the money.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, "the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote. That is correct. I pledged the entirety. I'm going to move to strike everything after yes. All right. No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd? I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry. You testified under oath, quote, "the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote. That statement wasn't true. It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
She pledged.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time. Ms. Hurd,
Next question, please.
thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it? It is true. I pledged the entirety. But you didn't donate it. Unfortunately, you didn't donate it. It's a yes or no. I haven't been able to to fulfill those. So that's a no, right, Ms. Hurd? I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued. You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to.
Look at Ben Shoe.
Correct. I disagree with your characterization of that.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'll try to keep this one as tight as I can. She starts off with a real hard contempt face looking at the attorney. She conditions the question. Here we go again. Instead of saying she donated, she said, "I pledged." Then she goes to eye blocking. The attorney puts her on notice and starts to illustrate and tell her exactly what to do. And then one of my favorite parts of anything we've seen is she gets to this emotional head tilt where her eyes are down to the right. Lips are drawn and her eyes are narrow. That's pre-conflict body language all day. If you can't recognize that, you're probably going to get in an argument with someone today. Then she conditions the question again with "I pledged." Then she goes to hard eye contact, low blink rate because she realizes this is a threat. And then this is her saying what she thinks she's going to be able to get away with, and she doesn't. She goes to full-on rejection. Desmond Morris tongue jut for rejection, her chin out in defiance. She changes her cadence, and then she's full of contempt and sarcasm as she's working her way through. Her blink rate increases, and then the final blow is she conditions the question, softens the question, and distances the question with, "I disagree with your characterization of that." Now,
that must be hard, huh, to try to listen to the trial while you're at work.
To put in place
so anxious, like getting
2016
up.
Amber has slipped, and we're starting to see 2016 Amber slide out here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, one thing you'll notice is she's using the same tactics around avoiding truth around donation as she is around all the instances of violence. And right when the judge says, "Let's move forward," right here, I want you to watch this. I think Heard thinks that her games are working and wrongly assumes that the sustained objection means that her attorney won. I do think that that's exactly what we're seeing. She sits upright. There's condescension on the face. The chin goes up. This is a challenge behavior. She's showing genuine joy in the game that's going on right now with this word salad testimony. And we can upgrade this maybe to Mark's favorite word. It might be a word lasagna.
I'm going to have to, there's a video on word salad. I'm going to have to share that with people because I don't think people know what word salad means.
I want you to watch the eye flutter. This is strange because it really stands out here. And this helps her to delay the process and continue the game of deception that I believe she is genuinely enjoying, in my opinion. And when she says, I disagree with your characterization of that, there's a dismissive head tilt. She feels, I think, entitled and almost proud to have learned these new methods of linguistic manipulation. And those words are from her attorneys. I would bet on it. At least $4.
At least $4.
This stone cold attorney sitting next to Depp is finally showing some emotion. This is the first time we're seeing him do anything.
Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu
is in disbelief right here, and how someone could weave such a deep-rooted web so openly and blatantly. And it might help us to ask ourselves the question: what kind of person would be comfortable doing?
I can't wait till they do Camille.
But finally,
I'm sorry. I can't wait till they do Whitney.
Here.
I can't wait. I hope they do Whitney.
Uncomfortable in situations where she is not or he the center of attention, does things dramatic like creating stories or a scene to make themselves more of people's focus. And one more is using themselves or their body to gain.
Whitney got up there and was so eager. She was so eager. She didn't wait for a question.
I think she knows she's busted. And that's where her nose goes up and that chin goes out and she looks down her nose at the attorney. And almost every blink, like you were talking about, Chase, every blink is a double blink. It's really, really odd. It's really, really odd because she does the eyelash flutter, the eye blink flutter and all that earlier on. But this time, every one of them is a double. So I think that's something to point out there. That just lets us know her stress is just jacked really hard.
I know.
At the same time, she looks back and forth from the jury. We see that head, when she turns, her head does a thing where it goes back and forth like this. And it's just a little wave.
I think a lot of people, honestly, though, really don't know what word salad means. Richard Grannon breaks it down really well and very clearly.
And she's really tense and really stressed right here. And I think that's what's happening.
I'll share that in my live stream tomorrow.
Yeah, so negotiating the criteria here is argumentative and it is semantic. It's a semantic word lasagna, I think there. But I actually think that's what she's doing has some reasonable nature to it.
So many people get confused about what word salad really means.
Accurate that in large gift giving, you don't give it all at once. Just in the same way, however, that Anna Sorokin was accurate when she said rich people borrow money. That's true as well. Okay. But really what's happening here is they're trying to get out of that timeline of you didn't give all the money immediately. Well, I pledged it, but you didn't give it. So
I feel bad for them though, because it's like there's always so much to say about her.
There, who's an interesting little character. Doesn't seem to do very much apart from this moment where he suddenly realizes he has a piece of information about the timeline and he's just desperate to give it. And so when he gives it across and he hears the questioner, the examiner, read out what he's put forward, he's there nodding his head. And when it doesn't beat her, because she is going to argue this one to the very, very last, because that's the kind of person she is. And it's to her benefit.
Of course, Kathy. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
It doesn't go his way. He
I'm new at live streaming, so I hope you guys stick around.
Shocked with the rest
if you want, Kathy, make sure that you subscribe and tap the bell. I will be doing 2 live streams tomorrow.
Quite reasonable in some ways about
and we will be covering some more video
court.
And.
But you wouldn't want this kind of arguing day to day.
We're going to be doing 3 videos after this, even.
A court, because that could
in
get
this stream,
really
I'm not going to come back. I'm going to just do it
on a day-to-day basis. And it may be that this particular personality might do this kind of argument on a daily basis, which could be quite taxing. Yeah, that's all I got on this one.
Right.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
I did. I remember.
No.
I remember that.
Ms. Heard, my questions.
I love
Your
that.
counsel will have
I
time
love that.
to redirect
taking
you
control, baby.
after.
Taking control.
You testified under oth.
You
quote,
don't correct
the
me,
entirety
I
of your
correct
divorce
you.
settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
Oh my God. Sit down, Elaine.
Ms. Hurt,
Sit down.
this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward.
Sit
Next
down,
question.
Elaine.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it all the time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
you didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to
Thank you.
fulfill those
So that's a no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
All right, let's give a quick little wrap up. Throw around the room and we'll wrap up what we think is going on here and our thoughts on it. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, I would just say this. There is huge struggles going on for Amber Heard during this storytelling. I'm not going to talk about it in terms of what's the truth and what's deceit. Personally, I think it probably moves towards deception quite a lot of the time. But I can say for sure there's a struggle going on when really there shouldn't be a struggle going on. If it were a true story, it should be super easy to get
You don't
across,
search for the truth. You don't search for a version
and all kinds of
the truth
that have really happened.
The truth
still
is
should have a certain
the truth
ease to it that it doesn't have.
You either donated it.
I think most of what we're seeing here is just like that game called Two Truths and a Lie.
They don't connect.
I think there's a lot of weaving going on here. And I think there's a truth and lies that are mixed together in a way that every lie has three pieces of evidence that kind of almost sort of support it a little bit, maybe. That's what we're seeing. There's a lot of stuff going on that's truthful, and there's a lot of lies underneath. Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll never know exactly what happened.
Yeah.
We know there's some kind of chaos going on in this relationship. The mere fact they were married for like 13 months or something, this thing was a mess. We don't know whether he hit her or she hit him. All we can do is tell you that that's not her job. Her job is to convince the jury. And if she's believable, likable, looks innocent, and delivers the right details to win over the jury, she'll win $100 million because she countersued him for 50, I think is what they said. At the end of the day, we'll not know any of that. What we'll do is tell you that we see discomfort, that she came in there very prepared to cover up something that would make the jury not like her, and we see some of that slipping. My grandma taught me when I was a kid that poor ain't trash and cash can't fix it. I'll leave it at that. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, I agree with all you guys. It sounds good. And I think to me, what we're seeing is a great example of someone who is went into something thinking they could.
Lying liar is a liar,
and it just isn't. And she's fighting for her life in here, fighting for $100 million or $50 million, whatever it is. So I think that's what we're seeing. She's back in the corner. She's coming out swinging all at the same time, trying to show that she's not angry and trying not to be angry. That's the fascinating part of it, is watching this personality type try to stay in control as somebody attacks the ego here. So that's what I got. All right, fellas, I think this was another good one, and I'll see you next time.
All right, you guys. Thanks. That was a fun reaction, I think. Except for the only thing is Candy. And welcome, Kathy. Thank you so much for joining in at 2 hours. The only thing I was disappointed, you guys, is that they didn't address when she called her a victim and she jumped and said, "I am not a victim." I was really, really hoping that they would pull that. But obviously they didn't. So maybe they didn't think it was worthy. Maybe they didn't even see it. I think sometimes when they're reviewing content, they probably have, skimmed through it or whatever and find like whatever they feel is the most important. So that to me is kind of interesting that they didn't pull that. And like you said, Candy, there was another part we were talking about where you said the Aquaman part. So that was also very interesting. In terms of, I would have really, really liked to hear their take on if she was telling the truth in terms of that, like if there was any deception on that part of it. So unfortunately we didn't get to see that, but sometimes they round robin, they come back around and they do a second video. So I'm not quite sure why they haven't done two. They may do two. I don't know. But either way, I think that was interesting, that yeah, Kathy, stay tuned for Gone Girl. We're going to do that in a second. So what we're going to do, you guys, before we finish, is we are going to, here, I'm going to shut the door because I think I have some family members that want to get in the kitchen and I don't want the noise. I don't want them to think that they have to wait. So 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. I normally live stream you guys for about 4 hours, but I'm going to make the exception tonight for y'all because I don't really have anything planned. I do have 2 live streams, though, that I have to do tomorrow that I'm going to shorten a little bit. So if you guys want to stay tuned for those, that's cool. I don't know if you guys, what your Sundays are like and how you get ready for work and stuff. So I know the one I do in the evening will be hopefully with my son and my brother. We're doing a recap on what they think about the trial, which is 2 male perspectives plus mine. But in the morning, I'm going to do a live stream. Probably, I'm thinking about 10-ish, which would be 11, 12 noon for you, Candy. And I don't know, Kathy, where you are if you're on Eastern time, it would be, let's see what I say, 10, 11, 12, 1. It would be 1-ish your time. And I'm just going to be on for about 2 hours because I have to come back later and be on with my brother and my son if he has time, because my son and my daughter-in-law also work and they don't have time a lot to tune into my live streams. All right, you guys. So Kathy and Candy, this is Incredibly Average's channel I mentioned in the beginning. Now, if you guys if you didn't catch me when I started, the reason why we're visiting these videos is because in the very beginning of my video, I did talk about all of the witnesses that appeared this week for Amber Heard. We had her attorney, her agent. We had, which I kind of found funny that her previous agent said that Aquaman was one of the biggest money makers ever in the history. What is she talking about? No, it wasn't. It ranked number 5, and it was the biggest selling movie for DC, I believe they said. Warner Brothers, and it ranked 25 in the top movies of all time. So, not bad. And then we had all of her friends that came in the beginning of the week. Everybody was kind of stretched out. So we talked about Io, which appeared first. He was a video deposition video. And we're going to talk about, the reason why also for Kathy, since she's a new listener or viewer, actually. So thank you so much. You guys, I'm so excited right now. I was so getting depressed because no one was finding my stream. And I was like, oh man. But I'm very happy to have you guys here, and I really hope that you share the link or tell your friends or whatever, so it will help my channel grow. So I'm just very excited that you guys are enjoying the content. Anyway, so what we did was we're talking about Io and Raquel Pennington, who they refer to as Rocky. We talked about Christina Sexton, I believe it is, which was another person that was present at the penthouse. The reason why I'm bringing these witnesses up again is because their testimonies were delivered this week by deposition video. Josh Drew is another person that was mentioned a lot of times. If you guys have seen any of the video footage, you'll see Josh walking in the video in the elevator, letting the police in, and so on and so forth. So now we've mentioned Io, we've mentioned Rocky, we've mentioned Josh, and we've mentioned Christina Sexton, I think it is her name. And she was one of the women that were in the penthouse in this incident, where I guess they said Johnny got jealous or something like that. And she said she was scared and she ran to the gym. And then we had someone somewhere saying that there was a woman in the gym. And so that kind of explains a little bit if that was all planned. Anyway, point being, that was planned. So that's what this week was about. In addition to a past agent, in addition to Adam, I can't remember the attorney's name, but we did talk about the attorney that was working for Johnny Depp at the time, which also was mentioned this week in video deposition, which he couldn't really answer a lot of questions because he was under the attorney-client privilege, and that was guided by Ben Chu, which was the attorney you just saw in the behavioral panels video that got up and handed Camille the Post-it. So if you guys are keeping up with the trial, then you do know who Ben Chu is. He's awesome also. And so that's the reason why I wanted to do a recap. Now, for the two of you to know, this week is the final week. We will have closing statements on May 27, 2021. 21. Where's my head? 2022. Excuse me. It's okay. It's all right. So 2022, so May 27th, Friday, 2022 is the final day of the case. They will close out with closing arguments, and then they will rest. Okay. And then the jurors will deliberate, and we'll know what the outcome was. At the end of the day, please keep in mind, this is all about defamation, whether or not Johnny Depp, did the things that Amber Heard accused him of doing. And so that's something that you have to keep in mind from the time that you're hearing DV, you're hearing things about SH or SA, we call it, because we don't say these words on YouTube because we can get dinged for those words, the DV and the S and the SA. So that's one of the reasons why it's really important to understand in her case, because remember, this was an intermingling trial, which means both cases were going on at the same time. And so some people were getting, I believe it, Eric. I totally believe it. I believe it that, people, I mean, she made a mockery of it. And that's why the DV community is so upset about it, as they have every right. I mean, and that's the reason why Rihanna's, picture is circulating, on Twitter and other platforms such as IG and so forth, and probably even on TikTok about, this is not something that is you'd use just for clout. You don't use this kind of stuff for clout. This was on the heels of the Me Too, as you guys know. And there's just been a lot of people that have had, everybody, I think everyone that's evaluated this case has tried to stay as even keel as possible and has tried to be as fair as possible. And the point being is that she just really has no substantial real evidence of all these heinous crimes that she's accusing Johnny Depp of have really occurred. Okay. So that's the number one. Number two is the reason why we were doing a recap for this week to talk about all these deposition witnesses, including, like I said, we talked about the attorney. I forget his name. If somebody knows his last name, Adam, is it Wildman or something like that? I can't remember his last name, but anyway, she's accusing him of leaking the divorce or leaking the information or something to TMZ or whatever, when we know damn well we listened to the San Francisco audio phone call when the live stream first started, and we really needed to get a kind of a baseline of where we are with this case at this point. San Francisco comes in at the end, because the primary focus of this trial was Australia and Toronto. There have been a couple of incidents that have been that have been talked about. Waldman, thank you, Ace. So there have been a couple of instances as far as Tokyo and as far as Russia has now been mentioned in the case since Amber Heard's side is up, and that is one of the reasons why in this particular week 4 you needed to understand who was who. So who is Io? Till it right. Who is Raquel Pennington? Who is Christina Sexton? Who is Josh Drew? What were their roles for this week's recap? What was their roles? And they were all present for the penthouse incident. Now, what is the penthouse incident? In a minute, we are going to revisit the same videos we have revisited in the past. And that is, I was going to stop the stream and start a new one, but I'm not going to do that. We're just going to keep going until I have an empty chat and y'all have just retired for the night. I'm just appreciative for all of you guys being here. Please make sure you tap the like button. I'm a new live streamer and I really, really appreciate you guys being here. And I'm super stoked to even have an audience tonight. So thank you so much. So the reason why we're revisiting these videos, by the way, is in the deposition with Adam Waldman. They mentioned 3 YouTube channels. Okay. And that is That Umbrella Guy, Brian McPherson's Incredibly Average, which is the channel that we're looking at as we speak. That's why I have him up. These are, and the Real Laura B. Okay. So the Real Laura B is on Twitter. She does not have a YouTube channel. Brian McPherson obviously is on YouTube, but this is his channel here on YouTube. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Brian McPherson has a account on Twitter called That Brian Guy. And then, That Brian Guy. And then this is his channel on YouTube, and his channel is called Incredibly Average. All of the videos on this channel are related to the case, okay? From the time the divorce started and these incidents that are in question on the defamation case. So that's the reason why I'm bringing this up. Secondly, the third person that was included in the Adam Waldman deposition was That Umbrella Guy. He is one that has been doing, he's here on YouTube. He's done a lot of live streams with real evidence and showing documentation and so on. So I highly encourage you guys to follow Brian's channel here and That Umbrella Guy Tug. And also make sure that you are staying tuned to LawTube, which follow Rob Law and Lumber and Kathy, if you excuse me, I'm sorry, Candy, if you can put Runkle's channel in there as well. I always forget he's got kind of a long handle, so I always forget. But anyway, they did an excellent live stream on Thursday night, which would have been the 19th of May, which was Thursday evening, which was a recap. The reason why I'm recommending that you guys follow LawTube is because these people are actually in the courtroom studying the environment of the trial. That means studying the jurors. They have a blueprint of where the jurors are sitting, and they've labeled them and the whole thing. So when they're talking on their live streams at the end of the day, they kind of are sharing what they're reading as the jury and what the room is reading the room pretty much. And so that's why I say LawTube has been very, very a big element of this case and the way that it's circulating on the internet and on the interwebs and through, YouTubes and the Twitters and the whole thing. So I really, really highly recommend that you guys see the Law and Lumber's bed theory video, because that was amazing. That was super amazing. And it's very cool that he has, kind of like he's almost like a wood specialist, if that makes sense, So I really appreciated his video, and that went viral anyway. So for Kathy and Candy, who have not seen the videos of Brian, we're going to visit this again. Okay, so that's the reason why we're doing this. It's very important for us to continue to keep these fresh in your mind, okay? Because we are getting ready to wrap. This is our last week of court. If you guys want to be kind enough to subscribe and hit the bell, I am streaming the court process every single day. If you guys want to go ahead and chime in and watch with me, that would be awesome, just because I am a brand new live streamer and I haven't had much chat activity. So tonight you can see that I'm dancing on the rooftop right now. That all of you guys are here. Fishtown LawTube is basically a lot of attorneys that have YouTube channels, such as Legal Bites. I will leave them in the description box for you. There is Legal Bites. There is Emily D. Baker, who was formerly a prosecutor. These are litigators. Legal Bites is actually a panel. It's run by one attorney that practices in Seattle and DC, Washington, DC, and also is licensed in California. That is her channel, but she has a lot of co-hosts there on a panel that is covering the case and the trial, and they, promote each other and so forth. Law and Lumber is actually a brand new YouTuber that was just putting in his time as a non-YouTuber, but was on Twitter and decided to contribute his opinions on Legal Bites as just a video host. And then he definitely decided to create a channel. And now that he's created a channel, his first video went viral. So that's kind of interesting and also just awesome for him. And there's lots and lots of legal attorneys that are jumping into Legal Bites, their panel, and it's giving us the opportunity to get to know LawTube in general. So LawTube is basically a community, and then you have all of your individual YouTubers that are attorneys and practice different types of law, and they're all just kind of chiming in on what's going on this case. So I think it's very, very important to follow LawTube, and the reason is so it gives us a good idea of how to understand where we are with the case. So what I do in my live stream is I started streaming the trial 1 week ago after the break. I started live streaming about the trial in the middle of the break, and I found myself talking to the TV so much. I was like, you know what, I want in on this. So I basically just started live streaming and giving my 2 cents and my thoughts on the trial. And then when trial resumed on May 16, 2022, I started streaming the trial. And then at the end of the day, I would just kind of give my little pointers. But what I do when I stream the trial is I peek into Emily D. Baker's channel, and I just see for that first 10 minutes of this lunch break, I just see what she says. And I don't, like to, I am just reacting to their live streams, but I don't feel comfortable kind of streaming their streams, if that makes sense. So basically I just stream the trial, and then I kind of pop into a law channel such as Legal Bites or such as Emily D. I prefer Emily D. Baker, you guys, because I like her personality. I like her kind of vibe, if that makes sense. I love the fact that she's a solo channel. I don't mind Legal Bites and all the panelists that are on there. I appreciate them as a group, but sometimes it's hard to, I appreciate all of their opinions, but sometimes when you get too many people in one room, it's hard to understand and follow the conversation. And so that's the reason why, no, Ace, there is no LawTube. There is no LawTube channel. LawTube is basically all of law channels on YouTube, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where we are with that. But what I did was Kathy and Candy came in prior to Eric and Ace, and I was telling Candy about the Gone Girl video. She has not seen it. We were also talking about Brian's videos as well. And I said, you know what? Candy and I were talking about, she's in Texas, and I know it's getting late where you guys are. If you're on the Central Time or Eastern Time, I'm here in California, so it's still fairly early. But what we were talking about is, since, she hadn't seen these videos, we were talking about possibly if I could extend my live stream or if I wanted to end this one and come back in for a new one. Well, we're going to go ahead and just keep on keep on keeping on. That's what we're going to do. So basically what I was saying is, I know Ace has probably been in my live stream before. He knows I'm new. But at the same time, what I wanted to do is, I think this is imperative. I'm going to play you guys 4 videos. Okay. Right now. So get comfortable, get a drink, get a beverage, get something to snack on, put me in your ears, watch me on your TV, watch me on your iPad, watch me on your phone, whatever you feel you can hear the clearest at. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to play 1 3-minute clip I've played several times. And then I'm going to play the Gone Girl video. Okay, the Gone Girl video. That is 28 minutes. We're going to be here a little while, so I may put you to bed. I don't know yet. But at the same time, this is the sequence I think that anyone that's following this case or that's rough on the details of this case should know, and how you should do it, in my opinion. So we're going to do one little clip of Richard Grannon. That's 3 minutes. Then we're going to do the Gone Girl video, which is 28 minutes. Then we are going to do part 1 and part 2. Actually, I'm thinking we should do part 1, part 2, and part 3 of Incredible Brian's channel. So like I said, we have the DI Guy Plus in the courtroom. We have Renkel, I believe, in the courtroom. And I think Law and Lumber is going to try to be there for closing arguments, which is going to be super cool. They did do a live stream. They studied every witness and studied the jury as the depositions were going on Thursday night. So if you haven't seen their live stream, I highly recommend that you do that. And, it's just a great live stream. You guys really should see it on your own time. Maybe tomorrow morning when you wake up and have your coffee, I would highly recommend that you check out their live stream. Now, what I'm going to do really quick is I'm going to go ahead and grab their live stream for you, and I'm going to show you what their live stream looks like so you guys can mark it. It will be in the description box when we're done as well. But and that way you guys won't really have to go surfing for it. It'll be in the description box. So all you have to do is just tap it and it will take you straight there. But if you guys are not familiar with Runkel or the Law and Lumber, I'm going to go ahead and show you this live stream they did with the DIY guy last night, or Thursday. I'm sorry. I keep getting yesterday confused because I was supposed to live stream yesterday, y'all, and I was just too damn tired. This as a brand new YouTuber that's in the commentary and reaction community, because I just transitioned my channel, I don't know how they're all sleeping. I mean, I'm serious. This case has been there's so much to it that it's like everybody's streaming like twice a day, and they're not just streaming like for 2 hours. They're streaming like for 8 hours. Like Legal Bites, they stream for like 10 hours in the, from the morning until the evening. I honestly do not know how they're doing it. It's insane. Like I commend all the people that are out here working as hard as they are, because I never thought in a million years that this is hard. That's all I'm going to say. This is hard. This is hard. How do you spell Runkel? I forget. Let me see. I know it was his live stream that Rob did yesterday. Let me just check. I always forget how to spell his name. Hold on. I'm trying to go back in the chat and see. Give me 1 second, y'all. Runkel of the Bailey. Let's see. Runkel of the Bailey. Oh, here we go. Okay, so they did their live stream and they were tired. Oh my goodness. Poor Runkel. Ian, I think is his name. But they did a great live stream. This is it. Okay. It was streamed 1 day ago, which was last night, I guess. They got 374,000 views on that. So, wow. But I highly recommend that you guys go on Runkel's channel and watch this, because this is a really good read of the way that they read the room when they're in the courtroom. We are going to expect these 3 to be in the courtroom. I know that, what's DIY guy's name again? I forget his name. But anyways, he's supposed to be in court all week. Runkel, I believe, is trying to get in there all week. They are announcing on their channels and on Twitter to try to get people to fill lines for them, to stand in line for them. And so, and then Rob, I don't know if Rob's going to be in there. I don't know if Rob's going to be in there all week. I know he's trying to get in there for closing arguments, because I think he has a firm, if I'm not mistaken. So I highly recommend that you guys see this, though. It is a great live stream. Runkel is literally running on fumes in this live stream, but it's an awesome live stream. So make sure that you guys tune into this, okay? Because it's really important. Next week, you guys, you'll have to, I'm telling you, I know that this is a lot, but if you guys are into this trial, try to get as much as you can in. And I will be on twice tomorrow. So if you guys want to hang out with me, you're welcome to come back. subscribe and, you know, have your bell on, and you'll know what time I'm going to decide to do it. But that is their live stream. So let's go back to what we were talking about now. Like I said, grab yourself a beverage, a drink, and a snack, and let's get comfortable. All right. So what we're going to do first, because Candy in our chat has not seen the Gone Girl video. So this kind of sets the pace for you all. Okay. So if you haven't seen the Gone Girl video, this gives you a really good idea of kind of how, to me, it was premeditated. I'm just going to say that off the bat. I think she planned this from the beginning. I think, you know, she's young, but she wasn't stupid. She just wasn't. I mean, she seems like not all the tools are up there, but she knows what she's doing for sure. And before I run this Gone Girl video, though, I did want to run this 3-minute clip because I think it's important. A lot of people don't know. Ooh, look at my look at 97% on my poll on Twitter. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter too, it is the same as the channel. I'm new to Twitter, but I'm gaining every day, which is pretty exciting. But I did want to go ahead and run this clip. I know Ace has seen this probably a couple of times. He's been with me a couple of times since I started, and I kind of didn't have anybody in my chat. But I did want to show you guys a Richard Grannon's clip because I think it's very important before we start the Gone Girl video, and that will tie into Amber Heard's performance on the stand. It's very important that you understand the way that a narcissist or a psychopath or a BPD, and also the way that a histrionic operates. It's very important because they're not just, the thing about today is people are throwing around narcissist, they're throwing around narcissism, they're throwing around gaslighting, they're throwing around a bunch of things that people don't really know what they mean. It's like word salad. Just a minute ago, we watched the behavioral panels say word salad. A lot of people don't know what that technically means. So tomorrow when I start my live stream, we'll start with word salad because I think it's very important for you to understand all this psychological terrorism we're talking about when we're talking about Amber Heard. This is reality, you guys, for her. This is the way that she lives her life. This is the way that this is what everyone in her life has to put up with. This is not something that Amber Heard has, you know, just doctored up because she met Johnny Depp. This is how she treats everyone in her life. And I hate to say it, but I feel very sad for her child. I do. I mean, I'm just going to say it. You know, I'm not saying she's a bad parent. I don't know her. But I'm just saying that the mind games and the manipulation that she's going to use on that child as it grows up is going to be very, very kind of, I don't know. It's going to be sad for the child. But where was I going with this? You guys, when I try to go on Twitter, I try to have everything prepared and ready for you all. And then I wanted to share this clip just because I think it's so important, and I keep sharing it and I keep losing it. And I don't want to look it up on YouTube because I feel like it's in here. It's just, I keep playing it. I know a lot of people have seen it, but I keep playing it because it's an important piece. And I need, when I find it, I need to just keep it up so that you guys can see it. If you see me looking to my left, which is your right, I believe, I have a larger TV monitor. My eyes are really, really bad. So I have a 4K monitor on my right side and a large TV on my left side so I can actually see what I'm doing. But I wanted to go ahead and share this one clip before we start the Gone Girl video because it's only 3 minutes. It's very, very short, but it's very important for you guys to understand how people like Amber Heard operate. And it's pretty much standard for male and female, although I think this type of behavior that we're talking about in Amber Heard's sense, I don't know, to me, she's a little bit like a Black Widow. I'm not sure if you guys feel the same, but to me, she strikes me a little bit as a Black Widow. So just because she planned this whole thing with her friends. There it is. All right, so I'm going to play this small little clip, and then we're going to move on to the Gone Girl video, and then we'll move on to Brian's video. So this is very important. You guys tune in, put your earphones in, and listen up. It's only 3 minutes, but it's very important that you understand what he says.
Psychopaths, narcissists, borderlines, and histrionics all play this game. the appearance of being a victim, the appearance of being frail and fragile. How would you recognize this? Okay, here's a way of recognizing it. Remember at all times that what you are dealing with is a performance to elicit a response from you. Take one person, take what I just said, put them together. Think of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 examples where they behaved in a certain way that elicited a response from you that caused you to serve them, that caused you to give your stuff, your time, your attention, your money, your things, your emotion, your sex to them in a way that you wouldn't have done if they hadn't asked you. They implied it. They made faces. They sighed, or they did weird stuff with their meta communication, their body language to get you to do what they wanted you to do, which is to serve them in some way.
Okay, so that was very important for you guys to see. I play it a lot on my streams. I'm just going to tell you that right now because I think it's very, very important that if you're going to learn about, you know, you have to understand. I feel like if you want to understand like the type of behavior that Amber Heard is displaying, it's very important to understand psychology and this type of psychology. It's not like, hey, you know, the stuff that's trending on Twitter is just like, you know, Amber Heard's a psychopath, Amber Heard's this, Amber Heard's that. She's really not well. I mean, you know, she's really not well. She does this to a lot of people in her life, and I think it's very sad. I think she does it to her sister. I think she's done it to the people that have worked for her, you know, and I think it speaks volumes, as I've mentioned in the past, about how Johnny Depp has long, loyal you know, employees that have worked for him because he takes care of them and they have a good relationship together, rather, you know, versus Amber Heard that can't keep a staff member to save her life. So, and it's because, you know, and there was something, and I don't know if any of you guys are following the case, but let me know if you guys have heard, there was something floating around a couple of days ago, early on Monday, that she blew up over the course of the break on her attorneys. She had a, you know, a hot moment, I guess, you know, a steamy moment of bitching her attorneys out because of what happened the week before that, the week before court ended. So that was kind of interesting. All right, you guys. So we're going to go ahead and start with the Gone Girl video. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself and let you guys watch this. I'll zoom in on the screen so you can see exactly, but I would highly recommend you use earphones or put me on your TV or something so you can hear the actual narration of the video. It's very important to listen you know, to this video and understand why people are referring to her as Gone Girl. So here we go. So this says mental health is something to take seriously, and it must be made very clear that this is one specific case is no way. Wait, let me start over. I'm sorry. Mental health is something to take seriously, and it must be made very clear that this one specific case is in no way a representation of generalization of most people dealing with issues. Example, suffering bipolarity does not necessarily equals being violence. I don't know what she means by that, but okay. I think she meant that individually. All right, here we go. Although both Amber Heard and Amy Dune's stories' reasons may at times differ. Hold on. Oops. Wait. I gotta go back. Hold on. I did this last time. Hold on. Let me read this to you as we go. Sorry. Hold on one second. All right. Although both Amber Heard and Amy Dune's stories' reasons may at times differ, they still follow a particularly similar scheme of personalities that ultimately leads them to commit similar dangerous and illegal actions. Let's take a look at Amber Heard's diagnosis made by her doctor, Cluster B: borderline, toxic narcissist, sociopathic personality disorder. Additionally, anxiety, eating disorder, ADHD, bipolarity, codependency issues. That's Johnny, Johnny, don't leave me. I'm only going in the other room. Oh my God, I'm going to die if you walk out of this room right now because you're going to leave me. You're going to leave me. You're going to leave me. All right. Fundamentally, the signs that Miss Heard began to demonstrate then became the full and developed aspects of her character that I came to know during the incredibly unhappy time we were together. She is a calculating, diagnosed borderline personality. She is sociopathic. She is a narcissist, and she is completely emotionally dishonest. I am now convinced that she came into my life to take from me anything worth taking and then destroy what remained of it. Indeed, later in our relationship, we sought out the help of a marriage counselor. The marriage counselor confirmed to me that Miss Heard had a borderline toxic narcissist personality disorder and is a sociopath. It was further explained to me that Miss Heard's projection of emotions is extremely exaggerated. She will always overreact, and she simply cannot be wrong in any circumstances. She invariably accuses other people of bad things she herself has done. The same has been said to me by my private doctor, David Kipper. Mr. Justice Nicole, client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, ADHD, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Have I got the right sentence? Miss Laws, don't know who these people are, just reading the script. That is right. Yes. Mr. Justice Nicole, were those observations correct or incorrect? The witness, they are correct. The witness is Amber Heard.
Yeah. She only usually takes 25. You okay with 50? Oh, the Serical? Yeah. I'd be okay with 100. But give her 50.
Amy Doon is, long story short, a psychopath cluster B, antisocial, sociopathic personality disorder, Munchausen syndrome. I've heard that before, but I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Narcissistic personality disorder, elements of borderline personality disorder. Both are manipulative with a lack of remorse, dishonesty, and striking charm that are also characteristics of a psychopath. And both fit all 7 criteria for the antisocial condition: violation of the law, deceitfulness, impulsiveness, irritability, and aggressiveness, lack of remorse, disregard for the safety of self and others, consistent irresponsibility. Thank you, Ace. In addition, these behaviors are usually so ingrained that the person accepts them as completely normal and has no desire to change them. By now, I suppose you know Amber Heard confessed to abusing Johnny Depp because he would run away, was arrested for DV on her ex-partner in 2009. I did start a physical fight. You run away every single fight. Amber Heard arrested in 2009 for domestic violence against then girlfriend Tasha Van Ray. Tasha Van Ray. Some of the other accusations are mental verbal abuse on her former assistant and stealing her R story. I can't say that on YouTube. Lying about donating her divorce settlement to charity, which we saw in court on the cross. Threatening an employee. Amber Heard's former assistant alleges actor appropriated her story of being SA survivor. Now let's really get into it. And here is where I'm going to mute myself.
Stage your crime scene with just enough mistakes to raise the specter of doubt. You need to bleed. A lot. A lot. A head wound kind of bleed. A crime scene kind of bleed. You need to clean poorly, like he would. Clean and bleed and clean. And leave a little something behind. A fire in July. And because you're you don't stop there.
Quick question. What exactly did Johnny break in the hallway? Amber claims he smashed a second bottle of wine in the hall, and Raquel claims he was breaking things in the hallway, but here's a picture of the hallway while standing in the doorway of Condo 3. You see what I see? That's right. Nothing. These hallways are empty, devoid of anything to break. Sure, Amber says he went in the hall apparently with a wine bottle in hand and smashed it before going into Condo 5. Then why is this the only hallway picture among the court-submitted pictures? No broken glass, nothing but spilled wine. According to Amber and Raquel, Johnny used a magnum-sized bottle to smash everything he could. Raquel would even add that wine was going all over the walls, floors, and furniture. Yet the only pictures we have are a wine spill in the hall.
I
and
agree,
a hardwood
Eric.
floor with an overturned,
Candy wanted to see the
unbroken
video,
bottle,
so I promised I would show
a
it.
picture frame that they apparently took the time to hang back up at a perfect 90-degree angle before taking a picture of it. One, I'm questioning when exactly some of these could have been taken, and two, where?
You need a diary. Minimum 300 entries on the Nick and Amy story. Start with the fairy tale early days. Those are true, and they're crucial. You want Nick and Amy to be likable. After that, you invent. The spending, the abuse, the fear, the threat of violence. And if I get everything right, the world will hate Nick for killing his beautiful, pregnant wife.
A social media campaign is calling on
Wine.
ticket buyers to boycott a Monday night concert by Depp's rock band, the Hollywood Vampires, in Stockholm, Sweden's The Local is reporting.
However, fans have called for a recasting of the role, as Depp's then-wife, Amber Heard, accused him of emotionally and physically abusive behavior.
Anger, outrage, accused of glamorizing domestic abuse. The backlash came hard and fast when Johnny Depp's exclusive British GQ cover story dropped. Even fellow journalists quickly expressed their disbelief. Can't believe I have to say this, British GQ, but being accused of domestic violence does not make you cool. Stop dramatizing his behavior as though he's some sort of misunderstood hero. He's not.
The hashtag I'm with Amber trend.
For this anniversary, I've arranged a trip. Follow the river, up, up, up. Sit back and relax, because you are done. What's up, up river?
Up the river. Prison.
Fucking crazy bitch.
That's what this is. She's framing me for her murder.
You married a complete psychopath.
The morning of our anniversary, I was going to ask her for a divorce. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't fake it for another year, another day.
And what happened?
Before I could say anything, she said, I need you to go somewhere and really think about our marriage. She knew I would go to Soda Beach.
She had no alibi.
She stage managed me. She knew exactly what I would do, and I fucking did it. I went to the beach, I thought about our marriage, I came back and decided I wanted a divorce.
By the time you got home,
she was gone.
After the party, Miss Heard, or possibly one of her friends, defecated in our shared bed. Depp's statement read, according to reports from page 6, on 12 May 2016, Miss Heard confessed to our estate manager, Kevin Murphy, that leaving the feces in the bed had been just a harmless prank, thereby effectively acknowledging that she had been responsible, whereas she had previously sought to blame our dogs. During Depp's witness testimony on Friday, the actor claimed that the incident was what spurred him to leave Amber, not the other way around. It was not left by a 3 or 4 pound dog. I was convinced that it was either Miss Heard herself or one of her cohorts involved in leaving human feces on the bed. I wanted nothing to do with her. I thought that was an oddly fitting end to the relationship.
Grown-ups work for things. Grown-ups pay. Grown-ups suffer consequences.
Now, Sarah, though, I want to go to you first. You saw Amber on the day she filed for divorce
2 days after this alleged phone incident. Tell me what you saw.
Correct. I happen to live in the building where Amber Heard was living with Johnny Depp, and she currently continues to live. She's had multiple contacts with various people who work in the building, face to face with no makeup on. I know that she did for a fact on Monday, the day she filed for divorce, and on Wednesday, 5 days after the incident, and 2 days before she sought the restraining order, and there were no marks on her face.
Eric, exactly.
And I've seen those strikes before a lot of people. And it's all done because just self-inflicted. I'm convinced that it's self-inflicted. At the moment, I'm working with the devil. I'm mistaken down.
I feel sick. It's so bizarre. It seems like the kind of thing that would happen to Amy. She always attracts these
drama. You can say it. It's just me and you.
Amber Heard officially charged in Australia. The actress is facing 2 counts over illegally importing her and Johnny Depp's pups, 2 Yorkshire Terriers, into the country. She is also charged with producing a false document.
Just because I don't like to be around Amy doesn't mean I don't care about her.
I has to do so many jobs. I hope you let me down by telling Christopher I can't go back that program. I said, I did. Because I'm not money for you. I'm not money for the job. And then finally, 5 minutes later, she said, do you think he does it? Christy, I'll be honest with you. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. No, I'm saying Amber, she does. She's not a fool.
And here comes Io, Raquel, Josh, and Christina.
I'd like to report some strange activity near the woodshed on the property of one Margot Dunn.
How do you know this is going on? She told me. Oh, okay, so this is a friend of yours? Yeah. Okay, so what did she say, that this guy was assaulted her or hit her? Physically assaulting her, yeah. Okay, but this isn't a boyfriend or anything like that? Yes, it could be, yeah.
28 and
okay, is it her boyfriend, yes or no?
Seconds.
Yes. What's her name? Her name, Amber. That's all I can tell you. I have to go.
Last week, I threatened to leave, and he said he'd find me and he'd kill me. So I disappeared. I lost the baby.
Thank you, Eric. I apologize. I try to keep the mic off because I have family in my house cooking. Anyway, I apologize for that. Anyway, I was saying these texts are referred to by Elon Musk. Ace can probably help out a lot. I know he's got a lot of detail on the case as well. But Rocket Man, Amber Heard called Elon Musk Rocket Man. These are text messages between the two of them. It was mentioned in court that Elon Musk did offer 24-hour protection because she was saying that he was really, believing that something was wrong. So he was texting her at this point. Well, I'm just glad you're okay. You talked to Jay. You talked about Jay being violent in the past and still having keys to the apartment. So I thought something might have happened. Then AH to Rocket Man, which would be Elon. It did, but that's irrelevant. I had the locks changed. Now, she did talk about when she was up on the stand that she had the locks changed, that she was scared or whatever. And then it says from Amber to Rocket Man, legal divorce filing tomorrow, restraining order, all that. So she knew, okay? She said in the audio to Johnny Depp in the San Francisco call that the TRO, her attorneys, were making her do that. She did not know. No, not at all. So there's the proof of that. And I'm sure Ace, if you have any problems, he knows a lot of detail as well. But anyway, this says Rocket Man to AH, what WTF, but you're okay, right? Is there anything I can do? I'm happy to engage 24-hour security for you if you'd like. It would be utterly confidential. Now, you guys do know that Amber Heard dated Elon Musk after JD, and he was in a legal battle with her about embryos she got him to agree to store. That's why there's so much question about this current child she has and who it belongs to. But that's for another day, because she's doing the same thing to Elon Musk that she did to Johnny Depp. So there's that. But that hasn't all unraveled yet. We'll see what happens, because Elon Musk is a tycoon, and I doubt very much she's going to be able to fuck with Elon the way she is with JD. But anyways, so, and it's a pattern. She goes from an A-list actor to a gazillionaire. So there's that. But let's go ahead and continue so we can, and she's done this with everybody. James Franco was just a peon. He was just someone she wanted to fuck around with, and that was it. There was really no, and they knew each other from Pineapple Express. So I don't think there was anything that really mattered with that. But anyway, let's continue. And I won't turn off my mic this time in case I start talking and forget. But thank you, chat, for reminding me, because I forget.
I didn't even tell my parents. I'm so ashamed and I'm so afraid.
Well, he is looking for you. He showed up on my doorstep 3 days ago. He tracked me from my letters to you. You saved him.
Knowing you were out there was the only thing that's kept me going these past few years.
Go to the police. You can explain
No,
everything.
I can't turn up now. I'd be a pariah. Everyone would hate me.
I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. I didn't know that.
Is it wrong to want Nick to go to prison?
He should go to prison for what he's done. I'm setting you up at my lake house. It's utterly secluded.
Amber Heard saying she had
It's
no
utterly
other
confidential.
relationship whilst with Johnny Depp. But in text messages between her and SpaceX boss Elon Musk, he offered her 24/7 security. He said, "It only matters because I really like you."
It's hard for me. After so many years under someone's thumb. I understand what you're saying, Busy. I do. I've just been so mistreated for so long. I've forgotten how to behave.
There she is in her little girl voice again. Okay, this would be the plant of the hallway.
Dozens of home invasions.
Dozens and dozens.
This area right here, it looked wrong from the second we saw it. Whole thing looked staged. I mean, watch this. And yet they remained upright throughout this life and death struggle.
I don't know. She put in pictures in her restraining order documents of like broken glass. Like he threw a bottle, according to her, and it smashed everywhere.
The cops say they saw nothing.
They said that none of that was there, and they actually were inside the apartment.
And the bodyguards say that too.
It's mind blowing that.
Well, Mike, you know the implication, right? The implication is she said, "I'll get him," and she broke the glass and she hit herself with the iPhone.
She hit herself with the iPhone. You hear that?
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you the fucking crazy.
You guys, I gotta make some Mega Pint and some Johnny Depp merch. I have to.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going? Oh, really?
And of course, she laughs before she turns it off. A typical 24-year-old thing to do.
No, didn't it? You were smashing shit.
Redacted unsent letters.
Shall I read the last entry?
Sure.
This man may kill me. In her own words, this
I
man
can't
may kill
see
me.
that or I'd read
Kind of a
it.
convenient endnote.
Some incidents were so severe that I was afraid he was going to kill me, either intentionally or just by losing control and going too far. He explicitly threatened to kill me many times, especially later in our relationship.
An email which was written
Exactly,
by Ms.
Candy.
and never sent was also read out. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, she wrote. Half of you I love madly, the other half scares me.
She's on fairly heavy painkillers.
It's okay. I want to help.
Ms. Dunn, I know what you've been through, so we'll keep this very brief. Can you walk us through what happened?
That morning, the doorbell rang. So normal. I opened the door. He pushed inside. And he grabbed me. But I got away and ran to the kitchen. And he clubbed me. I collapsed.
That club was actually the handle to a Punch and Judy puppet.
Right.
He was trying to get into the door. I was trying into the room. I was trying to escape in. He pushed the door into me, and I was trying to hit him by getting him out of the door to stay in the room.
Treasure, I hidden some puppets at Ghost.
Then how did Desi have that handle?
I just found it.
I'm
sorry, I feel myself fading.
Can we take a break, please?
No.
She's upset. She's upset.
She's
Clear
not-
that she's crying and she's upset.
Crying. Please. We've never seen a tear from this woman from 8 years ago.
Johnny Depp with a closed fist in
As
the
she's
history
laughing.
of your relationship with Johnny.
Answer it how.
Sorry about hitting you with the door. Hitting your head did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I did.
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I
But punching me in the jaw.
okay. I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
Objection. That's argumentative.
She's still acting for the cameras, even in court.
Flanked by security, Amber Heard doesn't try to hide the bruise on her cheek. Neither does her lawyer. You guys, she showed a lot of courage today.
She showed a lot of courage, y'all. A lot of courage. The DV community is so upset with her. You would think if she had something on her face, she'd be wearing sunglasses, her hair down, something to indicate she was embarrassed or not wanting to show it. I know, Eric, that's funny. I agree. That's funny.
You can stop pretending now.
I'm not pretending. You are perfect.
Smiling and laughing just 24 hours after accusing the Hollywood star of abuse.
You're a murderer.
I'm a fighter.
Any comments, Amber? Nothing.
Fighting the good fight.
One photographer. One photographer. Just one.
They'll destroy you. Neighbors will shun you. And I'll make sure that no one forgets the pain you caused me.
It's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in A, secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives. Either I'm in a fight club.
Do you believe you're an abuser?
No.
Do you believe you abused me physically?
Do I physically believe? I mean, do I believe I physically abused you?
Yes.
Do you know I'm 115? Well, not anymore, but I was 115 pounds. I'm a 115 pound woman, and you're 6'5". I have the capacity to abuse.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Have I ever been able to knock you off of your feet?
You started.
Walk your balance?
You started these
So who
things.
you want to stand, Johnny, and say she started it? Really? I have never been able to overpower you. That's the difference between me and you.
Why did you try?
And that's the difference that the whole world and the jury and the judge see. That there is a very big difference between me and you. You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny, that Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. It sees how many people believe or side with you.
Nick and I have been through some bad patches, we've had our dark days, but we thank you so much for supporting us in our new life together, for forgiving Nick. Really, your encouragement means the world.
You have given me so much strength, and I send it back to you. Thank you.
Amber herself was arrested for domestic violence a few years back with her partner.
With her domestic partner. We broke this story this morning on the website, and somehow this thing got completely buried. And what happened was she's at the airport with her domestic partner,
because
Tasha
they were-
Bunbury. They're at the airport. According to Tasha, apparently she complained to police about this, and they were there. Tasha got in an argument with Amber. Amber argued back, and Amber then grabbed her arm, hit her arm, broke her pendant, and she got arrested for domestic violence, taken to jail, booked, had to spend the night in jail. But ultimately, the prosecutor said, "Hey, you guys are both from California.
California.
Let's go back."
I was sure that you were there. Okay, I'm
No, I didn't go to Toronto. I was filming my
because
show.
there were so many other people. Okay, we good? Yeah. Okay. Congratulations, you did a really good job in this. And I was just wondering, I mean, this is a pretty heavy duty script when when you look at it. What was it that kind of resonated with you when you read it, that you wanted to do it?
It's so important. Hold on one second.
No problem.
Courtney, I can't do this if people are coming in and out of the door. It's really distracting. Extremely. Thank you.
Do you want to start it? We'll start again?
Yes. I was laying around in my house. This whole thing.
Have you ever had guys fight over
But that red, it kind of just takes you up a notch. And it's like, okay, she's going to kick my butt. She could kick my butt if she wanted to.
Well, red hair doesn't make you it doesn't make you any more able to kick butt. You can do it in any color hair, trust me.
So that, you guys, was the Gone Girl video. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? So I know if you haven't seen it, that's why people are saying that, it's very similar, that it was all premeditated, and that, she knew exactly what she was doing. And that's why I think it's very important to hear Jerry Judge on there saying she's not a fool. She knows exactly what she's doing. So, I don't think it took a rocket science to figure out that she kind of targeted him. I don't think it was the other way around. I think when they met for Rum Diaries, I don't think it was him. I think he innocently, met this woman he thought was beautiful or whatever, young, of course, inexperienced, of course. But I think, his idea of wanting to get involved with her, wanting to get to know her or something, I think was more endearing than, I just want this young trophy on my arm. And she was like, ooh, someone I can sink my hooks into and take away and, and pretty much use my beauty as a tool. If he doesn't give me what I want, then he'll pay, and it's clear. I mean, it's just so clear. So having said that, so now we've seen the Gone Girl video, right? So then we jump over here while we talk about court reflecting on last week about Io, Josh, Raquel, Rocky, who was the one that called the 911 operator, like Ace said. And it's very clear, that it was staged and that they had the cops come out twice for a reason. So we're going to go ahead, and this time though, we're going to start with the first video that Brian ever made. So it's still going to be a little while, y'all, but I think it's important because we're wrapping up court next week, like I said. So hopefully you guys aren't too tired, or you're comfortable wherever you're watching this, and you can hang out for the rest of it. So these are going to be 3 videos we play back to back. The first one is going to be 35 minutes. The second one is going to be 28 minutes. And the final one to follow is 28 minutes. I am going to be posting, as mentioned earlier in the stream, the 4-hour 22 minutes of straight audio. I live streamed it on Thursday evening. As I mentioned, if you missed it, YouTube dinged me for it, so I couldn't keep it on there, but I do have it pre-saved from StreamYard, which is good. Then tomorrow when I come on, we're going to be listening to the 2-hour, oh my God, we're going to be listening to 2 hours and 5 minutes of straight audio. You guys, this audio is killing me, but I feel like it's important to put it on the channel because we have rebuttal witnesses coming in for Johnny's team next week. So we want to make sure that we understand when they're playing excerpts of the audio, we know where it's coming from. So, in order for us to do that, we have to know what audio they're referring to. Even though we're just hearing a small clip, it's always good to know what audio are they pulling from. So, and Johnny's team has been using audio in its entirety in terms of making their point, not obviously the whole entire piece of audio, but obviously they want us to know exactly what audio this is coming from. So I did do the hour and 10 minutes. I did a lot of Johnny Depp's audio on my channel in the live streams. My live streams run from about 3 to 4 hours in general. Tonight's an exception because we've got some people and some active chat, which you guys, I could do a happy dance on top of the roof, as I mentioned before. This is my very first time I've ever had an engaging chat. So I love y'all so much for, for being here. Please make sure you like the video. It helps the channel grow, and subscribe and hit the bell. But we're going to go ahead and start with video 1. And the reason why we're going to do that on Brian's channel is because I've never seen it. I've never seen the first one. I've seen part 1 and part 2 of the episode involving Josh, Rocky, Christina, and Io, but I've never seen the first video. So we're going to start with that one, and we're going to go in sequence 1, 2, and 3. And I'm going to go ahead and just kind of sit and watch with you guys. And we're going to start with the first one. Now, while I'm doing that, you guys, I'm going to be surfing on Twitter. So if you see me looking to the right, it's because I'm looking, there's a piece of audio that was released on Twitter that actually it's a straight away audio of her telling someone her plan of how she's going to frame Johnny Depp. So I was trying to find it before I played this, but I can't find it right now because it's so far back. I mean, there's so many tweets and stuff that goes on while the trial's streaming and everything. There's just so much that goes on Twitter. It's hard to catch up. But we're going to go ahead and start with video 1, and then we're going to go to video 2 and video 3. So let's go ahead and start with this one. And as I mentioned, the first one is 35 minutes and 26 seconds, I think, or so. Yeah, 35 minutes and 26 seconds. So we're going to start with this one. The lies not talked about is the way this one's titled.
Hey everyone, thanks for checking out my video. I really appreciate it. I've put a lot of work into this, even if it doesn't show. This is actually my second time making the video. The first one was 45 minutes.
Sorry, I'm putting this in 1080p so we can get the clearest that we can.
Had some issues uploading and ended up being a blessing because it forced me to shrink it down. So I'm going to talk a little faster, not linger on information that isn't key to my point, and try not to take too much of your time. I will go ahead and apologize for what I know will be subpar audio throughout. I don't have professional equipment, and there might be some outside noise interference, so please just bear with me and let's get started. I know there are some who would rather me not make a video at all about Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. After all, this whole mess started about 2.5 years ago, and Johnny is currently suing the Sun magazine for calling him a wife beater, and we're getting new information at a regular pace. So I get it when people say it might not be advised to make this. But what if I told you this video doesn't have much to do with Johnny or Amber and might be information that's been available all along and yet may never get talked about, looked into, or made public in any way? I'm making this video about someone else entirely and the lies I believe they told. I'm talking about one of Amber's key witnesses, Io Tillett-Wright. As a quick heads up, I do want to point out that Io is gender fluid and, to the best of my knowledge, currently uses the pronoun him and he, so I will be referring to him as such. Okay, so here we go. My attempt here is to stick to facts and not rumors. I will make note if at any point I drift into even the slightest speculation, but I'll try to refrain. As we all know, in May of 2016, Amber Heard filed for divorce from Johnny Depp and days later publicly came forward with accusations of physical and emotional abuse occurring throughout their multi-year relationship. In an attempt to obtain a domestic violence restraining order, only to be granted a temporary restraining order, Amber, along with 2 key witnesses and longtime friends Io Tillett-Wright and Raquel Pennington, would all submit court-sworn declarations to support our claims. Within these declarations, mainly Amber's, there are only 3 referenced alleged incidences of abuse at the hands of Johnny Depp: May 21st, 2016, April 21st, 2016, and an unspecified date in December of 2015. I listed those in reverse chronological order because that's the order in which I will be primarily discussing them. I'll start with May 21st, 2016. This was the night Amber claims Johnny threw a phone at her face and pulled her hair and struck her repeatedly. I'm actually not going to spend much time on this night because I could make an entire video picking apart statements and declarations and facts and timelines that it would end up being its own video, which I might still do. Also, there is a ton of new information steadily coming to light about this. I just want to refer to this night to make a point. This alleged incident is the closest IO and Raquel claim to being actual witnesses to the alleged abuse as it was happening. In Raquel's declaration, she claims to have entered the condo after, only to see Amber crying and Johnny yelling. As for the other moments of alleged abuse, Raquel only claims that Amber confided in her. That statement is very important, and I will be referring to it again. IO claims to have been on the phone with Amber and Johnny when the alleged abuse was happening that night, which makes him an ear witness, I guess. As for the other moments of alleged abuse, it should be noted that IO claims to have seen the aftermath of the abuse, not the abuse itself, on many occasions. He would claim this a number of times on different platforms. This is also very important because he is the only witness to date to claim to have seen any of the aftermath of the alleged abuse. Now let's move back to April 21st of 2016. This was the night of Amber's 30th birthday party. She claims a drunk and high Johnny Depp showed up late and then, when all the guests left, assaulted her and smashed everything he could on his way out. No witness claims to have seen any aftermath or injury. As many of you may recall, Johnny is currently suing The Sun magazine for calling him a wife beater, and with that, new information and his claims of what happened are becoming more public knowledge. A few short months ago, his version of this night was released. He claims to have showed up late, and when he was reading in bed, an angry Amber Heard punched him twice in the face before he grabbed her to stop her, and then pushed her away and onto the bed before telling her he is leaving and not to follow him, not smashing anything on his way out. He also claims that sometime after he left, Amber pooped on their bed as it was discovered by the maid the following day. Johnny also claims to have strong photographical evidence tying her and her friends to the incident. Amber says it was her teacup Yorkie's poop. Now just to sidestep a second. Even if she's telling the truth about poop, it takes a lot of gross entitlement to know your dog pooped in the bed and you still leave it for the maid to clean up while you and your friends take off to Coachella for the weekend. It was shortly after this claim that IO did something that essentially motivated me to make this video and share the information I've been sitting on for a while. For so long I considered putting this out there, but would think it's not my place, or just let things happen, it'll work out. But then he did this. Soon after the story about the alleged poop started making the rounds on media outlets, IO sent out a short tweet. Poopgate. This was in response to nobody, he just tweeted it out, clearly as a jab at the claims made by Johnny. Now, was it uncommon for people to make jokes about it at either side's expense? No, but at the very least I found it in poor taste to openly mock the claim when you are a key witness for the other party. I guess it's okay to mock it, but not for others to question you about it. Basically, this invited people online to ask about IO's participation in the alleged pooping. This seemed to make IO pretty ticked off. He would go on a string of posts and replies, cussing, belittling, name-calling, and finally posting this in response to someone. Quick note, you may notice I've blocked out the username. This will be a running theme. I won't show names or faces of anyone non-pivotal in proving my point. Now to the post. IO claims that he couldn't have participated because he says he wasn't even in LA when Poopgate allegedly happened. He says he was in New York and goes on to say that it's a fact. Did Amber call him? Yes. She allegedly called IO while he was in New York on May 21st, so IO could help ease Johnny's mind about it. But Johnny is claiming Poopgate occurred after he left on April 21st. Also, when you say something is a fact, you should probably make sure it's not easily debunked first just because you want so desperately to be right and stick your nose up at people. So let's do some digging and see if we can't find out where IO was on April 21st. Here we have a post from April 12th, 2016. I'm going to be showing a number of posts during this video, primarily to focus on the location tags of Instagram. This will help demonstrate how accurate they are and which ones need more information to confirm. Quick note, locations are one of the only aspects of Instagram that can be changed after a post goes up. The date is one of the things that cannot be changed. This post has been tagged in Brooklyn, New York. So far, so good. The next post is April 20th, the day before Amber's birthday party and alleged assault and Poopgate. Notice the location tag again, Brooklyn, New York. There you have it, the day before in New York with the caption, "Oh my God, finally Emmanuel, see you in a couple of days." And here he is a couple of days later, posting from Joshua Tree, California on April 22nd, the day the poop was actually discovered by the maid. Joshua Tree being where Io was fixing up a house at the time and is roughly a 2-hour drive east of LA. This is where I could argue that this could certainly place Io in LA on the 21st to attend Amber's birthday party between his Instagram posts. He is a very close friend of Amber's after all. Now we have April 23rd, posting from Palm Springs, relatively close, slightly south of Joshua Tree and along the route to Coachella. We know Amber and some friends went to Coachella for the weekend, the 23rd being a Saturday, and Io's next Instagram post not coming until Monday, April 25th, so make of that what you will. Speaking of April 25th, this post is promoting a shot from a film Io was in called Holy New York. Just making a quick note of the location tag, Los Angeles, California, before moving on to the last post in this series from Southern Cal on April 26th, in which he is flying out of LAX with the proper location tag, showing indeed that he had spent the last several days in California before flying back to New York to prepare for a speech or appearance in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. As I said before, I could argue that this could mean Io was in LA to celebrate Amber's birthday party with her on April 21st, even though he says it's a fact that he was in New York. We know that these Instagram posts are fairly accurate, given all the pieced together outside information, so I would assume you would argue that he could have easily flown into LA on April 22nd to go to Joshua Tree, having been in New York just 2 days earlier. Well, here's where that argument hits a big snag. That's because this is the original post. I took this screenshot weeks, if not months, before Io made the claim on social media that he wasn't in LA at the time. You might notice a couple of differences. One being the layout. This screenshot was taken on a mobile device and the location tag is placed above the photo. The other and most important difference is the location tag. Remember when I said you can't change the date on an Instagram post, but you can change the location? You see, after Io went on his impulsive rant about not being in LA, he decided to then go back and change his location tag so it looks like he actually was in New York. Oddly enough, there's also this post on April 21st, the day Io claims he wasn't even in LA. It is a tribute to Prince after his passing. It too has the location tag of Los Angeles. Now, why doesn't this look familiar? Why? Oh yeah, that's it, because it's deleted. You see, Io not only took it upon himself to change the location tag of the post occurring the day before he claimed he wasn't in LA, but to also completely delete a post placing him in LA the day of. Which begs the question, why? If you knew you were in LA, and let's face it, you were when the alleged Poopgate happened, why not just deny having anything to do with it instead of feeling the need to place yourself on the other side of the country just to put as much distance between you and the accusations as possible? Also, if you weren't present when it allegedly happened, why did Amber call you to help her deny it if you weren't there and knew nothing of it? It would make sense that she would call someone that was actually there at the time, unless one or both of these things are true. One, you were there when it happened, and or two, that's not why Amber called you the night of May 21st. And if everyone thinks this is good, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's one thing to lie on social media. It's something completely different to lie for a sworn declaration. This is exactly what I believe Io has done. As you recall, when Amber attempted to gain a DVRO against Johnny, she, along with Io and Raquel, would each submit a court sworn declaration. Amber and Raquel submitting theirs on the day of the initial request for the DVRO, which was May 27, 2016. Io would not submit his until June 13th. As a quick reminder, Amber would be the only one of the three to reference other dates within her written declaration: May 21st, 2016, April 21st, 2016, and an unspecified date in December of 2015. Raquel's statement would only detail the allegations on the night of May 21st, as would Io, but with much less detail. That's because 5 days prior to submitting his declaration, Io would publish a self-written article on Refinery 29's website on June 8th. This article would be attached to his declaration and give a little more information as to why he called 911 that night, and also go into more detail about his involvement during the still unspecified date of the December 2015 incident. We'll get back to the Refinery article in a moment. I want to point out that this wouldn't be the first and only platform Io would use to claim he witnessed the aftermath of abuse on many occasions. There are tweets, and then this article, published on June 1st on page 6 with an exclusive interview given to the Post by a pal of Amber's. It also depicts the aftermath of the December incident. I could use this article to further pick apart Amber's declaration, but I'll stay on point. We can safely assume this interview was given by I.O., the first reason being how much the quotes and wording match up with his tweets and the self-written refinery article. Also, remember, of Amber's witnesses, I.O. is the only one to claim to see aftermath on multiple occasions. And lastly, Raquel lived in the building, just down the hall from Johnny and Amber's condo, meaning if Amber contacted the friend during the attack, I would imagine Raquel would have referenced it in her declaration and would have been able to arrive at their condo within seconds, witnessing more than just aftermath. But, oddly enough, to my knowledge, Raquel has never mentioned this alleged incident. I want to focus on this paragraph quickly. It states her text the woman during the attack and the friend rushed to the couple's LA pad. A couple of things. I want to note that even if I.O. identified as a male at the time, many publications still refer to him as a woman. Also, I want everyone to pay attention that this states that the person, all signs point to being I.O., rushed to the LA pad immediately after being contacted. Now let's jump back to the refinery article and talk about a few statements to further show this. Shortly into the article, I.O. begins to detail the undated December incident. He would detail going to their place after seeing a bloody pillow, clumps of hair on the floor, and a busted lip, very much as he did previously on Twitter and in the interview to the Post. He would go on to say he got the phone call immediately after, with Amber screaming and crying, which is why he went over. Just a quick side-by-side comparison. I know some will point out that during the Post interview, it states that the friend received a text, and I.O. claims in his article that he received a phone call. Short explanation and speculation, and make of this what you will. Text messages can be ordered by the courts and printed out by the phone company if said phone company has the log still available, and phone calls only have call logs and no way of checking to see what was actually said during the conversation, unlike text messages. But I digress. Later in the article, he would depict further witnessing Amber shaking and crying as she described Johnny putting his entire weight into headbutting her in the nose. He would then describe sitting and listening to Amber as she further described the still undated December incident with grueling detail, with what allegedly left her with the missing clumps of hair, busted lip, and nearly broken nose. This alleged incident being what crossed the line with I.O., as he would not be silent next time. I suppose the next time on his calendar coming May 21st, 2016, when he called 911 on Amber's behalf. The thing about this alleged assault is that, 1, nobody except Amber and I.O. reference it at all, and 2, a date was never given for this and has still, to this day, not been specified. I have my theories as to why this is, but let's just try to figure out that date, shall we? That's actually pretty easy to do. A bit later in the article, I.O. would write, I watched a woman with a broken spirit go on national television the next night. He would go on to say covered in makeup, smiling through a busted lip, and nearly jumping out of her seat when someone casually touched her shoulder. Now, I could spend another segment on this, but don't want to take up too much of your time. If anyone wants to see that, let me know. What's important here is the initial statement of watching Amber go on national television the next night. This would make it a nighttime, somewhat live television show. I.O. is referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden Show on December 16, 2015. How do we know this night was December 16th? Well, you could easily Google it, but for the sake of argument, I will give a little more proof. Here's a piece about the show from Wikipedia. I've highlighted the important parts. It states how beginning the week of May 25th, 2015, the show scaled back production to 4 first-run episodes per week, with Friday's episode being a rebroadcast or rerun, meaning they only shot and aired episodes on Monday through Thursday. These episodes usually were shot during mid to late afternoon hours and aired that same night. And here we have a short portion of the episodes list. As you can see at the bottom of the list is December 10th, this being a Thursday, which meant with no new episode shooting or airing on Friday, the following week's episode would pick up on Monday, December 14th. I've highlighted Amber's episode, which shot and aired on Wednesday of that week, December 16th, 2015. Now, why is this date so important? Because remember, this was the day after I.O. went to Johnny and Amber's place to see the aftermath and be there for her following the alleged incident that made her fear for her life. A date no one will specify for some reason. That day, of course, we now know to be December 15, 2015. Which should lead everyone to the next question. Why is this date not specified? Well, allow me to go on a bit of a tangent, if I may, before I continue on point. This will be the most speculation or insinuation you'll get from me during this video, so you've been warned. On December 15, 2015, Amber and Johnny were spotted that evening leaving the Go restaurant in LA. From these pictures, you can see that Johnny is wearing a low-sitting hat with dark, wide-covering sunglasses, Amber can be seen as fairly fresh-faced, what seems like minimal makeup, and clearly no busted lip, near broken nose, or clumps of hair missing. We can only assume this was earlier in the evening before the alleged life-fearing beating later that night and before going to shoot the James Corden show the following afternoon. Knowing that the alleged worst beating of her life came less than 24 hours from arriving at the James Corden show is also important. You see, Amber would be photographed and or put on video a number of times following the incident. None of these moments seemingly showing any physical signs of the devastating injury she claims to have received. First, there's the show appearance the following day. I want to point out that the hair and makeup artist used the same selfie taken on the show for their own Instagram post. I also want to point out that neither of these individuals were ever mentioned by Amber nor placed on her witness list. I find that interesting because they would each be able to vouch for the clumps of hair missing and also the busted lip, near broken nose, and other horrifying facial injuries. This is doubly interesting because the makeup artist still works with Amber to this day and is a longtime friend, even going to Coachella with her and the gang after the alleged abuse and Poopgate incident in April of 2016. Her next public outing would be on December 20th. Here she is spotted with Raquel doing some shopping at the Melrose and Fairfax flea market. She even took the time to take a close-up selfie with someone I assume is a fan. Not the best quality picture here, but again, no signs of visible injury. Moving on to this series of shots, these were taken on Johnny's private island by mutual friends who happen to be a photographer and a designer. I won't go into all the details about how I figured it out, but these were taken between the dates of December 27th and December 31st of 2015, a short 2 weeks after having her hair ripped out and face smashed with a full body weight headbutt. I only keep repeating that to emphasize the lack of visible injury, and note that some of these posts make sure to point out that she is fresh-faced and makeup-free. Johnny, however, would not be publicly photographed or videoed until the couple showed up together on the red carpet at the Palm Springs Film Festival on January 2nd, 2016. Amber still showing no sign of injury, albeit with heavy makeup, and Johnny no longer wearing a hat or glasses like we last saw him in December, but still, in my opinion, looking a bit worse for wear. So now I quickly want to go back to December 15th. I find it odd that of all the items on Amber's submitted exhibit list, there are no pictures listed depicting a date in December. Most of her exhibits center around the May 21st incident. But do you want to know whose exhibit list does have pictures of themselves on December 15th? Johnny Depp. And he would not be photographed again for almost 3 weeks, still looking somewhat worked over, again, in my opinion. I think everyone knows what I'm insinuating. It is my opinion, and only my opinion, that Johnny was not the one who flew off the handle that night in December. I think it very well could have been the other way around. Here's a fun side note. Remember the dog smuggling drama in Australia when Amber lied on paperwork when bringing her dogs illegally into the country while visiting Depp on the set of the 5th Pirates film? Did you know that December 15th, 2015 was the day it was reported that Amber would not be getting away scot-free and would indeed have to show up for an assigned court date in Australia, facing possible jail time and facing it alone as Johnny was not implicated nor did he have to go to court over it? Now, who do you think was having a bad day on December 15th? That's the kind of news that could potentially cause a person to throw a rage-fueled fit. But anyway, let's get back on track. We now have a date for the alleged December beating that Amber received at the hands and head of Johnny Depp. Through pictures, interviews, declarations, and articles, we know that date to be December 15, 2015. We also know through that information that IO claims to have gone to check on Amber and comfort her that day/evening. But what if I told you that IO didn't go to Amber's condo on December 15th like he has claimed a number of times? What if I told you he wasn't in LA or even California at all that day, but nearly on the other side of the country, roughly 2,000 miles away, all the way over here? As you may or may not be aware of, at the time, IO was working for MTV on a show called Suspect. It has 8 episodes listed and lasted 1 season. This was somewhat of a spin-off of the popular show Catfish, even utilizing many of the same crew from the show and shooting both during the same time frame, as IO also co-hosted Suspect with the host of Catfish, Neve. The show shot primarily during the fall and winter months of 2015, and IO, as he commonly did at the time, did a wonderful job of documenting all of the cities he traveled to during that time. From Akron to Indianapolis, Detroit and Phoenix, Denver and Aurora, Colorado, from Vegas to Houston. But of all the cities tagged and traveled to, there is one I'm most interested in. Cincinnati, Ohio. That's right, IO posted from Cincinnati on not 1 but 2 dates, those being, you guessed it, December 15th and a bonus, December 16th. Now, if these location tags on these posts are correct, then there is quite the problem brewing. That would mean Iowa wasn't even nearby to go to Amber's condo the night the alleged life-threatening abuse occurred, and he claimed to have witnessed the aftermath the day before Amber went on the James Corden show. Those dates we now know to be December 15th and 16th. Do these location tags alone prove Iowa's geographical location? No, unfortunately they do not. But before anyone says this just became a dead end, buckle up. It's going to be a heck of a ride. Let's start with what we need to prove my point. We need to determine when, both exact month and date, these posts and pictures were actually taken and posted, where they were taken and posted, and what Io was doing there as further confirmation. To do this, as I have for most of the video, I'll be working my way backwards through these points, so to start, let's begin with what Io was doing in Cincinnati. As previously stated, at the time, Io was working on a show for MTV called Suspect, and he did a great job of documenting several cities it took him to. Can you guess where one particular episode shot? Cincinnati. Episode 5 to be exact. That is a really simple way to show what Io would have been doing in Cincinnati, but still doesn't give us a month or a date. But be patient, we'll get there. Next, we have to determine where these pictures were taken and where they were posted from. Let's start with this one on December 15th. The caption reads, "This incredible piece says everything I want to say to young artists. Piece by Jasmine K. Huey. I sincerely apologize for probably mispronouncing that name." I'm sure those who would argue on behalf of Io would say, so maybe this just means he took a picture and was posting a throwback to it and wanted to make sure it was tagged from the correct location of the piece. That's all well and good, and the exact response I would expect from someone who really doesn't want him to be lying about where he was and when he was there, until you see this. The original Facebook post of the picture and piece. A few things to point out here. First, the date of the post being October 18th, 2015. Next to the picture itself. This is the exact same picture Io posted. Every detail about it the same. If you Google "Art is Pointless Without Passion," this is the picture you would get, copied onto countless posts and articles. Io simply saved the photo from online and posted it himself. Finally, we get to the location, Austin, Texas, with the lower description giving credit to the same artist and location at the University of Texas at Austin's Department of Art and Art History. Now you can pause it here and read the whole thing, but I'm going to skip to the last sentence where it says this project is meant to be a short-term investigative project that is to stay within the confines of the University of Texas at Austin. So here's where a little common sense comes into play. Why would you post a picture that you did not take from Austin, Texas, and tag it in Cincinnati, Ohio if you were not indeed in Cincinnati? But for more about the when and the where of this post, we'll have to come back to it. Moving on to December 16th, we have this post with the caption, "Call me whatever you want, just don't call me an it." This one is much easier to determine the location of. He is clearly posing in front of what is a much larger piece. And here it is. "Sing the Queen City," dedicated on September 22nd, 2015. As you can clearly see, the buildings match up in the background. This is in front of the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. I know there are some who would argue this still doesn't prove they were posted while Io was in Cincinnati. He could have clearly been throwing back to it. Well, here's where I will happily oblige and shoot that down as well. Remember when I said an episode of Suspect shot in Cincinnati? We can actually determine when it was. It just takes a bit more digging, so hang in there. When a crew is shooting any show on location, many times they try to be nondescript about when it is. I mean, sure, you can tell what season it may be, in this case winter, with no leaves on the trees and gray skies, but on many occasions they try to avoid showing precise dates or months. I think overall they did a great job with this show when it comes to that, but there are still these. We have a number of fleeting, quick shots in the background of the Cincinnati episode that make it seem like everyone's gearing up for Christmas. There are wreaths on street-side columns and hanging over streets, and Christmas lights on porches going by in the background and in windows and on light posts along the streets. All signs here point to December. The episodes are made up of 2 separate stories or mysteries and take place at different cities, with each story usually filmed over the course of 2 days. As we look at the episode description, it says that Anthony is looking for his missing motocross buddy Dustin, and the other story being Brendan suspects his boyfriend Jamar may be stepping out on the relationship. The first story of this episode with Anthony and Dustin was shot in San Diego after this one with Brendan and Jamar, but as you can see, they have flipped it in editing, with this one being on the second half. That, I believe, is because this was the more compelling story, and you want to lead up to the better of the 2 mysteries. To the episode itself, we'll start with this shot. This was day 1 of a 2-day shoot in Cincinnati, and the date I believe to be December 15th, 2015. In it, we have Brendan on the far right with co-host Neve and Io in the middle, and a friend whom they are questioning about Jamar's recent behavior and possible infidelity. Spoiler alert. Next, we have this one from later that evening.
Sorry,
Here we
y'all.
have Brendan, Neve, and Io at Jamar's house confronting him before seeking resolution the following day. Again, this being the day Amber alleged Johnny beat her so badly she feared for her life, and that Io claimed to be there afterwards as well. And here we have the next day. Io, Brendan, and Neve are on their way to see Jamar. Here they are in his house. Again, this is the day I believe to be December 16th, the day Amber appeared on the James Corden show, and the day after Io witnessed the aftermath and saw Amber go on national television the next night. In this one, I want everyone to focus on what Io is wearing. Let's go head to toe. The hair, short on the sides, blonde, brushed back and to the side. Glasses, a reddish colored flannel shirt, slightly faded jeans at the knees, rolled up at the ankles, and black lace-up boots with brown trim around the bottom. This is the day I believe to be December 16th, the day after Io claims to have went to Amber's condo and witnessed the aftermath of an alleged beating. Now let's compare that to his second Instagram post tagged in Cincinnati on December 16th. You should notice quite a few similarities. First, the hair, same style and color. Glasses that could be different or possibly transition lenses. Now wearing a jacket, but still with the red colored flannel shirt, the slightly faded jeans, and the laced up
Glad
boots with
y'all
the
are
brown
enjoying
trim.
it.
For those
Told
still
ya.
having doubts about the exact dates of these shots, allow me to dive a little deeper. Here we have a post from the Instagram of Io's co-host Neve. As you can see, this is a picture from what looks to be a hotel with some of the crew of Catfish, and as you can recall, often the same as suspect. Like always, I've blocked out names and faces save for one, Sound Guy. Our Sound Guy has a name, but I blocked that out as well. What's important is what I found on our Sound Guy's Instagram, somewhat of a smoking gun when it comes to locking these dates and locations in. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our smoking gun. Yes, I realize it's a big purple Sasquatch toy, but notice the date and the caption. December 15th, 2015, and it reads on set security, meaning he was working on one of the shows on December 15th, but how do we know which one and where without a location tag? Easy. Remember when I was talking about trying to keep things in the background hidden and nondescript? Well, I'm a sucker for Easter eggs, and this is a pretty big one. As you may recall, I showed you an episode screenshot from day one of the 2-day shoot in Cincinnati, the day I believe to be December 15th, and wouldn't you know it, look what's just hanging out under a grill in the background of a shot with Io in it. How about that? To go a step further, our Sound Guy posted on December 16th as well from Lookout Joe's Mount Lookout Coffee Roasters. Want to take a guess at where that is? You got it. Cincinnati. What we've sought out to do is pinpoint the date in December 2015 that Amber and Io would not specify. The date Io claims to have witnessed the aftermath in which Amber was allegedly beaten to the point that she had a busted and swollen lip, black eyes, a nearly broken nose, and clumps of hair missing, and was almost suffocated with a pillow at the hands of Johnny Depp in Los Angeles, California. This date we now know to be December 15th. Io goes on to claim that after seeing this aftermath, he would watch Amber go on national TV the next night. That date we now know to be her James Corden appearance on December 16th. But on those dates, we have Io posting a picture taken from a post about an art piece in Austin, but with a location tag placing him in Cincinnati, and then posting the next day in front of a sign in Cincinnati with the matching location tag. All while shooting an episode of an MTV show over the course of those 2 days, wearing the exact same outfit in the episode as one of the Cincinnati posts. And finally, with a Sound Guy from the show posting from Cincinnati on the exact same days, on the first day, even posting pictures of items in the background of a shot Io was in on that day. Now, either that is one heck of a coincidence, or somebody is telling one heck of a lie. I do want to quickly cover the other part of the episode to further prove the accuracy of these location tags and help wrap this up. Remember I said that they filmed the parts of this back to back and flipped them in editing. Here we have Io's next chronological Instagram post with the caption, "Have I mentioned I love my job?" dated on December 18th with the location of Palo Raceway near San Diego. We'll make brief comparisons in a moment, but I want to make a small bit of speculation. I would venture a guess that, at best, Io, Neve, and the crew flew back to LA later on December 16th or 17th to make the nearly 2-hour drive toward San Diego to prep for the next couple of days of shooting. This most likely being on the 17th to give a day of travel and prep work between cities. Also, we have our Sound Guy posting on December 17th at LAX, presumably having landed, and as you can see by the sign at the top of the photo, waiting on long-distance vans for the road trip to San Diego. So, even if one were to argue that Io could have seen the aftermath on the 16th and not the 15th, it just doesn't match up, having stated to have seen it and then the next night seeing Amber on the James Corden show on the 16th. Also, with Corden's show shooting in the mid-afternoon hours, Amber would have had to have been there much earlier for prep, all while Io would have still been in Cincinnati on the 16th, or at the very least, not quite back to LA, but back to the post. We'll just do the quick wardrobe comparison, head to toe again. Hair, same as previous post. Glasses, which I'm now certain are transition lenses. Black jacket, white pants with what looks like a notepad in the back pocket, and shoes with a funky artistic design, all while setting on a red and white motocross bike. Now here I've compiled a few shots from the episode. Notice the outfit is the same. In one shot you can see the notebook in the back pocket, and the motocross bike he is on is the same one. Also in the episode, they say this is Pala Raceway. Next, we have a post from the next day, December 19th. The location tag is the San Diego 5 freeway, which runs north and south between LA and San Diego, with the caption reading, "It's been a glorious life on the road. We're almost done filming a full season of this new show, and it's Christmas time. Heading home for a few days of R&R, finally." Now, the one thing that really grabs me about this is that last sentence, "Heading home for a few days of R&R, finally." This seems to be conveying the idea that Io hasn't been home to LA for some time, and definitely not for any extended amount of time, maybe not even long enough to go see Amber during that time. I believe that because of this, on arriving back in LA on December 19th, that it was the earliest Io could have seen Amber following the alleged life-threatening abuse. Io wouldn't post again until December 21st from Joshua Tree, California, but that doesn't mean we don't know where he was between those days. On December 20th, we have a post from a mutual friend of Raquel, Amber, and Io. It has the location tag of the Eastern Columbia building. Now, for those of you who don't know, this was the building in which Johnny owned the penthouses Amber demanded in her letter to his lawyer while threatening to go public with her accusations. Io lived here in the penthouses for a brief time before this, and Raquel at this point still did. As a matter of fact, I know enough about these penthouses to know that this is Raquel's in the photo. Also, keep in mind this is the same date that Amber and Raquel were spotted out earlier shopping at the flea market. Everyone seems to be in good spirits considering Amber was allegedly nearly killed days earlier. Thank goodness abusers aren't really known for keeping you separated from your friends and loved ones. Oh, wait. So I guess that about wraps it up. I want to close with just a few comments. It is my opinion and belief that on not one but two occasions, one of Amber's key witnesses was willing to lie to make Amber's claims more believable. Once about the April 21st, 2016 alleged abuse and Poopgate incident, saying he was on the other side of the country when he was actually right there in LA, and also during the alleged December 2015 incident in a sworn declaration claiming to be in LA when he was actually on the other side of the country. Now, I don't claim to know why I believe he lied, whether it was bitterness toward Johnny, affection and feelings toward Amber, or just being a conspiracy theorist, always wanting there to be more than what's on the surface and wanting to be the one who sees it and exposes it. Oddly enough, working on a show that uncovers secrets all while never having his exposed. I don't know his motivations. All I know is I believe he did lie. And if he is willing to lie about where he was and when he was there in moments that something as serious as abuse allegedly occurred, then what else is he willing to lie about? And who else has been willing to lie for her? Thanks so much again, everyone, for checking out my video. I know it was long, but I hope it was informative. I really hope you got something out of it. Again, these are primarily my opinions, but rooted in a lot of factual information. I know none of this is popular opinion, but I'm not trying to win anyone over, just sharing my views on things. I know more information could be coming soon, but if anyone wants to hear about any of my other breakdowns of things, some of which I know I mentioned in this video, just leave a comment or something like that. Hopefully this gets to stay up and you can share it, like it, thumbs up, thumbs down, leave an encouraging positive comment or a hateful one, whatever suits you. I don't have a problem with conversation. That said, I try to stay away from too many comments and negativity. So until next time, if there is a next time, take care. Hey everyone, thanks for checking out my video. I really appreciate it. I've put a lot of work into this, even if it doesn't show. This is actually my second time making the video. The first one was 45 minutes, but thankfully had some issues uploading and ended up being a blessing because it forced me to shrink it down. So I'm going to talk a little faster, not linger on information that isn't.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I caught it right at the end and I was thinking sometimes when my computer runs too long, it freezes, so my apologies. So now that you know why I wanted you to hear that, it's so important, especially for the last week of the trial. I don't like to talk too much in between the videos because I know for me personally, when I'm watching like videos, I don't appreciate it when someone's talking over You know what I mean? And this is a reaction video, so it's obviously, you know, something that I want to share with you guys and not like, you know, not talk all the way through it so we can discuss, you know, what happens after the video is over. So I don't really want to talk about everything until you see the other two parts, because it all ties in together. And as you could see, this is he said when he first made the video it was 45 minutes. And so he didn't want to have videos that were too long. So he broke it up into 3. And when I originally showed these videos, I only showed part 2 and part 3, which is where our next segment that we're going to look at. So the first video I think was probably the most imperative one. And that was just one that I didn't show originally when I started streaming. So we're going to go ahead and go to part 2. And I think everything will fall in sync with you guys and everything will just pick up exactly where he left off. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, you understand that I wasn't trying to bail on you guys. I was trying to catch it right at the end. But as you can see, sometimes Microsoft Edge, you see how it's not loading that page? I don't understand why sometimes it's just, it doesn't show me the entire, oh, maybe it's because we need to do videos, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So that's why. Sorry. I'm still trying to get the hang of streaming. So I hope you guys don't mind. You know, I definitely think there are a lot of channels out here on YouTube that are using Brian's channel because he is one of the, he's considered an internet journalist. And again, he has been mentioned in the case, by the way. If you guys saw the depositions on Friday in Adam Waldman's deposition, these 3 channels that I have been saying, you know, 3, I've mentioned them several times in my live streams, which is Brian McPherson. That is this channel that we're looking at now. It is called Incredibly Average. So if you want to go through this whole entire library, you know, and refresh your whole memory before the trial ends and you want to hear closing arguments, there are a lot of the audios are on here. Brian spends an incredibly amount of a huge amount of time on his videos. As you can see, he really produces quality content, and he breaks it down into a way that kind of covers every aspect of you thinking about it, the story, right? Because in court you're just hearing someone, you're hearing 2 sides of a story, but you kind of really have no visual. Even with the audios, you're left with your imagination, right, on how to, like, even when you're hearing the audios, you know, and you hear them talking and they're moving their phones and they're kind of squishing the phone, you know, because the 4-hour video that I did on Thursday night was almost like, it was hard to hear those 2, but it was like, it's almost like the phone fell in between the couch, you know, or something. And if you've seen the floor plan, you'll see it right now in part 2, the way the leather couch is there. So it's like, it makes sense kind of when you listen to the audios, why they're so rough and why there's a lot of movement with the phones. And that's why I always recommend that if you guys are going to listen to the straight audios, to do them on your phone with earbuds of some sort. I personally watch YouTube only on my TV because I'm blind. I mean, I need to see what I'm actually seeing. So luckily Brian has really good audio. So I'm not going to bore you too much with that because I know it's getting really late on some of your, you know, in some of your time zones. So let's go ahead and just completely move to part 2. So keep that first intro story, right? Now we're going to move on to the second one, and then we'll close out with the third one. So the second one is going to be imperative because this explains the incident that happened at the penthouse, and that this is going to reflect on the calls from the officers that came out to actually investigate this particular incident. So let's go ahead and start. I am going to mute myself. I will keep my camera on, but if you see me get up from my chair, it's just because I'm getting water because I've been here 6 hours. So give me a second. So we're going to go ahead and start, and I'm going to mute myself. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Once again, all content I share as a reaction is always credited to the original owner, which is in the description box below.
Hey everyone, it's me again. I want to start out by thanking everyone for watching my first video and sharing it, and for all the positive feedback I received. After tossing around the idea of even going forward with this video, I decided to go for it. My time has been limited, so that has played a factor in how long it's taken to get this one done. Also, it has turned out to be a much larger breakdown and analysis than I anticipated. As a result, I'm splitting this video into 2 parts for a variety of reasons. One, my editing software bogs down quite a bit once I get around the 30-minute mark because I'm adding so many pictures and marked documents throughout. 2, nobody wants to watch a 1-hour video with court docs and photos and analysis, and I don't really blame them. And 3, one 30-minute video already takes forever to upload, so I'll put the first one up immediately and then start uploading the second. So I'll try to find a smooth transition point to break it into 2 videos, but realistically, it'll be one long video when watching them back to back. This video is focusing primarily on the events that allegedly took place on the night of May 21st, 2016, and breaking down where things don't quite make sense. I'll be primarily focusing on specific statements made within each individual declaration. My goal is to ask questions where things don't add up or align, questions you may have already asked yourself. Some of these questions I was able to dig deep enough and answer myself for the most part, and others I may never get an answer to, but the fact that those questions remain keeps my interest. I'll try to tackle each question in sequential order of when each individual claims something did, or in some cases did not happen. However, because of an overbearing amount of conflicting details, there will undoubtedly be some jumping around, but I promise I'll try to make it as organic and easy to follow as possible. Some questions may seem inconsequential, but when all these inconsistencies began to pile up, it was what truly gained my full attention to the details therein. Most of these questions will boil down to who is telling the truth due to the oftentimes radically different telling of the events by each individual. So here we go. I feel before we get started with the questions, I should go ahead and show something I plan to reference multiple times throughout the video. With the addition of Johnny's declaration, we got confirmation of several things, most notably which condo each alleged incident and action took place. As some of you may already be aware, at the time, Johnny owned 5 condos on the penthouse level of the Eastern Columbia building in Los Angeles, all of which he has sold since the divorce. If you watched my first video, you know I'm very much a visual thinker, so in order to better understand what each person was claiming happened and where, I had to do a lot, and I do mean a lot, of work. Starting with this. This is a floor plan of the penthouse level of the Eastern Columbia building. I don't have a link to this because, well, to put it bluntly, this one's mine. You see, with each exhausting search, I was only able to find minimal imaging of the floor plan, always somewhat blurry or just of the individual condos, also of low quality. So I took it upon myself to research using the information available to me, the blurry plans, photos, and a ton of patience to recreate a high-quality version of the floor plan, meaning I painstakingly redrew everything myself. And I assure you, it is extremely accurate and will go a long way in allowing you, the open-minded listener, to better understand every scenario. Let me quickly go over a few things. These will often be referred to as condos or condominiums, apartments, or more officially, penthouses. These terms are all interchangeable, and unless quoting directly from given statements, I will mostly refer to them as condos. As you can see, each condo is officially numbered 1 through 5, so let's just focus in on those. These are not numbers I arbitrarily gave to them, but rather the actual numbers on the plaques outside of the entrance of each condo. This is important to note as they will be referenced throughout. Condo number 1 is what will often be referred to as Raquel's condo. This is where she and her then fiance Josh Drew lived at the time, rent-free. Side note, their marriage only lasted a few months as they would split soon after she was seen with a stuntman while visiting Amber in Australia as the latter was filming Aquaman, but that's not what this video is about. Condo 2 will be the least talked about as it was presumed to be primarily a guest condo and is not the location of any of the alleged actions of this night. Condo 3 is arguably the most important as it was the living quarters of Johnny and Amber and the location of each incident of alleged abuse cited in Amber's declaration. Condo 3, 4, and 5 were said to have somewhat secret doors that would attach the 3 previously separate condos, creating essentially one giant space for Amber and Johnny and his family. Condo 4 seemingly a gathering and entertainment space, and Condo 5 referenced by Amber and Johnny as her closet and art studio. From everything I've learned, I believe these connected entrances were on the 2nd floor of each of the 3 condos, and these 3 condos were the only units said to be connected. It should be noted that each of these condos does have a 2nd floor, only accessible from within each of the condos, meaning the only entry into each condo from the hallway is from this first penthouse floor you see here. And if I'm correct, which I'm fairly certain I am, the only way to access the secret doors between condos 3 through 5 would be to enter through the main floor hallway door, then to go upstairs. That will become a very important piece of information later on. I am very familiar with the layout of the 2nd floors as well, but given that nearly all the key actions that allegedly took place happened on this floor of each condo, I didn't want to muddy the waters with too many visuals or floor plans, plus it too would have taken forever to recreate accurately. Okay, let's get back on track. The first question comes fairly early in Amber's declaration. She claims that when Johnny arrived at their condo on the night of May 21st, her friends, Elizabeth Martz, Raquel Pennington, and Raquel's fiance, Josh Drew, were all present. This gives the assumption that they were there to see Johnny arrive. At least that's what I interpret as being present. However, according to Raquel's declaration, she never mentions witnessing Johnny's arrival or even being aware of it until later receiving a text from Amber which caused her to go over to Johnny and Amber's condo. But we'll get to that in a bit. According to Johnny's declaration, to the best of his knowledge, Amber was alone in their condo when he arrived. Raquel was not present at the time of his arrival, and he would only see and interact with Josh Drew and the woman he could only assume was Elizabeth Martz before leaving after the alleged incident had occurred, that interaction taking place in a completely different condo. I find it interesting that one of Amber's key witnesses' statements is more in line with what Johnny said than Amber. That being, Johnny nor Raquel say that Raquel was present when Johnny arrived to the couple's condo. Johnny can't account for her whereabouts at the time, and Raquel says she was in her neighboring condo with her fiancé up until the moment she received the text from Amber. So which is it? Were they present when Johnny arrived, or were they simply just in the building? Because if the latter is the case, I have a completely different idea of what the word present means. So that makes this currently still an unanswered question. The next sequence of events raises so many questions. This is mainly due to statements from Amber and her two key witnesses not adding up or matching up, or sometimes downright opposing what each other stated in their declarations, as Johnny has outright denied their claims. This is going to have a lot of moving parts and people and some conflicting information, so I'll do my best to use all the pictures I have and the floor plans to help everyone better understand all of it. If Amber's friends were present in the condo when Johnny arrived, even if nobody stated they would leave the condo, they did indeed apparently leave the couple alone shortly after, because Amber's declaration states that only she and Johnny were having a peaceful conversation on the couch in their living room as she tried to comfort him about the very recent death of his mother, when Johnny began to become increasingly enraged about something that Amber would only state as something that was untrue. It was then Amber claims to have called one of Johnny's trusted employees to help calm.
Not me, y'all. Not me. Let me see if I can catch it. Sometimes if I refresh it, it ruins
Calm him
it.
down, but it did not work.
We're good.
I don't know whether this means that the call did not go through or the employees simply couldn't calm him, according to Amber. It is worth noting that she did not state the name of the employee she attempted to call, much like she didn't say what Johnny was so upset about.
Oh. Don't do this to me right now. We're in the middle of it. We're just trying to get through it. It's telling me I have it's Saturday night though, and it may just be I have like a very expensive internet plan for this very reason. So I don't think it's us.
But more on that in a bit.
There we go.
Johnny denies the attempt to contact any employee. In fact, he claims to have had minimal interaction with Amber during his entire time there, stating he was only there to get
Oh my God.
some of his personal belongings
Don't.
and brought two members of his security detail to wait
Not
outside
now.
the condo door because he was afraid of what Amber might try to do while he was there. It was after this attempted phone call that Amber claims Johnny continued to become enraged and she feared for her safety. This prompted her to send a text to her friend Raquel asking her to come over. And this is where things already start to get a little interesting. That's because this is essentially where Raquel's declaration concerning that night begins. She claims she was in her condo with her fiancé Josh Drew. She makes no mention of Liz Martz at this time. Interestingly enough, Raquel never mentions Liz Martz throughout her entire declaration. Raquel claims to have received Amber's text at approximately 8:06 p.m. I'm assuming that's based on the timestamp on the text because otherwise that is a very specific time to approximate. Both Amber and Raquel claim the text was asking Raquel to come over. That instantly seemed odd to me. Amber fears for her safety from a man whom, according to her, has already devastatingly abused her a number of times and even caused her to fear for her life, and yet the text is not help, get help, call 911 or anything of that sort, but rather a simple, can you come over? I can also only assume that the text did not imply an emergency as Raquel went down the hall to Johnny and Amber's condo alone. If you recall, Raquel claims she received the text while she was in her condo with Josh Drew. I genuinely hope this doesn't get taken as a knock on female empowerment because that is not my intent. But if it was implied in the text that Amber was in danger, why did Josh not go with Raquel? Also, alternatively, If Amber feared for her safety, why was the text casually asking Raquel to come over instead of implying danger? Again, questions I can't answer yet. Next, we have the action of Raquel going to the condo. She says she immediately went over to Amber's place. This is another moment in the video where I'll be throwing a lot of information at you in a relatively short amount of time. Raquel claims that when she got to the door, she heard Johnny and Amber arguing inside. Please make an important mental note that even though Raquel's condo is extremely close to Johnny and Amber's, that she did not claim to have heard them arguing until she got to the door. Not from her condo, nor in the hallway, but only when she got to the door could she hear them inside. Also, from a time standpoint, this would be around the time, according to Amber, that Johnny would have been demanding she call her friend I'll Tillett Wright to help deny the supposed untrue thing Johnny was so upset about, or perhaps even while Io was on speaker and Johnny was allegedly screaming at him over the phone as well. But again, note that Raquel claims she could hear both Johnny and Amber arguing, not just angry Johnny. Raquel states she knocked on the door, but nobody answered. She makes no mention of the security guards, Jerry Judge and Sean Bett, who each, along with Johnny, claimed they were both waiting just outside the door while Johnny was inside. Both security guards also make no mention of seeing Raquel while they waited outside the door. We can safely assume Raquel is claiming to have been alone while knocking on the door. And we know the security guards weren't already inside because it is one of the only things that everyone agrees to in their statements. That being the security guards entered the apartment after Raquel was already inside. But how did she get inside without security seeing her? There are multiple potential answers to this. According to her statement, once Raquel knocked and no one answered, she quickly ran back to her condo to get a key she had for the door. She claimed she was back at the door to unlock it in less than a minute, which is believable considering how close the two condos are to one another. So there's one potential answer as to how she got inside. Now then, why didn't security see her, even though they claimed to be waiting outside the door? I can assume one could argue they might have been away from the door during the time Raquel was there and knocking, but to poke a hole in that theory, they would have had to have been a long distance away for them to have not heard any knocking and not have been there when Raquel returned to unlock the door. Also, according to everyone, they later entered very shortly after Raquel upon hearing Amber scream. Again, remember when Raquel said she heard Johnny and Amber arguing when she got to the door? This means they would have had to have been near the door to hear it and rush in as quickly as they did. To briefly sidestep, I feel I need to ask this question again. If, when Raquel initially went to the condo without a key in hand, Josh Drew did not go with her because maybe it didn't seem like an emergency, when she ran back to their place, rushing to get a key to unlock the door to help Amber, why did he not go with her then? After all, Raquel did officially state in her court-sworn declaration that Amber had confided in her many times over the past few years about Johnny's physical and emotional abuse. One would think she would want all the help she could get when going to potentially save her friend, right? Those questions really bother me. But to get back on track, I have another potential answer as to how and when Raquel entered the apartment. I might have to jump forward and back in the telling of this to make my point, so bear with me. According to Johnny's declaration, when he arrived at their condo that night, Amber was alone and upstairs. He claims he went upstairs to gather some things from their bedroom. Upon going upstairs, Amber went downstairs, neither of them interacting. While gathering his things, he could hear Amber downstairs talking very loudly, already on the phone with Io, in what he describes as mocking and goading terms. He says that when he came downstairs, Raquel was now in the condo, sitting on the couch next to Amber, who was still on the phone with Io. Johnny claims it's possible that Raquel entered through penthouse 4, and here's why I think it's a strong possibility. I've already shown that in order to hear Amber screaming and enter the apartment so quickly, the security guards would have had to have been very near the hallway entry door to condo 3. But if Raquel did enter condo 3 through condo 4, security would have still seen her going into condo 4 on her way, right? Yes, unless she was already in condo 4. My reasoning behind thinking this could truly be a possibility is based on the wordage used by Amber in her declaration and Johnny's version of the events of that night, coupled with other various pieces of information. When first referencing who was present when Johnny arrived, Amber stated that Raquel and Josh lived in an adjacent apartment. Later in her declaration, Amber would claim Josh and Raquel took her into their condo for safety. So we have Amber establishing early on the proximity/location of Raquel and Josh's condo, and later referring to it simply as their condominium. So my question is, when Amber claims to have sent the text to Raquel asking her to come over, why did she say Raquel was in the condo next door? And how was she aware of Raquel's exact whereabouts? Again, she had already established how close Raquel's condo is, and this is one big technicality that could mean nothing, but Raquel's condo isn't exactly the condo next door. That distinction belongs to condo 2, and yes, condo 4. Is it possible Amber was referring to Raquel's condo with completely different wording at this and every other point in the declaration? Sure, absolutely. But given that the security guards made no statement of seeing Raquel in the hallway, nor does she claim to have seen them either, isn't it also a possibility that Amber knew Raquel was already in condo 4 at the time of Johnny's arrival? Not in the adjacent condo, not in her condo, but very specifically just the condo next door. It is at the very least a possibility which I feel should be considered. As to a possible answer to the second question about Amber being aware of Raquel's exact whereabouts, like knowing which condo she was in at the moment and the potential confirmation of that knowledge, one need not look much further than Johnny's telling of the events. I know I'm sidestepping quite a bit now, but it seems like a natural place to go over this. Trust me, it should all come full circle by the end. Since we've already established Johnny's version up to the point he comes downstairs, only now to find Raquel has joined Amber in the living room on the couch, let's just pick up from there. He claims Amber was still on the phone with I.O. and Johnny asked to speak to him. He claims he said something to the effect of, "You got what you want, you can have her." This could be referring to the rumor that, after living with the couple rent-free sometime in 2015, I.O. overstepped his boundaries and was unceremoniously kicked out. I can't elaborate any more than that. I can only add that this was even hinted at, albeit laughingly, in I.O.'s article he wrote on the refinery. It should be noted that while Amber claims Johnny ripped the phone from her hand and began to scream insults and profanities at I.O., Johnny denies this, and surprisingly enough, I.O. doesn't claim Johnny screamed insults or profanities at him either, only that he heard Johnny yelling at Amber. Again, as we continue, you'll notice some things her witnesses say fall more in line with what Johnny says happened on the other side of the phone call. After saying what he said to I.O., Johnny then claims he tossed the phone on the couch and crossed the room to the kitchen, away from Amber, never touching her in any way and without the phone hitting her anywhere, only landing on the couch. Did I.O. happen to hear anything? Well, as a matter of fact, in his own article, he seems very careful to say he heard the phone drop and tweeted things like, "I heard her scream." Believe it or not, I actually think these statements could have some truth. If you want my opinion, I think, aside from some very important omissions, I.O. heard many of the perceived sounds and verbal exchanges he believes to be linked to audibly witnessing abuse as it happened. But as I continue, I hope to open your mind to the possibility that I.O. heard exactly what he needed, and I can't emphasize that word enough, needed, to hear to give a convincing argument in his declaration and article attached to it. Johnny claims that as he went into the kitchen area, Amber began to scream. I believe this is the screaming I.O. is referring to after he heard the phone drop. Upon hearing Amber screaming, the security guards, who again were waiting just outside the entry door, rushed inside, only to find Johnny standing in the kitchen while Amber and Raquel were both in the living room area, nowhere near Johnny. Important to note, according to this information given by Johnny and the two members of his security, Raquel was in the condo with Amber while Amber was still presumably on the phone with I.O. This contradicts the statements made by Amber that the phone call was ended before Raquel and the security guard's entry. According to their declarations, upon their entry, Amber was screaming, "Stop hitting me, Johnny," into the phone. Now, is it a possibility this could be exactly what I.O. was saying he heard in his declaration? And just a weird and what may seem like an insincere question. Who, when allegedly is having their hair and face violently pulled and grabbed while being struck, is able to string together full, coherent sentences like, "Stop hitting me, Johnny, stop hitting me, Johnny," not only narrating what is happening, but also properly identifying who is doing it for someone else to hear over the phone? So, again, I ask, is it not a possibility that I.O. heard exactly what he needed to hear to not be lying about what he heard, but still convey what needed to be conveyed for the sake of convincing? Another fair question, I feel. According to Johnny and the security guards, once
They
Amber
all
realized
set
they
him
had
up.
entered and she was screaming for Johnny to stop hitting her into the phone while Johnny was not near her, she changed from present to past tense. It is then alleged that Amber and Raquel, both seeming surprised by the quick entry of the security guards, began to feign crying, with Amber proclaiming things like, "He hit me with a phone," and "That's the last time you hit me, Johnny." Again, detailing what allegedly happened and properly identifying Johnny to I.O. over the phone. She would allegedly follow up by saying if he hit her again, she would call the police. This is something confirmed by several parties on both sides. Johnny nor his security detail deny him becoming defensive and visibly upset at the screamed allegations. I would assume this is something along the lines of what Johnny feared she would do and the reason he claims to have brought his security along in the first place. Johnny would, I can safely assume with a very elevated tone, say things like, "What are you talking about? You're crazy. I didn't hit you." Johnny and his security guards claim Johnny never got close to Amber or Raquel the entire time they were in there and that he didn't break or smash anything. They also claim that they themselves didn't have any interactions with Amber or Raquel and they were only present for about 30 seconds before Amber screamed, "Call 911" into the phone, immediately followed by them saying, "Let's just get out of here, boss," and leaving with Johnny in tow. I feel I should add that these official statements given in their declarations match what they openly said shortly after the public allegations against Johnny back in 2016. According to them, Amber was the one who would fly into a fit of rage, screaming, throwing bottles, and charging him, stating they would have to physically pull her off of him. After leaving Condo 3, but before leaving the building, Johnny claimed to go with his security into Condo 5 to discover Josh Drew, a woman he now presumes to be Elizabeth Martz, and a dog. He told them to leave the condo, and they did. Thereafter, he and his security team would leave the building. He claims they seem to be operating some sort of bead business from Condo 5, something I believe he would have otherwise been unaware of unless he actually saw it, having not been there in a month. So why do I find that important? Well, a couple of things. This is the condo Amber and Raquel claim Johnny went into after the alleged assault and continued to destroy Amber's personal belongings, which Johnny denies. Also, I want to point out that Johnny was very likely correct about them using it to operate a bead business. Raquel, to this day, still promotes her bead business, and look where she and Elizabeth Martz were set up the next morning. That's right, selling all sorts of beads, giving card readings with, oddly enough, good vibes. So this leads us full circle like I said it would, and offers key comparison points as we move forward with Amber and her witnesses' versions of the events. If this is what Raquel and company were clearly prepping for the following morning, it would make perfect sense that her and her fiancé Josh Drew weren't just chilling in their condo when Johnny got there, but were rather busy working to get things ready for the following morning, just as it was observed by Johnny. So is it not an even more likely possibility now that Josh Drew, Elizabeth Martz, and Raquel were all potentially in Condo 5, with Raquel moving into Condo 4 upon Johnny's arrival when he stationed his security team just outside the door to Condo 3? Keeping in mind that Condo 5 connects to Condo 4, which then connects to Condo 3. This would certainly allow Raquel to enter the condo unbeknownst to Johnny and his security team and help explain Amber's knowledge of her whereabouts. It is, at the very least, a possibility. Now let's briefly go back to Raquel claiming she used the key to unlock the door to Condo 3. She claims upon opening the door she saw Amber by the couch in the living room, covering her head with her arms and hands as Johnny was loudly screaming at her. I find it interesting that, according to Raquel, this was less than a minute after hearing both of them arguing through the door. Now we only have angry Johnny yelling while Amber is covered up for protection. To find out how we got to this point, we need to rewind just a bit and figure out what was alleged to have happened inside the condo leading up to Raquel's claimed entrance. So let's temporarily put a pin in this exact moment. According to Amber's declaration, after sending the text to Raquel, Johnny continued to rant in an aggressive manner. Then he demanded they call Amber's friend Io Tillett right. Apparently, she claims it was Johnny's idea to call Io to prove the thing he believed someone did. Io does claim to have received a phone call that night concerning this thing he thought someone had done. So what was this thing they keep referring to but won't say even though they say it isn't true? Well, if you watched my first video, you already know, but I'll give you the abbreviated version. A month earlier, on April 21st, 2016, Johnny was in a meeting and arrived 2 hours late for Amber's birthday party. It was on this night that Amber claims Johnny assaulted her, but more recent reports include Johnny's accusation. He alleges while he was reading in bed, an angry Amber punched him twice in the face before he grabbed her to stop her and pushed her onto the bed before leaving, telling her not to follow him. He then claims that sometime after he left, she and potentially others pooped in their bed. The next day, the maid would find the poop in the bed while Amber and friends were gone to Coachella. Amber does not deny the poop being there, but claims it was from her roughly 5-pound teacup Yorkie. There are photos we have not seen yet, thank God, but the poop was said to have been way too big to have come from such a small dog. After these allegations came out, I.O. did say that this was what the May 21st phone call was about. Now back to that night in May. Amber claims as the call went through on speakerphone, Johnny ripped the phone from her hands and began to scream profanities and insults at I.O. I.O. would yell for Amber to get out of the house. It was at this time that Amber claims Johnny grabbed the phone, wound up his arm like a baseball pitcher, and threw the phone at her face, striking her with great force. Does anyone else find it a little odd that she claims Johnny grabbed the phone twice? What I mean is, if when the call connected, Johnny ripped the phone from Amber's hands, why moments later would he have to grab the phone again? I presume at this point he's still holding it from the initial ripping from Amber's hands, right? Again, odd. All I'm saying. Want to know what else is odd? At least to me? I.O.'s version of the phone call. It doesn't match Amber's at nearly any turn. See, Amber claims that the moment the call went through on speaker, Johnny immediately ripped the phone away and began his tirade against I.O. However, according to I.O.'s declaration, not only did Johnny not immediately start hurling insults, but I.O. was able to speak to Amber long enough on the call to discover what the phone call was concerning, what Johnny was upset about, and what Amber was asking I.O. to do to try and help calm the situation. It was only after all this that I.O. claims Johnny flew into a rage, but aimed at Amber, not him. To their credit, there are a couple of things that match up about the phone call, or at least somewhat match up. After the phone allegedly hit Amber in the face, she says she covered her face because of the pain. She claims Johnny charged at her, demanding to see her face, and grabbed her hair as she attempted to stand from the sofa. This hair-grabbing accusation is somewhat mirrored in I.O.'s declaration, albeit by supposedly hearing Johnny bizarrely verbalize his actions like some kind of an early 1960s Bond villain. The other thing that matches up is, at that moment, Amber claimed to have yelled, "Call 911" to I.O. I.O. also claims that after hearing Amber crying and begging Johnny to stop hitting her, to have heard her yell, "Call 911" before the call, depending on your perspective, abruptly or conveniently disconnected. After the disconnection, Amber claims Johnny continued to pull her hair, strike her, and violently grab her face. My question here is, how did the phone call disconnect or end right after Amber yelled "Call 911" when presumably no one had possession of the phone? And remember, I.O. didn't end the call either, but claims it disconnected the moment after he heard Amber yell "Call 911." I say nobody presumably had possession because this was after the phone was said to have hit Amber in the face, and she claims she covered her head and face, meaning she didn't have the alertness, time, or free hands to pick the phone back up after it allegedly bounced off her face, landing who knows where. We can assume Johnny didn't end the phone call because he was, according to Amber, using one hand to pull her hair and the other to grab her face and strike her. So this same phone call that did not end when the phone allegedly struck Amber's face with great force after being thrown like a fastball just so happened to end immediately after Amber yelled "Call 911. That is, what's the word, convenient? This adds to the possibility that Johnny and his security could be telling the truth about Amber yelling it unwarrantedly into the phone. One could argue that this was the final desperate move and scare tactic before ending the call herself while Johnny was leaving the condo. This seems like a good stopping point to take a breath and move on to part 2 of the video, which will pick up right where this one leaves off. See you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to part 2 of the video. I hope you watched all of part 1.
Oh my god,
as
it
this one
went
picks up
straight
right where we
to
left off.
auto.
Get ready to
Yay!
really dive in and pick some things apart. Here we go.
This
Now
will
that
be
the
it,
IO
you guys.
phone
Hang
call
in
is
there.
over,
We're
we can
almost
get
done.
back to the point of convergence. The moment Raquel claimed to have entered the condo. According to Amber, this was after yelling "Call 911" and while Johnny was continuing to pull her hair and strike and grab her face. She claims that Johnny seemed momentarily distracted by Raquel, which allowed her to break free from his grasp and move to the other side of the room. Then she states Johnny charged at her, apparently having regained his focus, but Raquel was able to run between them to stop his charge. I hope you recall what Raquel claims to have seen upon opening the door to the condo, because this, again, is where Amber's claims don't match up with one of her witnesses. I will go ahead and tell you, though, when they do agree on any action or occurrence while they were both present in the room,
Agree.
they really do agree. I mean, like, all the way down to wordage, verbiage, heck, even punctuation and hyphenation. It really is impressive. So just a little forewarning about that trend when I start to go over it. Raquel claims that upon opening the door, she saw Amber covering her head with her arms and hands while Johnny screamed at her. She does not confirm what Amber claims was happening when Raquel entered. Again, Amber claims that Johnny had her by the hair and was striking her and grabbing her face. And before you say, well, maybe he let go before Raquel opened the door. Remember, Amber says it was only upon Raquel entering that Johnny seemed distracted enough that she could break free from his grasp, meaning it was still happening for Raquel to have seen. So here we have Amber and her key witness claiming two different things happening as Raquel opened the door and entered the condo. And it doesn't stop there. According to Raquel, not only does she not mention Johnny having a grip on Amber's hair and or face, but rather that Amber was covering her head while Johnny was only yelling. But she also claims to have ran right over to get between them. No mention of Amber fleeing to the other side of the room, as Amber stated, and Johnny charging. Just that Amber was covering her head. Johnny was yelling, and she ran over and stood between them. So that doesn't really match up. And you want to know why, at least in my opinion, why I believe it doesn't? I'm about to tell you one of the biggest lies Raquel told through her entire declaration. That's because upon opening the door to the condo, like she claims, she actually saw nothing. To be clear, she saw
That
something,
makes sense.
maybe some coats or hats hanging up, but she absolutely did not see Amber or Johnny in the living room when she opened the door she claims to have entered through. Remember, this is the door she says she opened. It is the only entrance to the condo from the hallway and also easily the shortest distance from Raquel's condo. Raquel says she saw Johnny and Amber in the living room when she opened the door. But this is what you actually see when you open the door. If you notice on the floor plan, the living room is way over here and around the corner. Raquel not only wouldn't be able to see it the moment she opened the door, but would have to take several steps inside and turn the corner before even having it in her sight. Upon opening the door, she maybe saw a table, lamps, some pictures, a rug, and at best a portion of the kitchen, but she did not see the living room or anyone in it. And make no mistake, she does not mince words when she said she saw them in the living room when she opened the door. But something tells me she wasn't banking on someone finding out that this is a visual, physical impossibility. In my opinion, this adds to the possibility that this was not how or when Raquel entered the condo and adds more credibility to the idea that she was already in there and why Amber and Raquel's telling of what was happening as she entered/opened the door are different. But don't worry. Now that they've both established Raquel as being in the condo and between Amber and Johnny, they get their stories back on track. Like, eerily back on track. Nearly word for word back on track. You see, now that Raquel is between the couple, both Amber and Raquel claim that Johnny slapped away Raquel's arms/hands after she had extended them in a defensive manner while begging Johnny to stop as he yelled/screamed obscenities at her. Raquel would then cover Amber to protect her. It was after this that Johnny picked up not just a bottle of wine, but a magnum-sized bottle of wine. Oh.
Okay, I'm just going to pause this just for a second. So if you guys saw, and the only reason why I decided to intercept right now is because this whole week was Rocky, Josh, Christina Sexton, I keep saying that. You know, the one that looks like Kim Kardashian. She's such a terrible mock of Kim Kardashian. But the reason why I decided to pause it just right there for a moment is because the beginning of Rocky's deposition, she is like crinkling up her face. She can hardly remember anything. She has no idea. She's like, I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't recall. So if you guys get a chance, sometime tomorrow when you wake up or whatever, I don't know, try to see Rocky's deposition. Because there's two parts to Rocky's deposition. There's one where she's in a suit, and that's the start of it, where her hair's down. And then the second part of it, her hair's in a bun. She's crying. She's like, and so the first part of it, she can't remember shit. She can't remember nothing. And keep in mind, none of these people talk to Amber anymore, ever. They haven't seen Amber in years. And Amber reached out to Josh to make amends, just so you know. And said, "Oh, by the way, you're going to be subpoenaed." If you guys remember that, if I'm off, correct me in the chat. But just remember, she doesn't talk to any of these people anymore. And Rocky, since we're talking about Rocky, I just had to stop this really quick and say, please watch Rocky's deposition from Thursday. She's hilarious. First of all, she can't remember anything. She's looking at it. Oh, I can't see. Oh, I don't recall. Or I don't remember. And then the second part of it, her hair's in a bun and she's all teary-eyed. She's crying, saying that, oh, she was beat up so bad. And, oh, she showed her a chunk of hair and all that kind of stuff. So that's the reason why I jumped in, because when he said they had two different stories from the beginning, that's really what happened. So now on with the video. Sorry, but I had to say something because I'm like, as I listened to this and we just saw all 3 of their depositions, these guys all planned this shit. They planned it from the beginning, and Amber Heard was the ringleader and promised them money. That's what this was all about.
Oh, did I forget to mention that the whole time leading up to this, while Amber and Johnny were having a peaceful conversation on the couch, that Johnny was apparently drinking from this very bottle? Oh, that's right. That's probably because Amber's just now plugging it into her declaration as well. But I digress. Anyway, according to both women, Johnny began to swing this magnum-sized wine bottle to smash everything he could.
Mega pint.
He would then charge/storm at Amber, demanding she stand up. He did this, about 10 times, getting closer, louder, and more threatening each time. Immediately thereafter, they claimed Johnny's security team entered, which included Jerry Judge, but they stood back and did not say or do anything. Amber would yell for Jerry to help, and that if Johnny hit her one more time, she was going to call the police. They claimed Jerry said, "Boss, please," and apparently nothing else, as Johnny continued screaming and breaking things, before finally leaving the condo, going into the hallway where he would allegedly continue to scream and break things and smash another bottle of wine, even though it was never said he smashed the first bottle, only using it to smash other things. Whew. Okay. From here, they would both claim to hear Johnny go into Condo 5, which they describe as Amber's office, art studio, and closet for personal belongings. They state that they can hear Johnny inside the condo breaking Amber's things and screaming. It was only during this time that Josh Drew finally makes an appearance, apparently emerging from his and Raquel's condo to go and get Amber along with Raquel, with the couple taking Amber back to their condo for safety while Johnny was still in Condo 5, smashing things. I can only assume Elizabeth Marks was also in Raquel's condo because nobody mentions her location. Again, Raquel never mentions her at all, but she was on Amber's witness list to testify to what she observed that night relating to the domestic violence incident, so there's that. Also, I feel I must say neither Josh Drew or Elizabeth Marks submitted a declaration. And with such eerily similar wording from these 2 separate declarations from Amber and Raquel, it is very much worth noting Amber wrote her declaration on May 26th, while Raquel would write hers on May 27th, the day Amber submitted the application for the domestic violence restraining order. I just find it worth mentioning they were written a day apart and have such word-for-word descriptions the same. But back to it. It was during this time, while Johnny was still allegedly breaking Amber's personal belongings and Amber had been taken to Raquel and Josh's condo, that Raquel claims to have noticed Amber's alleged eye injury, citing both redness and swelling. Sometime after, not sure how long, they claim Johnny left the premises while they were still in Raquel's condo for safety. Amber simply says she did not hear him anymore, but Raquel says she actually heard him leave. It was after this that Raquel says she took pictures of Amber's injured face. These, along with pictures taken of the property damage, were submitted to court along with Amber's request for the DVRO on May 27th, 2016. So let's rewind because I have questions, not enough answers, and things are really not adding up, primarily when important things like time and space or distance are involved. I want to start from the point Raquel claims to have received the message Amber sent asking her to come over. According to Raquel, upon receiving the text, she went immediately over, knocked, ran back to her condo to get a key, and was back to unlock the door in less than a minute from when she had left after having knocked. This tells me that if a trip from Condo 3's door to Raquel's condo to find and retrieve a key and back to Condo 3's door takes less than a minute, then we can assume the initial one-way trip of going immediately from her condo to the door of Condo 3 easily took less than a minute as well. To be able to approximate a length of time as being less than a minute, I would imagine it would have to be noticeably less than a minute, meaning you wouldn't likely say it was less than a minute if it were, say, around 55 seconds. Most people would just say about a minute, but Raquel made sure to specify it was indeed less than. So let's say on the high end, the trips each, on average, took 45 seconds. That's 1 minute and 30 seconds total, again, on the high end. Now we have to account for the time she took the door before retrieving the key. Let's say it was a long 30 seconds of listening to them yell through the door and knocking before feeling it was urgent enough to run back for a key. Now we have, at most, a total of 2 minutes. You might be asking, why does this matter and where the heck are you going with this? And that's because, according to Amber and IO, a lot of stuff happened in this brief potential 2-minute window. After the text was allegedly sent and received, Amber claims Johnny continued to rant in an aggressive and incoherent manner. It does not say for how long he would do this, but then he would go on to demand Amber call IO, even telling Amber his reasoning for his demand. Amber would call IO on speakerphone, and the call presumably went through. Io would go on to explain how Amber was calling him because Johnny was upset about something he thought someone had done to him. After explaining the situation, Amber asked if Io would talk to Johnny and try to calm him down concerning this thing that they said was untrue. You know, the poop in the bed thing. After this, Io claims Johnny flew into a rage. Amber claims Johnny ripped the phone from her hand and began to scream profanities and insults at Io over the speaker. Again, I'm not sure how long this went on for, but until Io was able to yell for Amber to get out of the house. Then Johnny winds up his arm like a baseball pitcher and throws the phone, hitting Amber in the face. Amber covered her face. Johnny charged at her, taunting her, challenging whether the phone hit her, all while Io was still on speaker. Io could hear Johnny screaming, "What if I pulled your hair back?" Amber claims he did pull her hair as she tried to stand from the sofa. Amber begged Johnny to stop hitting her before finally yelling, "Call 911," and the call would then disconnect, but Johnny would allegedly continue to pull Amber's hair, grab her face, and strike her. All of these alleged actions somehow supposedly took place in what was most likely less than 2 minutes. And that's not going into detail how long he spent cussing and hurling insults before even demanding the phone call to Io, how long it took Amber to call Io, how long Amber spoke to Io before Johnny's fit of rage, or how long he spent slinging insults at Io. Add all of that to the alleged physical and verbal actions while the call was connected, then the alleged physical actions that took place after the call disconnected, but before Raquel entered, and it seems like a real stretch to imagine all of that happening in less than 2 minutes. Not saying it's impossible, but man, that's a lot of stuff that would have to happen at lightning speed in order to be true.
This guy's a good editor. He's such a good editor.
Could Amber and Raquel very specifically hear Johnny enter Condo 5 and yell and break things? Fun side note, these doors are self-closing doors. That's what this mechanism does. This so happens to be a picture of the inside of Condo 3, which has such a mechanism. We know that they each claim to have still been in Condo 3 while hearing him go into Condo 5 to break things before Josh Drew came to get them. But remember when I said make an important mental note about what Raquel heard and when she heard it? Remember when she stated she heard Johnny and Amber arguing inside? It wasn't until she got to the closed door that she heard them. And if our math is correct, this would have been when Johnny was allegedly screaming over the phone at Io or at Amber while they were also yelling from the speakerphone and in the condo. That's 3 people yelling in the condo, and she couldn't hear them from her condo or in the hallway, but only when she got to the locked door. So again, how were they still tucked well inside condo number 3 on the opposite far end of the hallway with yet another condo between them and Condo 5 and a closed door? How in the world could they hear Johnny, one person, not 3 people, all the way in Condo 5 and hear him breaking things and yelling? Also, quick question, what exactly did Johnny break in the hallway? Amber claims he smashed a second bottle of wine in the hall, and Raquel claims he was breaking things in the hallway, but here's a picture of the hallway while standing in the doorway of Condo 3. You see what I see? That's right, nothing. These hallways are empty, devoid of anything to break. Sure, Amber says he went in the hall apparently with a wine bottle in hand and smashed it before going into Condo 5. Then why is this the only hallway picture among the court-submitted pictures? No broken glass, nothing but spilled wine.
That's why the cops said they didn't see anything.
Damaged photos, why are these the photos that were submitted with Amber's attempt to get the DVRO? According to Amber and Raquel, Johnny used a magnum-sized bottle to smash everything he could. Raquel would even add that wine was going all over the walls, floors, and furniture, yet the only pictures we have are a wine spill in the hall and on a hardwood floor with an overturned, unbroken bottle, a broken picture frame that they apparently took the time to hang back up at a perfect 90-degree angle.
I think everybody's talked about that.
And finally, a rug that looks to have been flipped upside down to show the stain on the bottom with what looks to be glass sprinkled on it. I would have thought there would have been a lot more debris given their description of destruction. These are a far cry from the damage they claim to have taken pictures of before the police arrived. Oh, what? I didn't mention the police came after Johnny left? Well, that's weird I wouldn't mention that. Know what else is weird? That Amber and Raquel didn't mention it in their own court-sworn declarations. Now, why would they omit that? That's right. The LAPD sent officers to the condo in response to Io's supposed 911 call.
This is why Johnny brought in the officers.
See? Well, according to their own separate depositions, they each saw essentially nothing. They claimed that Amber looked like she'd been crying, but saw absolutely no injuries on her face. No redness, no swelling, nothing. And remember, this was after Raquel claimed she had already taken pictures of Amber's injuries. So if this was Amber immediately following the alleged assault, and this was Amber several days later, she would have had injuries visible when the police showed up. I love the way that but neither of the LAPD spot on her face is so different from the first picture. Upon clearly observing her face. Even when asked what happened and if she needed medical attention, Amber's responses were nothing and no. The officers also claimed to have seen no property damage, no broken glass, shattered wine bottles, spilled wine, or other damage of any kind. After examining Amber and the condo, the officers left their card should Amber decide to call with any further details. So why did Amber and Raquel not mention the police coming in their own declarations? I would think that would have been an important piece of information. Well, once word got out the police did show up, Amber's response changed throughout the summer of 2016. Initially, after omitting it completely, she claimed this.
They were in an adjoining apartment when the cops arrived to talk with her.
Now, it would make sense to say this because the last they mentioned in their declarations, Amber was in Raquel and Josh's condo for safety. However, once the police stuck to their story of having observed the proper condo in question, Amber's story changed again. This time as part of an official statement from her lawyer.
Surprise,
The
surprise.
officers not only saw the damage to the condo, but also the injuries to Amber. So first was they didn't even go into the condo. Then when that didn't hold up, it became, well, they saw it, but they must be lying for some reason. So why did these stories change so drastically? And what were they doing back in Amber and Johnny's condo so shortly after Johnny leaving with the presumed risk of returning, but before the police arrived? I have my theories. Speaking of stories changing, this isn't the only attempt at this tactic. When questioned why Amber didn't tell the police something had happened, she said it was to protect Johnny. But more recently, with Johnny's allegations against Amber as part of his lawsuit against the Sun magazine, and even more recently, his $50 million defamation suit against Amber, she claims she never filed a police report at the advisement of her lawyer, even though her lawyers threatened it on her behalf constantly. I suppose one could argue the initial interaction with the police was to protect Johnny, and in the following months, before dropping everything, her lawyer was saying this to the media while advising her not to press charges or file a police report. Now, what kind of a lawyer would give that kind of advice if they believe their client is telling the truth? I should also note that recently, with newly released documents from Johnny's lawsuits, these ever-changing stories were something Amber allegedly tried to get others to take part in. Trinity Esparza, the head of desk staffing and security at the Eastern Columbia building, was questioned shortly after the alleged incident. She claims to have seen no marks on Amber's face leading up to the day she filed for the DVRO. In a deposition given to the courts, Ms. Esparza tells how Amber tried to get her and her staff to change their story and that she could use her friend at People magazine. Yes, that People magazine. The same People magazine that was forced to retract a past story claiming Johnny was going to rehab, which was not true. Ironically enough, the same magazine that got the immediate exclusive interviews and photos from Amber about another alleged incident occurring in December of 2015.
Oh my God,
An
she just
incident
doesn't.
in which
She
my
doesn't
first video
stop.
covers in detail if you want to know more about it, and I have bored you to death already. Esparza and her staff stayed with their initial comments and even discussed not seeing her with markings on her face the days leading up to this picture. Since we are on the topic of what people saw and whether it matched up with what the submitted photos showed, let's talk about these pictures. I have a few questions. One, I'm questioning when exactly some of these could have been taken, and two, where. As to the first question, it's really hard to say. They claim these photos were taken sometime between the point in which Johnny left and...
Okay, I have to pause it right here, you guys. You see that mark under her eye? Did you see when she was walking through the crowd for the DV thing and the spot was down below? Did you see that? Where he said she wasn't like in a hurry to hide the bruise or the scar on her cheek. Do you notice on this photo right here how close that is to her eye? It's in a different spot. It's completely in a different spot. So there's something nobody's talked about either, in case you guys, let me know if you agree with me. I'm just saying, this is almost over, y'all. I know it's getting late. See, it's almost done. But anyway, I just had to say that because I was like, wait a minute, those marks on her face look different. So, all right. Let me see. My stupid mouse.
And the point the police showed up. I can't debunk the win of these photos, as according to new court documents confirming the hard copy photos given to the courts were not given in tandem with the original digital copies nor the original metadata, which would confirm the exact dates and times of the photos. By the way, why not submit the originals? Why submit copies, some of which look to have been altered with a stock filter from a phone app? So the when must remain up in the air for now, but the where? That's where things get interesting. I've already noted how odd it is that among all the descriptions of damage Johnny allegedly caused, these are all we have. He apparently smashed at minimum 2 bottles of wine, but the only bottle we see is a bottle turned over on the floor, not broken with a spill. And before anyone says maybe they cleaned up a little before they took the pictures, you must recall they claim to have taken the pictures before the police arrived, and they also claim the police observed the damage, meaning these pictures had the potential to show much more damage in the condos and the hallway. That's if these damaged photos were even taken on this night or in the condos in question. Now, onto the submitted injury photos. I would say it's a safe bet to assume these photos were taken on different days, given the difference in hairstyle and volume, the different shirts, and the jewelry that is slightly different around the neck. I know they look the same at a glance, but they are indeed different.
But look at that. One's low.
Also, the markings in these filtered photos are much more in line with Amber's appearance on May 27th after filing the request for the DVRO, but oddly enough, drastically different than the very next day, May 28th, after visiting her lawyer. So let's move back to this photo.
It's makeup.
This is the sole photo we saw submitted that presumably was taken moments after Johnny left while Amber was being kept in
that mark
Raquel's
is
condo
high
for safety. You can clearly see the red markings Raquel describes in her declaration. However, I personally don't see any swelling. The eyes and surrounding areas on both sides of the face seem to be the same in terms of lack of puffiness or swelling. Interesting, given that the phone allegedly struck Amber on this side of her face. Also worth mentioning is the angle of the line. The line marking what we can presume is supposed to be the outer edge of the phone is what looks to be at a near perfect 90-degree angle and flush against her face. Not saying that the phone could not have struck her this way, but when thrown as violently wild from the hands of an allegedly very drunken man, this is an incredible coincidence to strike flat against the face and at a perfect upright angle. Observation of her alleged facial injury aside, let me get to the main reason I'm showing this picture. According to Raquel's declaration, we were led to believe she observed the alleged injury on Amber's face while they had Amber in their condo for safety, taking pictures of said injury after Johnny had left. This has us assume the pictures of Amber's face, more specifically this picture, was taken in Raquel's condo. But where was this photo actually taken? Well, that's a question I can answer, and I can go ahead and tell you it wasn't in Raquel's condo as she would have you believe. And here's how I figured it out. I find it best to start by eliminating the condos that were obvious non-factors this night because, well, why would they go into a condo in which nothing took place just to take the injury photo? So that gets rid of condo 2 and 4. That leaves 3 potential possibilities. To figure out which one, it took a lot of digging and may take some long-winded explaining, but it will be worth it. As I previously mentioned, Johnny would eventually sell all 5 condos after the divorce. The collective units would actually go on the market in September of 2016. The month after Amber, having never pressed charges or filed a police report, dropped her entire allegations with prejudice, which basically means she can never accuse Johnny of it again and never seek legal action. Let that soak in for just a second. Anyway, the realty group listing the condos had taken several pictures and even video prior to posting the properties on the market. It is worth noting that by all accounts, this is very much the layout of the condos as they were while Johnny and Amber lived in them and also the night of the alleged phone throwing. I say this confidently because it was so shortly after the allegations being dropped, and Amber, despite claiming to be homeless, was still seen residing in Condo 3 a few months later, as late as December 2016, just 1 month prior to the divorce being finalized. So let's observe what else we can see in this photo and try and help narrow things down. The colors are somewhat muted, so let's saturate them. This way it gives us a better indication of the colors in the surrounding areas.
Look at that.
Basically,
Look at that.
This makes the color stand out more, becoming more prominent. We can now see that the ceiling above Amber's head is a nice shade of blue with an inconsistently textured paint pattern. This is a big observation considering each condo has a unique color palette and aesthetic. Of the 5 condos, there are some that have blue, albeit on the walls and not the ceiling. And then those that aren't really blue, but they do have that inconsistent textured look, meaning not a straight flat color. You might be thinking, well, that gets us nowhere. I thought that too, but then I noticed that all of these condos have high ceilings. Well, at least on the first floor. The second floor of each condo has a much more standard height of ceiling, and if you notice, the ceiling above Amber's head is low enough to be visible in this up-close shot and also low enough to reflect the light from the lamp behind her, something that's not possible with the high ceilings of the first level of the condos, and none of the first levels have this blue textured paint style on the ceiling. Of all the pictures I was able to gather of the second floor of the condos, only one matched the ceiling in color and pattern. This one. This, believe it or not, is Johnny and Amber's bedroom. It is upstairs in condo number 3. Note that not only does this color and pattern match the one from the injury photo, but also the ceiling is low enough to reflect the lamp light, even in a daytime photo. Something else I'm sure others have noticed is the lamp. Notice this pull here, hanging down from the shade. Look familiar? I'm sure some would argue that many lamps have things like this on them, but these look identical. We also have purple in the background, matching quite a few things thematically in the room like pillows and paintings. And then there's something else in the background. It was really hard to make out until I was able to get a picture with a view from the opposite side of the room. Notice what is along the wall in the far corner, a shelf with various items on it. But what stands out the most is this. On the top shelf, it seems to be a basket of some sort, weaved with an alternating dark and light color and checkered pattern. So, if you would indulge me, I want to try something.
Look how good he is at editing. I would love to be this good at editing. He's using Photoshop. I wish I could fly through Photoshop like this. Oh my goodness, look at that. All he's doing is just erasing. He's removing that. That's all he's doing. It's not anything hard to do. Heck yeah, man. This guy's good. There's pictures of him on Twitter too. I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. Oh, I see.
Would you look at that? What looks to be the same basket on the top shelf of the same shelf at the end of a low ceiling with blue textured paint patterns. So it would seem Amber is standing about right here, just outside her bathroom, facing this direction while the picture was being taken. So why would Raquel try to have us believe that this picture was taken in her and Josh's condo? Not only was this not taken in Raquel's, but in Johnny and Amber's condo, but also upstairs in their bedroom. So why, so soon after being allegedly assaulted and so soon after Johnny had left, but in the brief window before the police arrived, if it was indeed before they got there, why would you go back into the condo and go all the way upstairs into the master bedroom to take this photo? And why lie about where it was taken? Why lie about this and so many other things? If what is claimed to have happened is the only undeniable truth, why are there lies and contradictions all throughout?
Money.
Well, I guess that's as good a place as any to wrap this up. I hope I haven't bored you too much. I understand that this was a lot of information and I found it really difficult to compact it all because I go into these videos understanding that some of those who watch them might not have followed this at all. Now, I do have my theories as to how I think things really went down, most of which can be pieced together through all the questioning in this video, but I'm not going to get into that because one, I can't definitively prove it, and two, it would just seem like I'm trying to sway people with storytelling instead of letting them come to their own conclusions based on the facts available. And I mean all the facts, not just one side or the side you wish were telling the truth. With that said, I hope everyone has kept an open mind, and keep in mind that these are perfectly reasonable questions to ask. They don't make you a bad person or any buzzword title that someone may try to throw at you or diagnose you with. I don't believe that taking these things seriously means making up our minds with the least information possible or because it's a popular opinion. A lot of things that ended up on the wrong side of history were once popular opinion. I think taking these things seriously requires you educate yourself as much as you can and don't turn a blind eye to something that may disrupt your original frame of thought. I trust that when something doesn't add up or make sense, you will at least ask questions. So anyway, everyone, if you want to check out my first video, which breaks down the other moments of alleged abuse and the lies told around them and questions raised, I'll link it here if I can figure out how. I can't thank you enough for giving this video a look. Again, if you want to share this, go ahead. Give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Leave a comment. I do sometimes respond to intelligent conversation, even the negative ones, but I try not to engage in too many meaningless arguments.
I'm trying to
Thanks
let
again,
him do
and
his
until
ending.
next time, if there is a next time, take care.
Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out for the 3-parter of a 45-minute video that he split into 3.
Welcome back. It is
Emily,
the afternoon of, what are we on? Day 7 now of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. But we are on really the second full day of Johnny Depp being on the stand, 2.5 days, really.
So that's Emily. I normally tune into her when I stream the trial. So you guys, I just want to say thank you so much for going through these videos with me. For giving it a chance, for hanging out with me. You guys are my first official chat group. I'm so proud. You make me not want to give up because all this week I've been streaming the trial by myself and I haven't had any chat, at all. So I appreciate all of you guys finding me. I hope you subscribe and hit the bell. But I'm glad you saw it. I'm glad you saw the Gone Girl video. I'm glad you saw, Brian's, 3-parter. I think it's really important. I am going to be streaming the rest of the audios. I'm not going to do the 4-hour and 22-minute audio anymore. I can't do it. I just can't. It's too long. But I will be going over the 2-hour and 9 minutes, whatever it is of their gibberish tomorrow morning. I will be setting my live stream for 10 a.m. That is Pacific time. So if you're Eastern, it's going to be 11, 12, 1. And then I have a live stream in the evening with my brother, but I won't be streaming 7 hours. I know that for sure. That was not my plan. But tomorrow, if you guys are interested, I do want to talk about a few things I saw on Twitter while we were watching that. And I also want to listen to that audio. And that's pretty much it. I mean, we've covered pretty much everything up to now, even talking about all of Amber's witnesses. So thank you guys so much. I hope your Saturday night is enjoyable. Thank you so much for hanging out so that we could learn that together. I think, all I can say is keep an open mind. You know what I mean? I know that everyone is coming for her, but, I just think you have to, base it on your own personal opinion and try to put the pieces together versus the stories that you see and all the information that you have to see that's evidential and the one that is not. And clearly it looks like there's a lot of deception coming from Amber. We'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow in terms of why they did it and all that good stuff and the knives and the whole thing. So I hope you guys enjoy your evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope that you come back tomorrow when I stream again. And if not, I wish you a great weekend and I hope to see you again, at least if you can't make it tomorrow, on the trial. I will be I stream the trial every day, and next week's going to be riveting because it is actually the last week of the trial. So closing arguments are going to be stressful. I start here, at 6 o'clock in the morning, my time. It's 9 o'clock Eastern time. And just get your, get ready, y'all. Get ready. Put your earbuds in if you are able to watch. And it's going to be a really bumpy ride next week. It's going to be really, really angry. Everybody's going to be full of anxiety about wrapping it up. And by the way, really quick, you guys, before you retire and go to sleep, as far as I know, there has been buzzword that Amber side may bring Johnny Depp back up to the stand. So that's going to be something that we'll have to learn from LawTube. So make sure you're subscribed. All the channels that I mentioned, all the content that I share and react to is always in the description box. I will leave all the LawTube channels in the description box if you guys don't know how to find them. And that's it, y'all. That's all, folks. So thank you guys so much for watching. Take care, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, you guys. Thanks for coming. Bye.